बोले कैसनोवा, अब जाना हम क्या करें, कभी फिर ना मिले, ना आप शिकवा करें, ज़माना बोले कैसनोवा, अब जाना हम क्या करें। I never break a heart, ये चीज़ें मुझ पे नहीं जचती। Ooh baby, I never play that part, तू क्या ही निकालेगी गलती। मैं तेरे सामने फिर तेरे पीछे क्यों इल्ज़ामों की कश्ती, मैं क्यों ही चुराऊंगा जीतने में जब तेरे नहीं लगती। कहती दिल ये मेरा था सीने में जब रात को सोई थी, शायद तू ही है वो जिसकी वजह से बाद में रोई थी। पता ही ना चला तुझसे प्यार हो गया, दरवाजा देखती रही इंतजार हो गया। कभी फिर ना मिले, ना आप शिकवा करें, ज़माना बोले कैसनोवा, अब जाना हम क्या करें। तू ये कहती थी प्यार ना करेंगे हम, मैंने बोला था खो दूंगा तुझको तो ढूंढेगा तेरा सनम। तेरी गलती हुई ऐसे बिछड़े हम, तूने खेल के तोड़े असूल, अब ना रखना कोई भरम। इन होठों में बंद बातें तेरी मेरी, राज न कहीं खुल जाए, किसी रास्ते में लो तुम कभी एक दूजे को देख के हंस जाए, और गुजरो तुम सामने आगे को बढ़ जाओ, पीछे फिर मुड़ना नहीं, ज़माना ये पढ़ लेगा नजरों की बातें हमारी, मैं तुझसे बस कहना यही, जो कभी हम ना मिले, ना आप शिकवा करें, ज़माना बोले कैसनोवा, अब जाना हम क्या करें, कभी फिर ना मिले, ना आप शिकवा करें, ज़माना बोले कैसनोवा, अब जाना हम क्या करें। Casanova.
नो इंटरेस्ट होम लोन के लिए
What's it like to have to watch?
A little. It depends. It depends, right? If I'm watching like online matches, it's like, oh, whatever. Online matches, those are like whatever. I've been there, done that. But it's when you're doing. But I really think Loud's. I think Loud's gonna take it 3-2.
Really? 3-2. We're going the distance.
I think we're going the distance.
I like that. I like that.
There's no way.
Dude, we gotta go the distance. We just gotta.
I like it go the distance. I liked a 5-map yesterday. I want a 5-map today, so I like that prediction. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be throwing it back to the desk. Golden Boy, take it over.
Thank you so much, Chrissy and Doug, for that chat with up-and-coming young amateur player Shroud. Very looking forward to seeing what that young gun does in the league.
I was expecting you to call him Michael with how close you are to all the elites at this point.
What can I say? I may have interviewed Shroud one too many times. Maybe interviewing Shroud later on today.
I'm surprised you're not up in the skyboxes with them.
Well, you know, I mean, someone has
floating around the coast streets.
Someone's got to do the job. You know what I'm saying? All right. Well, you know what though? His heart said Optic, but his head said Loud. That seems to be the consensus for a lot of people out here, Josh.
Yeah.
That they feel like Loud are going to run away with this.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, though, this is still a game where both of the teams know each other on such an intimate level. And when it comes down to matches like that, you get this meta game developing where you're thinking about what they did in the past and how you're going to fight against them. And it just becomes this one big rematch arc. And Optic are just nasty in those kind of matches.
Yeah. Actually, Optic, Mimi, are probably one of the best teams in the game. Maybe the best team in the game at winning those revenge, those rematches. when they lose to a team previously.
Yeah, I think part of it is the mental thing, and part of it is also just the preparation thing. When this team loses, they get fired up about it. They want to win when they have another shot, when they have another opportunity, and they're so good at going back in, looking at their issues, and fixing them. This squad has never lost a rematch internationally. It's absurd.
That is absolutely absurd. And we saw the exact same storyline play out in Reykjavik. That was what you were just watching there. Loud beat them in the upper finals. They come back into the grand finals, and Optic actually dominated that one too. They picked the Loud game plan to pieces. And here today, they have a chance to actually lift another trophy. And that to me is the mad part, because we saw them lift the trophy in Reykjavik. No one has ever done it.
No, it will be a first in VCT history. And also, before the 2023 season really kicks off with all the big plans that we've got, honestly, this is a real turning point in the Valorant history. Yes. And the opportunity to grab 2 titles before that, you can cement your status as the most goated team of all time, as one of the greatest of all time. And the extra title on top of it will just be that cherry on top for them. And you know they are raring to go through that lower bracket, earning their spot now in the grand finals.
Yeah, and you can see what it means for this team. They've talked about how much they hate losing. They despise it. They
great matchups going into this matchup as well. Head-to-head matchups that you certainly are going to need to keep your eyes on. Here in this game, and one that I'm very interested in. You got Marv versus Pankata, and Brent, I actually want to start with you on this because you had an excellent line on your cast yesterday where you talked about Marv and what he was in the past, the Clutch King. Has he returned here today?
The final map, he woke up. I actually spoke to him as well last night about it, and I was like, yo, man, you actually popped off in the final map, and he was like, yeah, about time. So I think those kind of expectations were probably weighing on him quite a bit throughout this entire tournament as well, trying to live up to those kind of numbers that he's putting up. But he is up against potentially one of the other best controller players in the world. That's why we did that head-to-head comparison with him and Pankata, because Pankata has also been putting up unbelievable numbers, has shown incredible intelligent plays about the way he uses his smokes, and he is putting up numbers to compete against Marv when he's looked at his prime.
Yeah, and I think the thing is as well is that Pankata has been consistently good. He's been performing pretty much every time this team goes international, Reykjavik in particular, but he's never really gotten that same nod Marv has, because Marv really set that kind of unbeatable expectation for himself with his performances at the first 2 tournaments of the year. But here in the grand finals, it's a chance for both these players to define their legacy and maybe be remembered as that best controller player in the world.
Yeah, this is an opportunity to etch your name in stone and be immortalized, not just in Valorant, but in esports in general. But, you know, we're going to talk some more about the matchup that is to come. But for now, let's head it back over to the gold carpet because we have Chrissy and Doug standing by with a special guest.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are standing by with Talia. Thank you so much for joining us. Exciting. So, heard you're on the grind to Ascendant. How's it going?
Okay, it's going how it's going. We don't need to talk about it. I'm trying my hardest.
So it's going very well.
Yeah,
what
obviously.
I'm
Yeah,
yes.
really, really well. I'm nearly there. Definitely not losing RR on the daily. It's fine. It's fine.
So close.
Yeah, so close.
As a fellow musician, I want to get your thoughts on this. We've had a couple of Valorant songs.
Yes.
They're all bops, right? But do you have a favorite?
I
and
do.
If so, which one?
Entertain Me. The Neon trailer, when that came out, obsessed. Unreal. Obsessed. Could not stop playing it.
Are you excited to see the opening performance today by Ashnico?
Yes. I couldn't believe that when they said she was performing, I was like, little fangirl moment, little fangirl moment.
I was super stoked as well when I saw that. I was like, this is so cool. It's such a merging of 2 worlds.
Yeah, and it's like perfect as well. I feel like it's the perfect like crossover.
And the show is sick.
Yeah.
The show is gonna be
I don't doubt that for a second.
I haven't, you know something I don't know because I'm in your boat. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm just very excited to see it.
100%.
Yeah.
As a fellow Sage player, you have one of the best Sage players in the world playing in this tournament today, in this final match in Pankata. Are there any things you're looking for? Do you pick up any trips or tricks from pro players, anything like that?
Yeah, I feel like that's how I started watching Pro Valorant, is because I was like, I'm not doing great, so I'm going to need to watch and figure out what's going on. So 100%, I'm going to be looking at everything. I won't be able to replicate it, but I'll try.
But in your heart, you dream about it.
Yeah.
How does that translate to when you're in games? Because solo queue is pretty brutal. Because obviously these guys are incredible, but they're playing as a team. They're playing with synergy. How does it translate sometimes when you're like, I have a really great idea in solo queue, but your team just goes totally in the other direction?
That's why you play Sage. You just heal yourself and you just run the other way.
Put the wall up, put the spike down, heal and run.
Just pretend you don't have a team. Heal myself, bye, guys. It's not my problem anymore.
I very much like that mentality, and I think I need to switch to Sage after that one. You officially sold me on it.
It's the trick.
Thank you so much for joining us. We are taking a quick break, but then we have just a bit more carpet, and we are then getting into the finals. Optic and Loud just after this. See you in a bit.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah, brother, I'm joy. Which team का वसड़ा अपन अपना स्टार्टअप खोलेंगे इंडिया में. Which
having the crowd here cheering. It's a shame we're not playing up there, especially my boy here. But good luck to both teams.
You both, though, on Fnatic, you have such an incredible fan base. Your fans are amazing. We saw them even yesterday walking around the arena. You could see Fnatic signs all over the arena, even though you guys aren't in it. Not seeing that as much for the other teams. What is that like
भाई ये
for
क्या
you
फालतू
being
गिरी है? इन
in
लोग तो
your
क्वालीफाई
home
भी नहीं किया
country
ना,
and
फिर
seeing
इनके नाम का
your
कहीं के लिए
signs
ढिंढोरा बज रहा है.
everywhere throughout an arena of people?
It is a good. He's giving
हम
me
लोगों को
extra
भूख लग
motivation
गया
and
फिर
extra
यार.
hype for us.
ऐसे खाते रहूंगा तो
So,
घंटा कुछ वजन कम
I
नहीं
wanna play,
होगा.
but we'll eliminate. So I'm upset.
अरे मैं चैट लगा
You still
देता
had an
हूँ
incredible
स्ट्रीम के
showing,
ऊपर ही.
and it was great seeing you guys
अच्छा मेरे
here.
को लगा तू चाट लगा रहा है, 1 प्लेट बोला. ठीक है भाई. आज तेरे को सख्त जरूरत है दूर. बहुत भूख लग रहा है. चैट है किधर भाई?
And the fans just love you
अरे
so
क्या
much.
ही
It's
कटा
been
है
so
मेरा.
fun
Very
having
good.
you, and it's so fun having you guys on the carpet right now.
Yes.
And you guys are going to come back stronger, right?
Yes.
The redemption
Oh,
arc is
that's
going to
awesome.
be insane.
2023 is all
There you go, baby.
It's all year. Everyone's going down.
Buster,
नहीं होने
what's
वाला.
the best Turkish food that Alfier has introduced you to on this trip?
I don't eat
No
meat.
pressure. Is it the gum? I've heard stories about the gum.
The gum?
The gum.
Oh, the gum.
The gum.
The gum.
You don't need to talk.
He
You
gave
don't
me
need to
this
talk.
gum. It's like the best gum in the world. I tried it. It didn't taste of anything.
मैं पिक कर
It was
रहा
like-
हूँ.
it tasted
अरे
of
sorry,
nothing. And he was
agent
like,
पिक
no,
कर
it's
रहा
meant to.
है.
It's
क्या
for
बात
diet.
कर रहा है?
And I was like, I don't need a diet. Alfie.
क्या देख रहा है अभी? गोल्डन कारपेट चल रहा है.
I think he's trying to tell you something.
I know,
That was
right?
he said.
All right, so
Eh?
we're here at the finals.
हाँ भाई मैं थोड़ा पीछे
We
का
have
स्क्रीन
2
देखने
teams
लगा.
left, Optic and Loud. Who's going to win, and how many maps is it going to be?
I
एक
guess
मिनट.
Put him on the spot every time.
my team.
Every time, everyone's like,
My team Optic is gonna win.
Yeah.
Free one. Because of the A. He's so strong right now.
Yeah, guys, pretty good.
he's pretty good.
I'm actually going to go the other way. I want Loud to win. I need Loud to win because I can't have Optic getting 2 trophies. No way, Jose. But I also think Loud will win this time. The map pool kind of favors them. And if they show that kind of confidence they did in the upper bracket finals, then I believe that they're going to take it today as well.
Well, you heard it here first. We've got a split decision. Hopefully, though, next year, Fnatic's gonna win. We won't have you here.
No, hell no.
You'll
we'll be on that
there.
stage.
You'll be in there. Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. I hope you have an amazing time at the finals, even though you're not playing, and we'll see you in the finals next year. Fnatic 2023, you heard it here first. Thank you so much.
Same.
Wow,
Dude,
we began
setup
just,
बड़ा अच्छा
just
किया.
a lot of spicy news from the gold carpet today. Who would have thought? All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the show, and I think it's now time to do the thing that everyone loves, and it's predictions. And I figured I'd start with Mimi first. Mimi, who?
I've thought long and hard about this one. Initially, I was thinking Loud because map pool favors them. They won last time. They're looking amazing. But my heart tells me that Optic should win this. I think the back-to-back's going to
Hello,
happen.
Harsh, आवाज आ
I
रही
think
है?
it's going to be Optic.
हाँ,
I don't know
आ
why.
रहा.
I don't have a
Stream
good
पे आ रही है
reason.
कि check
But
करना?
yeah, he's a really good player. So maybe I agree with
Just
Alpha.
stream
All
चालू
right,
करने
I'm
दो.
going to go now. I'm going to give my prediction,
Okay.
and I actually think that Loud are going to walk away as
Very
I
reasonable.
want to see
Loud
the
को
championship
predict
for
कर रहे हैं
Brazil,
लोग.
and most importantly,
भाई,
look,
Optic
I just want
कितना
a big
अच्छा
game,
खेल रही है
but
यार, इज्जत
Loud
ही नहीं है
played
क्या?
phenomenally, and I think that they're here to take it. Josh?
Well, last time at Reykjavik, I predicted Loud in the finals. I said this double map
वो
ban,
ना
it's
कुछ
just too much, and in the
हाँ,
end,
आ
Optic
रहा
took
है.
it. But I am going with Loud again today.
आ रहा
I
स्ट्रीम
think
पे
this is
आ
a
रहा है.
different team, a more experienced team, one
कितना
that
delay
can
डाला
use
बे?
that map ban
थोड़ा सा है delay.
advantage that they
मेरा
have.
मेरे को
Put
पता
the
नहीं
pressure
है.
very
मेरे को पता
firmly
नहीं
on
delay
Optic. Their
कम कैसे
teamwork
होता है.
and
So I'm like,
individual skill
ठीक
is
है.
just so high.
Yeah, I mean,
क्या ही कर
I
सकता
was
हूँ.
pretty split down the middle with this one, but I think I have to echo your sentiment with just. I
वो
think
भी ये
Loud,
start कर
it's
दिया मैं
different this
देखूँ.
time around compared to Reykjavik. They got the experience, they built that up, they've got the loss as well. Copenhagen, I think, was a big learning moment for a lot of the inexperienced players.
सब
And
लोग
the whole
Optic ही
team
predict
as a
कर रहे
whole,
हैं.
it's just on fire right now in terms of their overall team play, and their map pool looks really, really deep. I think
Dude,
that this
Optic
team has a lot
Optic
going
नहीं
for
pick
them,
कर रहे,
including
Loud
the
pick
double
कर रहे.
map bans, which
Everybody
is
is
a
picking
massive
Loud.
advantage
Huge,
in the uppers. Yeah.
huge advantage. Well, let's see what the community thinks, because we asked you guys in the Twitter poll earlier on. Do you think Optic are going to become our first repeat winner? And everyone, we have 54% saying yes, 45 no, Mimi.
That is absurd because I think Loud is a clear favorite in this one, and the community just has full faith in Optic.
I mean, how can you not when they've been so consistent at winning rematch games? They've been so consistent across the board at winning from the lower bracket. I don't really have a problem with the community's outcome.
Yeah, it's so close.
Yeah,
अरे यार,
it's going to be
इसको किधर
awesome,
रखूँ
folks. But this is it. The two top teams in the world are going to be facing off again, and this time it's for the championship. One more match to determine once and for all who are the real kings in the mountain. Is it going to be NA's Optic?
Hello. हेलो. हेलो हर्ष. हेलो. हेलो. अरे जवाब दे दिया कर ले भाई, जवाब दे दिया कर ना. क्या
मैं
जाता
जरा
है?
टेस्ट कर रहा हूँ जरा. मैं 60 FPS में रिकॉर्ड किया ना, वही दिख रहा था.
मैं डर गया. मैं बोला भाई वो नहीं आएगा तो कैसे चलेगा.
चिल.
तेरी नहीं, इधर मेरी स्ट्रीम लैग हो गई है. स्ट्रीम तो लैग हो रही है डूड. इतने सारे जने ना देख रहे हैं. दैट इज द ओनली रीजन. अब मेरा मन कर रहा है मैं टेंस की स्ट्रीम लगा के बैठ जाऊँ. टेंस की भी शक्ल देखो सर. वी आर वॉच पार्टिंग विद टेंस ऑन द स्ट्रीम. यार मेरा नेट.
Every time that we face them, we're like pretty confident.
Dude, चलो यार, come on.
एनिमेशन देखना बे भाई.
लाउड का ना वो जो चल रहा है अभी वो.
Every time that we face them,
भाई.
we're like pretty confident. This time won't be.
अरे तो हनी सिंह वाला उठाया इन लोगों ने.
Optic allowed it.
हनी सिंह का एक पिक्चर था ना. अरे मूव गाना था ना.
Dude, what the hell is that animation, dude? What the hell is that animation?
We are finally here. The entire year has been building up to this very moment. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm absolutely honored to be here on the grand final with Mimi, Saisho, and Brain for the very last time in the 2022 VCT season.
What?
It's time to activate the stage.
Dude, stage activate हो रहा है. mirror dimensions चल रहे. What the hell is that, dude?
बहुत पैसा.
That's sexy. That's sexy. I liked it. Loud. Yep. भाई I was imagining यहाँ sentinels हो गए यार. Sheev. I was predicting
Well, this is the last map select we're going to have in this tournament. A grand final best of 5. And let's not forget, guys, Loud, they get 2 bans here.
And that is massive because Loud have only lost on 2 maps at Champions, which is absurd. Get Pearl out of there, get Fracture out of there, and they have a 100% win rate on everything else.
And what's crazy is that is 2 of Optic's strongest maps.
All ban कर दिया. Fracture भी चल रही है.
So this pool just continues to favor Loud.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, a massive advantage going towards Loud here, being able to remove those 2 maps. And the question is, what will we be heading to first? And it is going to be Ascent. And I mean, listen,
nice one.
चलो पहली मैच ही अच्छी देखने मिलने वाली है. They are kind of scrambling a little bit in terms of what composition they want to play. They moved away from the triple initiator recently. It's been a weak spot for Optic.
And it's also Loud's best map. They just look incredible here. They've only lost a single round on the defense side. And we saw Ye play Jet. Who knows what comp they're even going to be running?
Yeah, I'd expect for Optic to go into their bind, and that is their choice for a very long time, and it has been their best map.
YT पे देख वासिफ I think so तब lag नहीं होगा.
In playing it, and last time these 2 teams played, it did not really go too well for them.
Yeah, Loud are the only team that have delivered Optic a loss with this comp that they run on the global stage, which is absurd. They just need to run that over again.
And of course, Breeze is the 3rd map pick here for Loud as well. I mean, I think Optic have been a little bit shaky here and there, but they were showing some good signs of life at least. When
Okay, मैंने अब YouTube पे चालू किया हो.
Last time that they played this most recently, so I don't know if this is going to be as easy as a map to take away for Loud.
Yeah, now Optic have the option between Haven and Icebox to go as our 4th map in the series.
Haven
has been a map where they've ran that crazy composition, putting Victor on the Phoenix, running a style on the map that no one else has really played, but thus far it's been effective. It was the final map versus TRX that pulled them over the line.
I don't know, having any bans is kind of difficult for Optic, but they've managed to somehow make Icebox map 5, which means they have a couple of chances to close us out without even going to Icebox.
I think that's true, but also you look at the map pool and they're only favored on 1, maybe 2 of the maps here. In Bind, they're probably favored even though they lost it to Loud, if they can fix what went wrong for them. But otherwise, this is such an uphill battle. The only silver lining for Optic right now is that they've already beaten Loud in a grand final where they had double map ban against them.
That they have, and I mean, these early maps are really favorable towards Loud as well, right? They get the Breeze in there, they get the Ascent in there. These are maps where they are very, very comfortable. If Optic is to win it, it will be an absurd result.
Do you think the map bans is favoring Loud even to that degree, given, like you said, they had the same exact advantage and it didn't go their way?
Yeah, even outside of these map bans as well. I mean, it is a massive, massive amount of, like, I think, favorship towards Loud in that capacity. But this is a team that is different this time around. It's not the same Loud that lost to Optic in the grand finals of Reykjavik. They have that experience this time around.
I do want to point out, though, there's been like 24 hours for Chet and the rest of Optic to turn this kind of prep for the grand finals around, but they will have known what the map pool was going to be. This is such a predictable map pool. You just know exactly where Loud want to go with it, and I think that that is going to help to some degree for them to figure out like where they can go on certain places. Like Breeze, for example, they can come up with some anti-strats.
The only counterpoint I have to that as well is that 24 hours prep is all well and good, but can you put it in practice?
Yeah.
Because we've seen Optic chop and change their compositions wildly. On Ascent, they changed up their composition pretty drastically, and it showcased in their lack of depth, I think, on that map.
Well, they're going to be able to answer your questions in due course, but for now, we have a little surprise for you guys that's coming up on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings.
हेलो हेलो हेलो हर्ष बेबी।
हाँ बोल बोल बोल।
कुछ नहीं बेबी।
दरवाजा बंद करके आ लो भाई।
हाँ देखता हूँ।
हाँ हो रहे हो मैं इधर ही हूँ।
Welcome back to Valorant Champions. A year of moments, of memories has led us all to this final match, this final celebration of the players and the community. Please give a warm welcome to the stage, Ash Nico, because it's time to fire again.
बड़ा अजीब भाई, स्टार फिश बन के बैठे हुए लोग। बोल बोल। ठीक है भाई साहब, ठीक है।
Follow me to the
depths of hell. Maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on an exhale, your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again.
क्या हुआ? तो क्या है? VCT का गाना है ये। भाई
I'm the wizard of death. Will come visit you next. Whisper my name on an exhale, your very last.
सब लोग चैट में क्रिंज क्रिंज लिख रहे हैं भाई। वेनम को बस स्ट्रीम करना है। अरे बस जिम करना है।
वेनम जिम कर ले। VCT बेवफाइन जिम। ओके भाई ठीक है भाई। करण थैंक यू। असल में मेरा माइक मैंने म्यूट किया था। साले
ये देख कौन आया।
ये
आया कौन आया? ये आया।
अबे ये क्या वियर्ड सा MTV फैशन शो चल रखा है।
अरे इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहा है।
कोई फिसल गया तो
सोसाइटी का गणपति थोड़ी है बे। सोसाइटी का गणपति का इवेंट चालू है क्या? टप्पू सिन्हा ने ऑर्गेनाइज थोड़ी करवाया।
डूड वो ट्रॉफी देख।
चोर बाजार में 500-500 रुपए मिलता है ट्रॉफी।
अभी कल ही मैं खरीदूंगा और इंस्टा पे स्टोरी डालूंगा। थैंकफुल टू VCT वी वन इट। वो तो हमने उनको नकली दे दी। हर्ष तो कार्ड देख रहा है ऊपर जो बन के आ रहा है।
हाँ देख रहा
हाँ वो नहीं दिख रहा। वो एपेक्स की कॉपी नहीं लग रहा
भाई। एपेक्स
अबे ये देखिए चीट है
भाई।
ऑप्टिक में ना। नो डाउट।
लाल क्या कर दे रहे बे लोग। ब्रह्मास्त्र बना दिया इसको भी।
ये का अस्त्र ये क्या है? ये अरे ये अस्त्र है मेरा।
अबे ये कौन सा लैंग्वेज है ये?
अबे ये एक वो वियर्ड बंदा जो टेडी लेके आता है साला। देख रहा है भाई टेडी वेडी लाया जा रहा है। बॉस्टर ट्वर्क। अरे भाई बॉस्टर का ट्वर्क था भाई। इन लोग क्या करेंगे? इन लोग के बस में ही नहीं है वो। हालांकि इसका ट्वर्क बनता भी था। उतना गंदा हराए भी थे ना हम लोग ने सेंटिनेल्स को। WWE ठीक है भाई।
भाई सबको टेडी लाने का क्या आदत पड़ा है बे?
ब्रो मेरे पास मेरा टेडी खो गया सोने के लिए। क्या तुम मेरे साथ? लेकिन ये क्या चल रहा है मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
हाँ भाई सब टेडी। वो नेट्स ने क्या स्टार्ट किया? सब टेडी ला रहे हैं।
लैन चल रहा है ना। लैन टूर्नामेंट की लेगेसी रखो। ये क्या इंट्रोडक्शन के बीच में तुम टेडी लेके आ रहे हो?
टेडी ला रहे हैं भाई।
और ये देखो ये तो चलता फिरता टेडी है।
वेनम किधर से आएगा? वेनम को लेके जाएगा।
ये पैट से भी नहीं। उनका एक प्लेयर और कोच इंडियन है भाई। प्लेयर का हमें पता है वो था इंडियन।
किनका ऑप्टिक का ना ऑप्टिक का बोल रहा है ना
हाँ ऑप्टिक
ये दोनों एनए से है
नहीं हाँ
अरे यार भाग बे
अबे उन लोग ने टेबल के कॉर्नर में सब टेडी रख दिए
was the fire again performance? That was fire.
It was absurd, and for either of these teams, if they could lift that trophy, it is just history in the making. We would have our first two-time champion, or it would be the first time a Brazilian team, the first time a team not from Brazilian North America or EMEA could win a trophy.
It all starts here on a map where both of these teams have so much history, on a map where we've seen variations in style, dominant defenses, insane individual performances, and incredible head-to-head matchups.
Yeah, and that early storyline as well. It's going to be
सिर्फ ट्रॉफी तो मुंबई इंडियन लेके जाएगी
go back to that triple initiator. They're going to stick with their guns with a composition with Ye playing the Jet, which is something we hadn't seen from him until I think April was the last time he played it. Compared to the other day, just bringing this out completely left field. But honestly, with a best-of-5 series like this, the early prep, we can talk all we want about it on Ascent, but the deeper the series
Venom
goes
लिखता है,
as well,
let's go team RFX, ठीक है Venom, ये भी ठीक है. माना उसका कोच इंडियन है, लेकिन वो हमने तो नहीं भेजा.
That prep work certainly sides with Loud. They had a day off yesterday. They were watching Optic play. They were watching Optic earn their spot. Optic has had just 24 hours since their late night win against DRX to come back here with a new game plan and maybe have a chance to lift that trophy.
Honestly though, Mimi, with how unrefined the game plan looked from Optic on Ascent, I think there's so much improvement they can do there that Loud won't have even been able to see. So I think Chet's probably come up with some extra game plans and extra ways of getting Ye into the game, if indeed they do commit to that Ye Jet heading into map.
Venom story डाल रहा है इंस्टा पे क्लोज फ्रेंड में प्रोग्रेस और हाथ की लकीरें दिखा रहा है.
Extremely slow default.
मिटती हुई.
DRX. Loud don't necessarily play like that.
We're into the Prime Gaming agent select here. Everything is on the side of Loud right now, like you guys said. But last time,
Venom तू ही मेट्रो बना रहा है क्या भाई?
a single map. They have
तुम्हें लकीर ही नहीं.
given the map and given the composition.
Yeah, all the advantages on their side. They've had
करणजीत का अलग भाई पंजाब की को लेके सिम्प चल रहा है.
And that head-to-head of Aspas versus Ye on the Jet itself, honestly, absolutely legendary head-to-head in terms of that matchup there. And Josh, I love the point that you brought up as well. I think the fact that Optic have had time to reflect on that map that they lost on Ascent with this composition, and it does add a lot of room for improvement. There's nothing better than losses to learn off of and to improve the depth of your playbook when you're playing on a certain map.
I think that's absolutely true, but also they're playing a very similar, the same composition as their opponents here. And what that also means is you're going to get this amazing head-to-head. You've got Sadak setting up Aspas. That duo always works together to get Aspas in the best positions. And on the other side of things, Victor has been amazing with his utility. So that, to me, is the premier head-to-head heading into this game. But all of your expectations can get upset in a moment. Maybe it's Pancada Marv that take over this map. There's just so much room on Ascent for individuals to dominate at times.
Yeah, and for Optic, this is their chance to redefine what was a previous stomp on Ascent. The last time these two teams were here, it was Loud taking the win dominantly. This is the match now that matters. This is the match that decides the tournament for both these teams, and Optic are looking to rally.
Both of these teams are going to want to start off strong here. You guys know the map, you know the agents now, and it's time to send this over to your casters. It is my pleasure to be throwing this and introducing you guys to the one and only Pansy and Hypok.
उनका तो पता नहीं क्या ओमेन है किलजॉय है अरे यार बताओ तो
लेकिन मेरे को इतना जल्दी हो गया भाई पहले ऐसा थोड़ा टाइम लेता था नहीं साइड में ऐसा दिखाता था ना वीसीटी फॉलो नहीं किए पर अपन क्योंकि सेंटिनल्स ही नहीं थी ना ये तो मेरे को वीसीटी वाले ने मेल भेजा ना यार कि प्लीज जरा वॉच पार्टी कर लो हमारा घर चलेगा वरना तो मेरे मूड में नहीं था मैं क्या वॉच पार्टी
We're starting on Ascent here, and the only notable loss in recent times was versus Optic Gaming in that
Dude, खाली भी हो गया वो spawn area.
And we start here for best of 5. It's madness, Lauren.
It's going to be a marathon, hopefully. 5 maps on the docket that we could certainly get to grips with here, and I think, as it stands, being logical, emotions aside, Loud's form has been formidable.
Terrifying.
Truly, truly terrifying. They've overcome their demons. They are now moments away from once again facing their nemesis, and no higher stakes could be on the line. Let's get into things as it is the grand
and let the match start.
kicking off here on map 1. Crashies get that first bit of contact, but it's all in.
Nice shot, Loud. साधक नाम है देख Loud का.
Better be ready, because Loud are instantly bringing the fire.
Two very quick was the third followed up here by Sassy as well. Just Victor and FNS left here for Optic Gaming as Loud take full control of B site. Actually, gotta play very.
Dude, अच्छा entry, अच्छा entry.
On the way back through.
Optic.
Time to work with you.
फोन किया मेरे को.
And with the HP being a little less than ideal for Loud, there is still a chance of it, but that late lurk through middle. Look at who's encroaching slowly but surely. Les could be the downfall of it all. Gonna find one, and now FNS, they've got to know where he's at. Confirmed presence towards Cat, and surely this is done for. Surely,
भाई Optic.
surely there it is. Sassy
है निकाल सकता है. यार.
Converted here for Loud, and such a
Loud लेके चले गए.
No mincing their words at all.
A statement made in round 1. They stack up, they death ball in, and Crashies dips his toes a little bit, punished for it. I'm curious actually if really you talk about this rematch and talk about the pressure being so high here in the grand finals, the stakes raised, but this is comfort zones. The Loud try and toy with that a little bit. They're one of the most proactive teams in terms of the early round. But if that converts into aggression here and finding entries, it could be very, very concerning for Optic early on in this half.
It's just such a, a dangerous concept for both sides as well, because you don't often see such familiar foes in games this early on, and it truly changes the dynamic here. They should be so hyper aware of each other, but again, the fact that Loud did win their last meeting truly changes the narrative, truly changes how we have to look at Loud in this, give them credit where it's due. But the buy into this round, do just have the Marshal. Nothing too much really beyond that, a Sheriff, a Frenzy. So certainly not outside of the realms of reality, but one thing I am seeing.
किधर जाने का plan है Optic का?
And as it stands in the right place.
Loud Optic defend पे ना? Optic को खबर है कि A पे बंदा आने वाला है. Optic defend पे है. Optic को खबर है कि A पे बंदे आने वाले हैं. लेकिन peak unusual क्यों दे रहे हो?
अरे भाई क्या वीटी है वे. ऐसा नहीं करते भाई. ऐसा करके तो कैसा चलेगा भाई. भाई flawless भी.
ये round हारी Optic time out ले लेगी.
Indicators towards the stack, but like you said, that slight bit of aggression, almost baiting Loud into a false sense of security. Loud, make the most of the opportunity. Got a prime gaming flawless here in round 2. Unfortunately, actually, the knife did reveal more of this stack. I don't think Optic even expected them to pop as quickly as they did on the back of that entry.
हर्ष तूने वो देखा वो बंदा स्वॉर्म ग्रेनेड के ऊपर खड़े रह के भी उसने वो एक लास्ट वाले को निकाल के गया.
हाँ भाई.
Sticking around on this, gonna isolate Aspas. That's a big pickup already, and they're committing to the fight. This is a really brawly beginning.
आवाज आ रहा है? हेलो.
Found Aspas again.
हाँ चलेगा. Push to talk check कर रहा था.
It does come through on either side. Actually, less spotted out in mid as well. Victor looking to actually close the gap on this. Could be problematic here. Les actually gets attack here, but the double swing coming through. FNS gonna find it.
Not भाई.
That one safe, didn't allow it to spiral out of control, and I looked at Loud being very decisive, very commanding,
right
dominant even. Exactly. Optic answer right back in kind, and Loud are barely making their way from top mid. Now, FNS gonna note that. Yeah, not flash, not bad though. Will at least give them the angle to fight with, but what they're left with
जोड़
is
तो है भाई.
But again, obviously for Optic, they love to keep these and yay.
पीछे देख.
Oh, and the patience shown is horrible, isn't it? Nastiness from Yay.
पता है भाई. इसका मत हो भाई.
The rifles convert, but again, that was the bonus for Loud.
It's key to note early on, we just touched on it, but
नहीं.
how willing these teams are immediately to close down these kills. We talk about Loud's ability to convert man advantages.
AWS ने sponsor किया है भाई. Amazon.
Early round kind of protocols. It's interesting if Optic are going to continue with this.
अच्छा मतलब है पूरा अच्छा ये मतलब पूरा Amazon का सर्वर पे है मतलब क्लाउड सर्वर पे हो सकता है जहाँ तक मैं प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा हूँ. पावर्ड बाय का मतलब क्या होता है?
Don't expect Crashies and FNS to go exploring just yet.
अच्छा तो रेड बुल स्पॉन्सर रहेगा फिर। ओ अरे अरे काय की नहीं कर रहा है, डबल पिक लेना नहीं।
Trades come back and forth, leading just Optic with 3. And again, these fights are never ending. There's just no
बीच आ रहे हो लोग।
They've made it possible back to a 2v2.
That's a big kill actually from Crashies. Relinquishes some of that map control. Look at
भाई ये कर सकता है गेम। नहीं नहीं रीड कर लिया ओ भाई ओ वाह मारवाड़ी ने राउंड निकाला है। ऑप्टिक मारवाड़ी
ने राउंड निकाल दिया भाई। ठीक है भाई, लेट्स गो। मारवाड़ी ओपी बोलते बे। ऑप्टिक मारवाड़ी सिनेमैटिक यूनिवर्स।
Trying to just manipulate any space on the map.
2-2 का स्कोर इक्वल and let's see who wins. Like Optic 2, Loud 2.
Very healthy here as well though. Sadak actually with no command.
Dude, ये बहुत अच्छा था।
Like I said, Marv manipulates that perfect.
And bro, मारवाड़ी क्या OP है भाई।
Willingness to brawl that we've seen so far on the extremities, they really stick around for these fights, but fighting for so much of the initial space.
मिड पुश कर रहे हैं लोग। घुस नहीं।
अबे यार इन लोग को ओपन अकाउंट मिलता है ना? इतने नाइस वन।
अभी इसको देखा ही नहीं।
नाइस वन। यही करो।
ये क्या आयरन वाले गलतियां कर रहे हैं लोग यार। ऐसा लग रहा है टीम रिफ्लेक्स ही खेल रही है लाउड।
ठीक है मैं
ओ भाई केजर डिफ होने वाला है। नहीं केजर डिफ।
लेट्स गो ऑप्टिक का केजे डिफ।
लाउड का वो आने वाला है, ब्रेक आने, अरे वो पॉज आने वाला है।
टाइम आउट नहीं तीन राउंड लगातार आने के बाद कोई भी टीम टाइम आउट लेती है। ये लोग तो थे भी हाफ बाई पे, देखना इसके पास वो शेरिफ
लेंगे टाइम आउट लेंगे।
तेरे से बात हो गई है तो बात खत्म। भाई से बात कर लिए ना।
हाँ बस कोच मैं ही हूँ ना, वो टेलीपैथी से बात कर रहे हैं हम लोग।
टेलीग्राम पे बात कर रहे हो तुम लोग।
तभी उसने टकला किया अपने आप को, देखो क्या अच्छे से मेरे सिग्नल पकड़ पाया।
और तूने बाल बढ़ाए।
हाँ इंडिया से इस्तांबुल जा रहा है ना, थोड़ा कम्युनिकेशन में मिस्टेक ना हो। तो पाकिस्तानी पकड़ लेते फिर बोलेंगे भाई अटैक करने की बात कर रहे।
भाई पाकिस्तानियों से परे बच के रहो भाई।
अगर ऑप्टी के राउंड हारती है भाई मैं बंद करके सोने चले जाऊंगा भाई।
हाँ,
रात को उठ के भाई सीआईडी का एपिसोड देखूंगा।
पता लगाओ दया आखिर ऑप्टिक ने क्या चूक की।
भाई पक्का टीम रिफ्लेक्स ही है।
हाँ भाई ये पक्का टीम रिफ्लेक्स ही खेल रही है। अगर ये 1v4 निकाल लिया ना,
नहीं निकालेगा।
नाइस वन। मारवाड़ी फिर से मारा। ऑप्टिक मारवाड़ी।
चिल्ला रहा है, देख रहा है बंदे। उनको बोल चुप रहने दो, उधर ही आके मारूंगा।
कौन है बे? कौन है? डिस्कॉर्ड पे कौन है?
वेनम आया।
भाई तेरा जिम में हो गया क्या महीना तो इन्हें कर रहा है तू। देखो मैं बोला था ना तू चैट पे रहना। काई के लिए डिस्कॉर्ड है? सब डिस्कॉर्ड आ जाओ, फिर मैं स्ट्रीम बंद कर देता हूँ। डिस्कॉर्ड पे कर लेता हूँ ना स्ट्रीम। आइडिया अच्छा था रे।
The weaker side statistically here for Optics, so we're already seeing a little bit of an adjustment here.
Now, we talked about Loud breaking their curse, but do remember
क्या लगता है लाउड निकालेगा?
the concept that you don't get to beat Optic.
फुल बाय लाउड का बोलने।
लाउड फंस गया। मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है लाउड फंस गया है मिड पे।
Certainly changing the tempo and the tone to this. FNS
मिड पे फंस गया लेकिन ऐसा।
हाँ फंस गया। लेकिन ना पोजीशन देख, किलजॉय मार्केट है, वहां से दो लोग बैकस्टैप पुश कर रहे हैं उन लोग के। अरे करो ना अबे साले। ये भाई देख मिड पे फंसेगा अभी मिड पे फंसेंगे वो लोग।
further safety. Now they can rotate that third man if they fancy it. Still not too much stress. Aspas position noted will fall away. This is very comprehensive from Optic.
He is actually the lockdown. Force him into an uncomfortable position.
अबे मेरे को एक बात बता, इन लोगों को ओपन अकाउंट मिलता है ना?
हाँ
तो इन लोग भी नहीं आयन को अपडेट क्यों नहीं करता है रे फकीर?
उनकी मर्जी ब्रो.
Nice shot.
Don't know how he's doing this time and time again. Leaving Sarsi and once again Pancada to deal with such an unfavorable.
Nice round by Optic.
This is looking good.
Su.
We were waiting to see if they had been able to.
Absolutely. And they're tempering
गिरी को बुलाओ जरा.
गिरी को बोला स्ट्रीम देखना आने.
मैसेज डाल मैसेज डाल.
मैंने टीम रिफ्लेक्स पे डाल दिया था लिंक भाई.
ऑप्टिक ने नए जर्सी पहने हैं.
नहीं वाइट अवे जर्सी.
पैसा हो तो ऑप्टिक जैसा.
We have to put into perspective how hard it is to play into this. With the veto the way it is, with the bans that come in, the map veto will sit very favorably towards Loud. So again, coming in with the odds against you like they are for Optic, this is quite an impressive shot.
एक पे हर्ष का रख और एक पे तेरा. हाँ भाई. और कुछ? तुम मेरे को 5000 सुपर चैट कर, मैं अब भी करता हूँ.
500 ही कर दे, 5000 भी मत कर. वेब का निकल जाएगा भाई वासिस के.
नहीं भाई वो 850 का आता है.
अरे बाकी 300 बाद में डलवा लेंगे ना.
अरे बैटल पास आ जाएगा भाई. You are going too loud. लाउड का टाइम आउट. क्या बोलने का. ये 2 टाइम आउट ही ले सकते हैं पूरे 5 मैच में या 6 मैच में.
क्या बीटी दे रहा है.
हाँ.
एक मैप में ना बे.
नहीं एक मैप में नहीं, एक पूरे 5 मैच में 2 टाइम.
बात कैसा तो नहीं होगा. एक मैप में 5 टाइम 2 टाइम आउट होगा.
देखना उधर है नियम देखना. अबे बर्गर किंग स्पॉन्सर किया है.
मैं वही बोल रहा था. बर्गर को बर्गर किंग ने स्पॉन्सर किया है.
अबे कितने सारे सॉफ्टवेयर रखा है देखा इसने टेबल पे.
भाई घर ही बना दिया है बे. वाइब नहीं आ रहा रहेगा उसके लिए. आईपीएल वाला कैमरामैन नहीं है कि थोड़ा दिखाओ यार.
वेनम अपना नाम मत ले भाई. आईपीएल वाला कैमरामैन था कल था याद है. कल था मोला. ये समझा रहे जल्दी बराबर से खेलो मेरी जॉब खतरे में है. अगर लाउड ये मैप ये राउंड जीतता है तो थोड़ा होप लग रहा है मेरे को ये मैप उनका जीतने का. अगर ये राउंड गया लाउड के हाथ से तो गया मेरे को लग रहा है ये मैप. मोला तुम ताले ताले डिम डिम दुडुम डिम डिम
डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग डिंग. पहाड़ों के ऊपर
ने क्या पकड़ा है हाथ में.
संतरा. लोग कितना यूटिल यूज कर देते बे.
भाई लाउड को तो हारना चाहिए. ब्लास्टिक फैंटम यूज कर रहा है भाई.
अबे ट्री जाओ ना कोई. अच्छा आया ट्री आया.
विक्टर साधक
मारवाड़ी रेडियो देख फ्लैश लगे.
मारवाड़ी अपनी चक्री को मारा. जलेबी हाथ में थे. पीट दूंगा. इतनी बड़ी जलेबी है देखो भाई. ओ ब्रो. अरे ट्रेड ले लिया उन लोगों ने. लेकिन मारवाड़ी भागते हुए पहली बार थोड़ी कोई मारवाड़ी भाग रहा है.
ओ भाई.
नाइस शॉट.
1v2 है भाई. अगर ये निकला ऑप्टिक के राइट देख नहीं नहीं वो क्यों रिवाइव नहीं होगा अब. स्पाइक स्टिल उधर है.
लेट्स गो ऑप्टिक लेट्स गो.
ये क्या किया.
ये ने इंडियन है ना बोल रहा हूँ. देख भाई फैमिली फ्रेंडली चल रहा है, फैमिली फ्रेंडली स्ट्रीम चला रहा हूँ मैं, ठीक है। तेरे को अगर ऐसा थोड़ी सी अगर उठ पटांग बातें करनी की है, यू मैं काइंडली कम इन द गेम, देखो मैं बताता हूँ। वेनोम ये MVP इसने 6 वर्ड क्यों लिख के लेके आया अलग अलग? ये तूने क्या किया भाई? लाइनअप देखा
देखा भाई, मैं इधर अपने ट्राइसेप देख रहा था, हाक दिया मारवा। ओ अरे केजे डिफ कर दिया लाउडलेस ने, लाउडलेस ने केजे डिफ। अगर ये राउंड निकला ऑप्टिक से
तो जीत गई राउंड।
आओ भाई
राइट में लेफ्ट में तेरे नाइस शॉट रे लाउड लुइस। ऑफ ली हां बाय द वे, ध्यान दो।
हां अबे लाउडलेस है वो, लुइस नहीं है झाटू।
ठीक है भाई, beautiful stuff from him, but still बीफ का तुझे जी
एक बार मेरे को मेरे ऑपरेशन होने पे शक हुआ था।
पप्पा पैसा वेस्ट तो नहीं गया।
He is one of the names that should become a bit of a household name here in these shots. Are absolutely crisp as hell, but it's a one-player bailout. You could argue Ye had that in the prior round, but again, 6-3. We need to see repetition to this.
Trend continues. Ye actually look how deep he is. The paranoia from Marv, perfectly timed as well, making sure there's no possibility of a trade coming through. That's Aspas again. Takes away some of that pop on this execute, but the Hunter's Fury going to be posted blind here.
These by Iron Jet movements.
Optic is just doing Iron Jet movements.
What?
What?
Marwadi?
Marwadi?
Marwadi?
How's he just got a kill? Still noted, still fighting.
सासी लो भाई, अरे इतना का अरे
Look at the damage.
Sassy's considering this though, Victor.
अरे
No idea.
वापस से
Sassy is becoming
भाई
quick towards their
सासी पुसी कर रहा है भाई इनको।
सासी बड़ा सॉसी बन चुका है। लेट्स गो
भाई मारवाड़ी के पास राउंड था अभी।
मारवाड़ी पहली बार थोड़ी हाथ से चीज लगा रहा है।
Bring back 4 second optics please.
Bring 4 second sitting in corner and be like मैं होता तो जीत जाता है।
मैं होता तो कॉल्स देता अच्छे वाले।
नहीं मैं होता तो सबकी पोजीशन बता देता।
एक गोली में 5 को मारता।
अबे नो बे भाई अंडर हेवन बैठे।
Isn't the one to be worried about just yet. Pancada holding the push up here. Crashy's trying to stay tucked to the wall to avoid being noted. He has to swing it eventually. Pancada, great work. And they're starting
ऑफ फेंक दिया भाई।
रिवर उठाया ना, रिवर है ना, रिवर मैं स्किन के भूखे सब और कुछ नहीं भाई।
How Marv is there at that point of the round. Again, that's on the back of the paranoia coming through from.
भाई ये जो इससे किया है ना यार, ऑप्टिक ने ये जो ये किया है ना, हगा है ना भाई।
But the fact that Sassy even doubled down to check again, that to me is such good intuition from that man, just to ensure that there was no second layer to it.
There's the conditioning early on in this half, where actually everything that Loud are doing, Optic are happy to backfill immediately. Still got the lockdown up for less. Well, we do see.
Jedif! Are?
Yeah, he's in mid. He just went for a wander in mid. On a lovely sunny day, but he loses his life. Sadak with the trade out, and now you can see the look towards the side. Less leading this. One tuck towards market, one towards the box. You have the ult invested now. Do they clip further? Yes, they try to. Crashes though. Greets it. Smiling again. The vision depleted on Wagyu. Sassy couldn't even see. Pop flash towards the side itself. Big has one in kind. They're trying to hold this progress. Look at Marv on the board. And you're absolutely right. Marv is in the backline. Disguised an assassin. And this time.
बंदा भाई बैठा ये बोट हाउस में। मारवाड़ी हक मत।
मारवाड़ी हकता नहीं है भाई। मारवाड़ी जॉड।
I mean, Optic is just pulling off.
मारवाड़ी ओपी।
Decisions and it's paying off.
भाई ऑप्टिक को जलेबी फाफड़ा की पार्टी में लेगी अगर ऑप्टिक जीत गई।
Look at Ye's willingness to just swing here. There's been a lack of.
अबे इंडिया के रिलेशन ऑप्टिक्स के साथ भी अच्छे थे ना, अब नहीं आए ग्लोबल वाले।
पता नहीं भाई।
मतलब इतने भी अच्छे नहीं थे लेकिन थे ठीक है।
Yes, gets the kill, gets traded, but then look at the
वीजा खत्म हो गया रहेगा।
It's actually been wonderful to
एसके रॉसी आना चाहिए था, ऑप्टिक वाले मारते थे पकड़ के। ये दिखता 4 सेकंड जैसे पकड़ो इसको।
More aggression. Well, look how early the information comes through, Lauren. The rotation's already happening.
And it's not just mindless, it's so well constructed, and we're going to see everything invested towards this. Crash is going to post it. It's FNS to find the front. That's Sadak now gone. Crashies going to be halted for now towards middle. They could really do some damage now, and they ain't getting it. Marv this time stands to fight, does get outdone. Good trades. There's FNS playing off of Sean, and he just gets aggressive again. What is this ball?
केजी का स्प्रे देखो।
I can't believe what we're watching.
देखा भाई, अरे कहाँ आसमान में कहाँ लेके जा रहा है?
भाई अब भी देख रहा है तू।
What the hell was that first half?
भाई जीता हुआ गेम हार गई वाला ऑप्टिक।
Abrasive halves I have ever seen. This game is playing out like we're in OT in map 5 already. This is something different.
Absolutely is. I already said earlier on the last time it was 3 rounds for Optic to pull away from their defense. And it's 7 this time around. The stronger side being Loud on the defense. We have to see where they come away from this.
Yeah, it's going to be 7-5 on the half desk. What do you make of the first half?
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. This is the grand final, guys. We kicked it off in style. And, Brent, we heard the cheers the crowd had for Ye, and he's showing
7-5 का swap हुआ है ना?
But a key difference, I think, between the way he's been playing last time and this time has been the amount of disrespect he's showing, honestly. Pushing into deep positions all the time, but it's clear counter-stratting, I think, from beginning to end by the entirety of Optic. They've come into this match.
मेरे को वैलो खेलने का मन हो रहा है अभी भाई।
Yeah, I want to show you how they're playing, right? They're fighting
भाई।
which they couldn't do against DRX because DRX are so passive on the default, and then they're pushing out the amount of kills they've got on the defense by pushing out because they're abusing the lopsided default. The way that Loud defaults, they have 4 players in one area, 1 on the
आयुष किधर है? आज बोला था वो आएगा।
kills appearing tiles, man. This is your killjoy pushing tiles, and it's booming Sadak's brain trying to deal with this.
It worked so well for them for so long, but those last few rounds, Loud rallied with some big plays from Sassy. And now as we look ahead towards the second half, we have to talk about how good Loud is on this side of the map. They've played it twice in this tournament. They've only ever lost 1 round. 95% defensive-sided win rate. And the man that is absurd on this half is Aspas. Every time he gets on that defense, he is so enabled, taking those fights to hold down main control and being excellent when Loud leads into those retakes that they're oh so good at.
Look at how
तो पता है ये पंजाब में केस हुआ। एक लड़की ने ना 50 लड़कियों के नहाते हुए वीडियो बना के वायरल कर दी। हाँ भाई, अपन लौंडे ऐसे नहीं करते यार। अरे भाई शी मारे नहीं रे वहाँ से। नहीं नहीं नहीं
क्या हर्ष?
ये गलत है, ये गलत है, ये गलत है। देख कुछ लोग पब्लिसिटी के लिए करते हैं, पर उनका कुछ ऐसा नीयत नहीं था भाई, समझ रहा है ना? हाँ। कुछ लोग को पब्लिसिटी के लिए करना पड़ता है भाई, अब पर उन लोगों का कुछ नहीं था भाई।
50 लड़के एक साथ कैसे आ रही थी भाई?
भाई गर्ल्स हॉस्टल है भाई, उनको थोड़ी नापने का स्केल से।
ठीक है भाई, ठीक है भाई। नहीं उनको स्केल नहीं, उनको सीधी चीज।
अपन अपने लौंडे में ऐसा नहीं होता यार।
तारीख, ये कोई लोग तारीख का पकड़ के बैठे। ये बैनर
तारीख बताओ ना, 17 तारीख है।
ठीक है भाई।
नहीं 18 है, सॉरी नहीं उधर 17 हो रहा होगा ना?
नहीं उधर 18 हो रहा है।
हाँ तो 18 तारीख है।
ये देखो भाई, ये टेडी वाला बंदा आ गया भाई।
कम 300 रुपए देगा, एक दे रहा है तो बोलो।
150। अभी ये वीसीटी वालों को कब भी बनाने पड़ते रहेंगे यार।
हाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करना पड़ता है।
लाउड इन साइलेंस। अच्छा वर्ड प्ले था यार।
चढ़ भाई, कृष्णा से लिखवा लेगा। अच्छे से बात
कृष्णा मिलेगा अभी लाउड के लिए डिस आ रहा है।
कृष्णा का गाना आने वाला है ना अक्टूबर में? अक्टूबर में चेनसॉ मैन आ रहा, अक्टूबर में अपना एडमिशन होगा, अक्टूबर में ही सब होगा।
एंड में तो केटी वालों के पेपर है, एडमिशन क्या?
अक्टूबर एंड में नहीं है रे, सितंबर में। सितंबर एंड में देख ले भाई यार,
मैं आनंद की बात कर आनंद ने बोला है और क्या ही बोलेगा
भाई मैं ठीक है भाई तुमको मेरे पे विश्वास नहीं है
मेरे को तेरे पे विश्वास है लेकिन मेरे को आनंद पे सबसे ज्यादा है
देख ले भाई
अक्टूबर एंड में तो इन लोग के रिजल्ट सब आने वाले हैं
हाँ तो आप पेपर तो अभी हो रहा है ना प्रो
भाई जो बंदा अभी भी पास नहीं कर पाया
शॉट बेस
तू थोड़ा प्लेबैक स्पीड पे जाके 2 कर और आ गया थोड़ी तू लेट देख रहा है क्या हक दिए नहीं आगे नहीं मतलब
Pancada, fair enough, but how did he get Sassy? I do not know. Less is on the case and Sadak's on the flank. They're not letting this one go without.
अरे लाउड ए अच्छा हाँ उसकी टीम वाला है वो
Less needs to be a little cautious there. Didn't want to get caught out now. The spike's not crossed. They still need to find a way to facilitate that.
ओ भाई मारवाड़ी को देख
मारवाड़ी का गेम है फिर से
मारवाड़ी हगा तो बहुत मारूंगा मारवाड़ी ए मार ले मारवाड़ी मारवाड़ी हक दिस
पागल दो को मारा ना बच गया ना
भाई मारवाड़ी ओपी भाई का लर्क कर रहा है लेकिन वो बंदा लर्क में मतलब पीछे कितना आ रहा है वो मैं नहीं खेलता भाई वोमेन नो आई डोंट स्मोक कॉजेस कैंसर्स
I don't know why are you still alive? Yeah, a bit. Is this just the state of things to come? Is what I'm looking at. If Marv keeps finding this space, he's got that really good read on the game. But again, you looked at the stats coming into this.
अबे सड़क लोग ने बात क्यों किया भाई?
This goes out of the ordinary. Let's look at the buy here.
सड़क अरे एमी वे?
For Aspas.
Hashtag सड़क.
Sassy, but that's it. So for Optic, they want to keep it clean. We do have a stack towards the B side. That's for Loud. 4 players present.
अभी किधर से ले रहा देखा?
Made on the other side until then. Sadak was a player on shore.
ले रहा और ना हाँ.
So already we're now looking at what else can they achieve here.
Well, no, actually that peak is almost a red herring. So you said the stack is here on B site. Now players conscious.
लाइनअप बना रहे थे कभी बैठे बैठे वीडियो देख रहा है YouTube पे सोवा लाइनअप और एसेंट
Happy to slow things down now.
ठीक है भाई सोवा लाइनअप
Deep this drone will get. It's all the way from Sub-Rosa, so I won't actually find anything through tree or.
सड़क आउट हो गया मैं देखा नहीं
सड़क गया रफ्तार आ गया था ना
got some space to work with.
अल्लाह से बनते काने क्या
भाई मैं डर गया मैं बोला क्या हो गया एक दूसरे की शक्ल की तरफ देख के बढ़ रहे सो और जेट
अच्छा लाउड को लगता है लेस साउंड आ रहा है बहुत लाउड हो गए वो लोग
लाउड की टीम में तू है लगता बहुत चिल्लाता
ठीक है भाई टारगेट पर्सनल नहीं
अबे तूने डाउनलोड किया तूने ग्रुप में ज्वाइन हुआ इंजीनियरिंग गाइडेंस
नहीं बे पागल है क्या इतना खाली टाइम है मेरे पास
अबे कॉलेज ने बनवाई है
अरे कॉलेज ने नहीं बनवाया है कोई और कॉलेज का है केसी कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग का है ओके आ कूद अरे भाई कूद के मारा उसने अच्छा नहीं उधर से मारा मैं बोला कूद के मारा ओफी इंस्पेक्टर उठाएगा रश के ले जाएगा 8 गोली है क्या ओके
Not going to lead into this just yet, so.
Just to cut in there though, but this next round is key.
Absolutely, this is the one that determines.
This is double digits, potentially 11, because we're going to break the purchase of Loud. We come into this actually with.
अगर ऑप्टिक के राउंड निकाल लेता है बासिफ तो ये मैप ऑप्टिक का.
This one could be almost map defining.
क्या बोलता? ये मैप ऑप्टिक का.
10 पे पहुंच गया तो फिर डबल डिजिट पे पहुंच गया तो फिर थोड़ा लाउड के लिए मुश्किल हो जाएगा. लाउड के लिए अभी भी मुश्किल है कमबैक वाले.
नहीं रे लाउड है सुनेंगे नहीं जैसे मारवाड़ी बहुत उछल रहा हो
मैं मारवाड़ी तो
mirrored to an extent, but a fight on the other side as well. Loud showing aggression on both sides of the map here.
Yeah, he becomes the power player here.
चाइनीज वाला फैंटम लगाया इसने
टिग्रिस
अरे तोड़ो इस टूट ही नहीं रहा इससे
Find an opening engagement. Can't lean back and
क्या है क्या चालू है
टिगड़ी भाई तूने वो गाना सुना है ट्रेन कैसे चलती है? नहीं
Loud to try and keep this as clean as possible. Yeah, he's just going through the motions, moving as much of this utility as possible. It's not causing a rotation.
नहीं ब्रेक नहीं लगाने का, ब्रेक नहीं लगाने का।
नहीं वो कोई ट्रेन के सामने कूदने की कोशिश कर रहा है ना। शीश वहाँ से सीख जेट कुछ।
ठीक है भाई टारगेट पर्सनल ठीक है भाई। सड़क को निकाल दिया
साइड घुसा क्या साइड घुसा आइए
स्पाइक किसके पास है?
स्पाइक प्लांट हो गया रे। क्या रीटेक कर पाते हैं? क्या लगता है वहाँ से?
कर लेंगे। नहीं कर पाएंगे।
मेरे को लग रहा है
कर सकते हैं अगर ओमन दिमाग में।
ओमन नहीं एक इंटेल तो मिला।
नहीं होगा।
देख ऐसा खेलते हैं वासिफ डुअल रीटेक।
कैसा खेलते भाई?
देख ऐसा क्या हो गया? नहीं जीत गए
कर दिया 0.74।
What a play from FNS. Eats the paranoia, slips inside the cloudburst. Nearly gets the better of Pancada as well. They made him sweat. 0.74. What is this from Ye?
रीटेक ये वुमेन का फ्लैश मस्त था भाई।
Again, it cost them 4 lives. And the repurchase looks a little rocky. Ye's got his blade storm already.
लगता कोई लड़की कैमरामैन है।
उधर का आईपीएल का कैमरा मेरे।
कैमरा वुमेन है।
भाई ये स्टिंगर देख ना प्रील्यूड टू केओस वाली कितनी गंदी दिखती है। ऑप्टिक वाले कहां पे पहुंच गए देख रहा है भाई दिख रहा है। अबे स्पाइक उधर है। अरे वाह ऑप्टिक नहीं लोडू लाउड। अच्छा ओके लाउड।
There's no way they put this is just to slow things down.
अटैक कर रहा है।
अटैक ऑप्टिक कर रहा है।
और
डिफेंस लाउड।
और स्पाइक लाउड के पास आ गए।
हां विक्टर दादा कम ऑन विक्टर दादा। अरे विक्टर दादा का गेम बच गया।
ऑप्टिक के पास क्या हो गया? सारी स्किन गायब हो गई देख रहे?
This whole time though, just been holding on. Oh, Les takes a tag. He's down to 13 HP now. Does he expect half this close?
Yeah, but look at Sarsi. Okay, takes down Crash. He's now game on. 30 seconds left. A little bit more.
अरे यार
What? Punishing Marved on the hop up. And now we're in a 2v2.
2v2 चल रहा है but
time in Optic side. But you know
अरे मेरा नेट
नहीं तेरा नहीं अकेले का नहीं है वो सबका हुआ। मेरा भी लैग हुआ पूरा लैग हुआ।
चूतिया AWS।
13 HP for Les as well.
देख अभी वापस से होएगा देख। अभी घूमने लगेगा।
FNS actually
टकरा गेम।
अरे यार
कौन जीता?
नहीं हो रहा है 2v1 है ऑप्टिक की और
does he wait? He waits so patiently. He finds one the second. He can't do it. It's Sarsi.
जल्दी के लाउड जीत गई।
नहीं सासी तुझे आईसी बुजी। रिफ्टी निकाले वे लोग।
अरे भाई क्या करने का दिमाग खराब हो गया यार। ऑप्टिक क्या फालतू हरकत है ये।
टीम रिफ्लेक्स की तरह खेल रही है भाई एकदम।
अभी लाउड अच्छा खेल रही है। अभी ऑप्टिक टीम रिफ्लेक्स की तरह खेल रही है।
लेफ्टी खेल रहा है बे लेस। कैसे खेलते बे लोग?
Sassy luckily closes out. It costs them so much though.
वो पेन पेंसिल लेके बैठा what the hell?
हाँ वो नोट कर रहा रहेगा घर पे क्या लेके आने का टर्की से।
टर्किश डिलाइट लेके जाओ अंकल।
Stingers on the other side though. Optic. Be a pace change here.
एक टर्किश वाइफ लेके जाओ। ये नहीं रशियन है।
Timing's actually really good for this hit to come on in. Yeah,
Nice
from
one.
Sarsi.
नहीं अबे नहीं गलत
Both sides
है।
of this hit from Optic. And yeah, less
अबे यार मैं गलत टीम को सपोर्ट कर बैठ रहा हूँ यार।
It's now down to Marved and FNS. Just the last one here. And it's dealt with comfortably enough. Loud, 3 standing.
मैंने गलती क्या लगता बोल के कि कमबैक मुश्किल है लाउड के लिए
मैं बोला ना
अभी टाइम आउट लेगा
crucial purchase again. But in Loud's favor this time around. A little bit of a buffer.
अगर ये राउंड निकाल लिया लाउड तो ये मैप लाउड का
Slightly with the blade storm.
ये मैप का है लाउड
लाउड का
Everything in the bank for Optic. And this is the round Loud can equalize.
There's a reason this veto looked good for Loud.
ओडिन कौन लिया
Reason coming through the upper
Sassy.
सोवा मैं सोवा मेंस और ओडिन नहीं ले हो ही नहीं सकता
This is one of the sides. Already
क्या
showing
सर्वर है भाई
this
AWS का
ability to bring this scoreline back to where it's at. Optic still trying things, still getting proactive. And speaking of that, 3 players out of A main, and the spike's coming this way.
They've got numbers advantage on this. If they push
चीटी बजा रहा है भाई कोई तो
Flash goes in, and Mob strategy gets away completely scot-free. And they've
बच
made
गया
on the other side of things.
the Aldron will reveal it, but already through market here.
As long as the spike doesn't get caught, this is a really good read, but Sassi gets away. Quick moves keeps him living, and Ye gonna try and close the gap though. Noticing potentially one towards Bowhouse, not 100% sure, but it's a player towards Close Cat to punish. And buying time, precious seconds is Sassi. Dealt with.
इगोर हो रहे हैं ना वे लोग
The site now looking more vulnerable. FNS gonna step forward, clearing the back of Bowhouse. No, but it's gonna be the trade for Marv. Now the spike on the side, but look at the reinforcements. They find
ट्रेड ले रहे हैं भाई लोग ट्रेड अच्छा ले रहे हैं
Marvin crashes left now. Still got the paranoia. Sadak actually gets found though. Marv's found the headshot.
It's a 2v2 now, and I'm looking towards where Crashes is off to. He's playing the smoke. He's holding the space. The temptation beckoning, and he's going to swing it. He's going to get one. And puts Marv in the 1v1. The Iceman himself. The Omen battle about to go down. Pancada on the other side. Still got a little bit of utility to play with on Pancada too.
So
How's he
much
go
time is
about
he
this?
क्या बैठे रहे
You're right, you can hear the clock starting to tick. Time is not on his side anymore. Marv shoulder peeks it. Bides his time a second. Dancing with danger. And he's just dipping back in. He's toying with him. He's
Get
pulling
it!
his food. Marv is doing so much in this. But does he have the time on it now, Pancada? No, he doesn't. Marv played it to the second. And played him like a fiddle.
Optic get to 10. They answer back now after Loud building in 3 rounds. You look at the knock-on effect though. Optic's purchase is going to struggle here.
मारवाड़ी ओफी बोलते हैं भाई कुछ
अबे इंडिया में होना चाहिए ना एक चैंपियंस तो
Both sides again. The
सस्ता भी पड़ेगा ये लोग को
see the awareness here. Crashes looking to be unorthodox. Get inside that.
क्या बोलता है वासिफ
Run the clock down as much as
इंडिया में थोड़ी डॉलर का वैल्यू इंडिया में डॉलर का वैल्यू महंगा है ना तो सस्ते में सब चीज सेटल हो जाएगा ना
for FNS now as well. You see there's a stinger, there's a spectre here.
मदद के लिए रहेंगे पर वो लोग के पास वो नहीं रहेगा
On the operator.
Oh, this is going to be such a fun battle. Aspas posted towards middle on this.
Similar scenes. Look how deep Rob.
Oh,
See it
the
early on.
timing.
Aspas swings it.
The intuition on the timing just steps out, finds Crashies midway up cap.
हॉट भाई
Lovely stuff. Now the pressure going to continue to mount though. Ye is just taking space.
Just barreling through.
He's straight up tree. What? He's
He could be on Sassy and Aspas.
Excuse me, how's he been allowed to do this? How has anyone let Ye off the leash? How have they let him get this far?
There's no rotation.
And no one's noted this yet. Pancada's still, you know, trying to do his work, just sat towards hell, and Ye's above him. This is not normal behavior at all. Ye has somehow just appeared behind him, and this is a devastating round to lose potentially.
तूने गेम देखा वो प्ले नहीं देखा यार वासिफ
Sadak falls away. Hunter's Fury, I think, just got invested. It did. Sarsi found Victor. FNS on the trade. Still posting it. Marved again. How much can one man do? Sarsi doing bailout work as well. And now Sarsi against FNS. And the time, a couple more precious seconds. But look at where FNS is going.
Sassy's got
All
the
the way
lead.
around. I don't know. I don't know about this one.
आई किधर है
Let's go Optic.
All the way around. And I thought Sarsi
ये
read that. I thought he was
मैं पीछे क्यों चल रहा हूँ इतना
चले बोला ना प्लेबैक स्पीड पे जा into 2 कर अपने आप जहाँ पे लाइव हो जाएगा ना
अच्छा हाँ वैसे भी होता है ना फॉक भाई मैं भूल ही गया
Another ridiculous Marv just going down swinging here. The only thing to
भाई कितना पीछे हूँ मैं
is Fury. They said Sassy so close to the mark.
पीछे ये तो एक काम कर मेरी
होगा
स्ट्रीम
होगा
देख
होगा होगा होगा होगा
Find their 11th. They
वो तो और पीछे है भाई
the second time out here for Loud. And look at the advantage now. Financially. And in terms of these ultimates coming back.
भाई अटक रहा है बे ड्रीम
स्ट्रीम गेम अटक रहा है
स्ट्रीम अटक रहा है
वही बोल रहा हूँ किसका
मेरा
लेट्स गो लाउड
ए वॉरजोन मोबाइल का ट्रेलर आ गया शी क्या मस्त बना है देख अच्छा दिख रहा है वासिफ
एक सेकंड ना सबर रख
आईफोन वगैरह में सरस चलेगा
कहाँ दिखा है
आईजीएन पे देखना
2 दिन पहले आया है
हाँ अच्छा है रे वासिफ फोन के लिए मतलब इन द सेंस तो पीछे से कंपेयर नहीं करेगा तो
गेम प्ले किधर आया है क्या मेरे को वो देखना
हाँ है ना मैप पे दिखा रहे हो लोग हाँ गेम प्ले है ठीक ठाक दिख रहे थे वासिफ इतना कुछ बेकार नहीं है
Semi-force here. I mean, 700 left in the bank for Aspas and Sadak. A Stinger and a Spectre, but a Bulldog for Sassy.
And my armor with it too. I mean, he's doing what he can, I guess. A relatively sizable investment. And look how deep they're already sitting in this. No commitment on that one, PA.
ओके हाँ ठीक है मैं PUBG को छोड़ के थोड़े दिन ही खेल लूँगा
and there's just no good options. There's no good outcome for him. The rotations are coming in. Pancada forced to the back of the site, and away we go. Yay, first man forward. The flash is good. Sarsi's still gonna find one, but
नाइस अटैक भाई क्या एंट्री की है लोग सरस
ये प्री रजिस्ट्रेशन का गिफ्ट क्या है भाई
स्टार्ट होगा प्री रजिस्ट्रेशन अच्छा मेरे को देखने दे मैं भी कर लूँ जरा और रेम्बो 6 एज का भी प्री रजिस्ट्रेशन स्टार्ट हो गया
Right at the choke point. Yeah, you're looking to get aggressive. Crassy's the one to find the wallbang. Optic on map point. And like I said, the finances haven't been comfortable either side. I think this
ठीक ठाक है रे वासिफ एक बार खेलने लायक तो है ये गेम
सारे मोबाइल गेम्स का तो सारे पीसी गेम्स का तो मोबाइल वर्जन बना रहे यार इन लोग
क्या करेंगे
और 3 साल के बाद वालों का भी दिख जाएगा देखो
लेकिन वो मजा नहीं आएगा रे वैलो का
तो जो वॉरजोन खेलता है ना भाई मैं वॉरजोन खेला हो रहा पीसी में मेरे को मालूम है नहीं फोन में मजा आने वाला
Guardian, some light shields here, not an awful lot for Loud to work with.
जो चीज माउस और कीबोर्ड के साथ है ना भाई वो चीज का मजा तू 4 उंगलियों में नहीं ले सकता
Optic, I feel like they're hitting their stride.
या ले सकता है लेकिन तेरे को पहले ही उसके साथ में शुरू करना पड़ेगा
समझ रहा हो 4 उंगली अरे रे
Again, these rounds are absolutely unfathomable. Marv tucked in the corner and Salak's
अरे
dead.
यार
What a bailout from Aspas. Seemingly fully blind, but didn't seem to make a blind bit of difference.
ये राउंड थ्रो किया ऑप्टिक बे
Beautifully coordinated piece as well. Makada going to line up the last two. Loud on 9 now. Again, the first time we've seen this, the flash over the top, the cloud burst in mid just to try and pressure Aspas. The Nano Swarm lineup coming through as well. He takes so much damage here, and he's suppressed, so we can't even dash out of Pizza. That's it, beautifully constructed. Just trying to catch him off guard.
I mean, between the two flashes, that was wildly impressive. The first flash to set them up, as you know,
अबे भालू हवा में क्यों
was the second, but just in between that split.
न्यूटन यहाँ तक नहीं पहुँचा है ना
Got two, so 12 to 9.
I mean, it's a credit to just have to say
न्यूटन का एप्पल गिरने से पहले इटली हवा में उड़ गया था
अरे क्यों यार निकाल सकते हैं यार तुम लोग ऑप्टिक मैंने तुम लोग का बाय नहीं है फिर भी यार ऐसा ना है करना ऑप्टिक
अबे बाय क्या नहीं है क्या बोल रहा है एक वैंडल लेके जा रहा है मारवाड़ी है
नींद आ रहा है यार शॉट बे आसपास आसपास
आसपास देखा भी नहीं मारने से पहले By the way 2v2 है अभी भी।
अबे लेकिन 2v2 कर दिया।
ये करके दिखाओ। सादत ये।
Just casual, real casual. The 180 just denies FNS. But once again, there is one man, and it is Hay. And a 1v2. They look destined for him sometimes. It looks like it's so simple for him.
30 seconds left.
Sadak, such a cerebral play. You got Pancada
Sadak.
playing safe as well.
Hashtag Sadak.
But that might be all he gets. He
Hashtag
doesn't even shot
Sadak.
it. Lovely from
Hashtag
Sadak.
Sadak.
Show me that blade storm again.
Dude हर जो blade storm क्या सरस था।
भाई वो blade storm भाई।
Cool, that's fine. I think there was a pixel, but I mean bloody no.
भाई। वो बंदे का reaction देख।
ये फट गई पूरी। ये भाई क्या हो गया?
I mean, if there's going to be a deterrent to not challenge Aspas on mid, it's kills like that that will do it.
आसपास ने जो मारा है भाई।
कितना नजदीक है बे लोग कंप्यूटर के।
हाँ ये लोग बहुत नजदीक
talked about the finances and this back and forth. Nobody.
इंडियन है ना ये? क्या नाम है इसका?
Solid foundation to string together rounds comfortably at least.
ऊंचा।
This is now right back in favor of Lau. It's 12-10.
चाची चूची के नाम पे।
Optic tapped out here.
अब इतना लाल क्यों? क्या ब्रह्मास्त्र दिखा रहे क्या 3D में?
हाँ रणवीर कपूर आएगा भी अग्निस्त्र।
अबे केजे सुमैया में बन गया ना स्पोर्ट्स वो स्टेडियम।
केजे सुमैया में ओपन एडमिशन है, फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व। जा रहा है क्या एडमिशन?
भाई उतना फीस नहीं है ना, उतना पैसा नहीं है भाई।
अबे लेकिन केजे सुमैया है डूड, प्लेसमेंट भी टॉप नॉच देगा।
पता है देगा टॉप नॉच, पर उतना फीस भाई बहुत ज्यादा है।
मैं मम्मी से बात कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरी फट रही है भाई, मेरे को नहीं लग रहा कि इधर भी एडमिशन मिलेगा।
I mean, Optic would have to do the unthinkable.
तो कुछ एंट्रेंस वगैरह देना पड़ता है?
नहीं, फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व, फीस भरो, क्लासेस शुरू होने वाली है। जाओ बैठ जाओ।
With a broken buy.
मैं देखता हूँ AWS सर्टिफिकेट कुछ काम करता है क्या?
उधर कोई वो काम नहीं करता, इकोनॉमिकल बैकवर्ड
नहीं ना?
कुछ नहीं, उधर पैसा से। नहीं मजा आई।
Straight up in towards middle, but it's all a fake. It's all a straight up fake. They deal in so quickly, and Aspas rattles off a shot. Crashy.
क्या करूँ? बात करूँ फिर पापा से। कितना फीस है केजे का?
3 लाख।
कितना?
3 लाख।
3 नहीं है रे, 3 तो NIMS का, केजे का कम है उससे।
केजे का कल ही तो खुला है एडमिशन, आनंद मेरे को भेज दिया।
भेज मेरे को। भेज मेरे को भेज जरा।
ऐसा कुछ ने लिख दिया, केजे विद्या विहार डायरेक्ट सेकेंड ईयर एडमिशन 3 लाख, फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व बेसिस है, डायरेक्ट जाकर फॉर्म भरो, फीस भर के क्लासेस शुरू। ब्रो तेरा 72 में हो जाएगा आराम से, और वहां जाकर यू कैन अप्लाई फॉर वेरियस स्कॉलरशिप।
भेज तो मेरे को सही जरा।
हाँ 1 मिनट ना, ये व्हाट्सएप मैसेज
वहाँ पर है क्या बोलते हैं ये कौन सा जो EBC? नहीं ना?
नहीं स्कॉलरशिप अप्लाई कर सकता है, लेकिन उसके लिए पढ़ना पड़ेगा ना।
पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा ही भाई, और कुछ कर थोड़ी नहीं।
पढ़ा हुआ चाहिए ना, 75% पे स्कॉलरशिप थोड़ी मिलती है।
Missing shields on the side of Marv. It's a broken purchase here in round 24.
Oh, we get an OT in map 1.
Give it to me.
Let's go. I don't need my
72 मतलब?
We're here for
मेरे को
अच्छा तेरा 72,000।
अरे नहीं
तो
आनंद को अच्छा लगा, मेरे को 72 है तो बोलता भाई तेरा 72 में हो जाएगा उधर।
Sussy this time. Warded away from the spam.
Actually concedes a little bit there. So the sheriff from Yay, yeah. So reading that perfectly as Optic actually drift back towards B main. Yay has to be the tip of the spear here. Actually, previously the Nano Swarm actually set up for that dash onto switch, but Yay's been getting pretty fruity with some of these dashes on
अबे लेकिन प्राइवेट में जाने का एक नुकसान क्या है मालूम है क्या?
So much info.
Hello.
That's everything. The entire plan now seen. Sussy.
हाँ बोल ना।
बस अगर KT लग गए ना तो भाई 3 लाख है ना, गाली बहुत पड़ेगी।
लेकिन KT नहीं देते ना, ऑटोनोमस है ना।
हम लोग असाइनमेंट लिखवा के हटा देते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी
हटा देते हैं,
गाली पड़ेगी। 3 लाख भरे हुए।
तो पापा से बात करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि मैं पता मैं क्यों पीछे हट रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे भाई को भी मेडिकल करने का है ना। फिर मेरा भी 3 लाख पापा भरेंगे, फिर पापा उसका भी भरेंगे, वो फिर बहुत। और सोर्स ऑफ इनकम एक ही जन है ना मेरे फैमिली में,
और मेडिकल के लिए टेक्निकली इंजीनियरिंग से ज्यादा लग जाता है।
वही दिक्कत है ना यार।
कर दिया इन लोग ने, कर दिए इन लोग ने काम
मैं
बारी।
दे दिया भाई, छूती है भाई लोग।
कर दिए काम बारी, कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
Loud, if you open up a door of opportunity for them on this map, it's almost your downfall from the very word go. Optic were held on 12 for such a long time.
सिंधी कॉलेज है ना किधर सुमैया?
क्या है?
सिंधी कॉलेज है ना, सिंधियों के लिए है ना, मतलब सिंधी माइनॉरिटी मुस्लिम है। इधर गुजराती दिखा रहा है डायरेक्ट सेकेंडर कट ऑफ में, गुजराती कोटा।
उसका जो वो है ना ट्रस्ट एंड ऑल, वो सब मुस्लिम का है। अंदर कोटा का सिस्टम पता नहीं है मेरे को।
गुजराती लिखा हुआ तभी पूछा।
लेकिन विद्या विहार किधर आता है यार? विद्या विहार के लोकेशन
विद्या विहार अलग है इधर, ये मेरे को इधर सुमैया इंजीनियरिंग, हाँ विद्या विहार के ये अपना इधर है शायद से, बोरीवली।
ए बोरीवली थोड़ी विद्या विहार आता है।
देख ना फिर गूगल पे डाल देना।
सेंट्रल लाइन आती है ना विद्या विहार को?
नहीं रे,
यस विद्याल विद्या विहार स्टेशन। सेंट्रल लाइन घाटकोपर के आगे आता है।
अरे से जाना है।
घाटकोपर
क्या करूँ, पूछू क्या पापा को?
बोल के देख, मैंने तो बोला मैं लूंगा। देख मेरा प्रॉब्लम, मेरा एक है, मैं जा लूंगा, वहाँ आनंद लेगा, ऐसा है।
मेरे को दिक्कत क्या लगा, मेरे भाई को भी पढ़ने का फिर।
एग्जैक्टली, और 3 लाख देना पड़ेगा एक सेम का। मेरे को भी
3 लाख देने में कुछ नहीं है रे, फिर ना बाद में ना बहुत अजीब भी लगता है कि यार कोई एक ही कर रहा है इतना, फैमिली में तुम बैठ के खा रहे हो।
नहीं मेरे को वो नहीं है, मेरे को ये है कि इतना डालने का है।
देख एक बात उनको ड्रॉप लगता है ना तो वो लोग को बैक नहीं देते वो लोग, मतलब वो ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेजेस का बोल रहा हूँ। हाँ अगर तू ले सकता है ना वासी, फिर अनंत के साथ ले ले। मैं ये बोलूंगा तेरे को कि तू पीछे मत हट, तेरे को ऊपर वाला कुछ दे, अनंत कुछ सोच के ही भेजा रहेगा। इतना मोटा है भैया, तू ना घुस जा।
अरे हाँ यार आई नो, मैं भी है ना देख रहा हूँ मोमेंट, क्योंकि अभी साबुत सिद्दीक में कैसा सीन है मालूम क्या? डायरेक्ट सेकंड ईयर एडमिशन में ना हिंदूस को एंट्री नहीं है। सुना?
चैट कर ले भाई।
ए लौड़े चुप रहे, तो बहुत उधर करियर डिस्कशन चालू है थोड़ा।
शांत बढ़िया तू।
किक काय के लिए किया उसको? ले ले बुला बुला।
मैंने नहीं किया।
हम किसी को तो बुली करते थे ना अपन।
अरे सुन तो,
हाँ बोल बोल।
सिद्दीक में डायरेक्ट सेकंड ईयर लेगा ना तो हिंदूस को एडमिशन नहीं है, ओनली मुस्लिम माइनॉरिटी। ऐसा है
तो फिर अनंत,
इसके लिए आनंद का मुंह थोड़ा छोटा हो गया है क्योंकि लाइक कि मेरे को नहीं मिलेगा तेरे साथ। वो मेरे को क्या बोला मालूम? मैं तेरे को गाड़ी का भाई, मैं पापा से बात करता हूँ, ड्राइवर अपने को रोज सुबह छोड़ेगा और घर लाके छोड़ देगा, लाइक अपने को लेगा और घर लाके छोड़ भी देगा घर से। अपन यूनिवर्सल कॉलेज जाते
भाई
बोलता तेरे को जो गाड़ी चाहिए वो गाड़ी बोल भाई, वो गाड़ी में आर्टिका पे अपन सुबह ड्राइवर लेगा अपने को।
मैं भी यही सोचा था सुबह, पता है क्या कि अगर किधर नहीं मिला ना हर्ष तो यूनिवर्सल ले लेना यार, चलेगा भले इधर को दूर जाना पड़ेगा। थोड़ी हिम्मत दिखा दे यार, ज्यादा वजन कम हो जाएगा।
हाईवे तक आ जाना, मैं पिकअप कर लूंगा अगर हम लोग 2 रहे तो।
चलेगा मेरे को भी भाई।
पहले तो मेरे को बोलते हैं कि भाई फ्लैट का इंतजाम करूंगा तेरे लिए, तू फ्लैट, अपन फ्लैट में रहेंगे, सैटरडे को घर जाएंगे। मैं बोला फ्लैट नहीं भाई
बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगा क्या, कुछ पुणे एक बार बोलता फ्लैट वगैरह तो समझता था। अबे नहीं तो डीवाई पाटिल का भी अच्छा है फिर उधर। अबे जब उसके पापा का इतना पैसा तो साबुत सिद्दीक में क्यों? ओ
That's how we do it, buddy.
अपना टॉपिक क्या चेंज हुआ है भाई?
अच्छा अपन YouTube पे लाइव करियर डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, पता है तेरे को?
मीन मैं सदीन महेश्वरी में क्या करूँ फिर, जॉब छोड़ दूँ?
वेनम के चैट आ गए क्या?
मैं आज पापा से बात करता हूँ भाई।
नहीं गुजराती मुस्लिम मेरे घर के पास है, थोड़ा दूरी है, काफी क्लोज। ये विजिट है वेनम के घर के पास है।
हाँ तो क्या पता। अबे विजिटिया का भाई वासिफ, रिजल्ट आने के बाद विजिटिया पेपर देने के बाद मैं विजिटिया लिस्ट से निकाल दिया था।
भाई
उतना VGTI लेते कितने 4 लोग लेते अगर वो भी ड्रॉप लगा रहा किसी को तो VGTI में डायरेक्ट सेकेंडर इतना मुश्किल ना भाई
गवर्नमेंट से तो मुश्किल है अपने को तो
बहुत भाई
स्टेशन पे ही खड़ा नहीं करेगा उसका वॉचमैन स्टेशन से ही हकाल देगा जो अगर VGTI पे लगना है तो अगर और VGTI चाहिए देख प्लेसमेंट तो VGTI में टॉप नॉच आती है
प्लेसमेंट गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज है ना भाई
अरे नहीं प्राइवेट वाले में भी आती है
वो पैसा देते ना वो मास रिक्रूटर आते हैं
तेरे को देख मेरे को एक कंपनी पता है जो आती जाती है उधर ओरेकल से आता है
ओरेकल जॉब है भाई मैं पापा से बात करता हूँ भाई बोलता हूँ वही यार भाई यूनिवर्सल जिंदाबाद
दिल नहीं मानता है देख ट्राई
मेरे को भी यही यार क्योंकि भाई पापा का देखो पता है मेडिसिन भी चालू है
सॉरी VGTI नहीं केजे सुमैया
हाँ केजे सुमैया
सॉरी ये चैट में लिख रहा है
केजे सुमैया सॉरी मैंने तेरे को भी पेपर 12th एडमिशन लेना चाहिए था अगर होता है तो 11th 12th भी तेरे को बुली करते थे हम लोग
बुली क्या करता था भाई वेनम एक बेंच पे बैठता था बेंच ही खत्म हो जाती
थी वेनम देख बॉडी शेम कर रहा है वेनम The fuck सॉसी भाई
I mean, Ye couldn't dash out. He got suppressed there. Tried to get ahead of the knife. I feel like this has been one of the cleanest first bloods we've actually seen. No regress on the back of it. Marved and crashes now.
देख घर पे बात करके बोला अगर वहां से घर वाले बोल रहे हैं ना लेना तुझे ले ले तो ले ले भाई फिर मत ना रुक मत
क्योंकि उनकी क्लासेस शुरू हो चुकी है लाइक हो जाएगी अभी नेक्स्ट वीक टू नेक्स्ट वीक
हाँ तो फिर ले लेना अरे क्या यार क्या एकदम हर्ष की तरह खेल रहे हो यार
अब उससे फ्लैश इतना लेट पॉप किया
हाँ खाना हाँ दे दे हम खा ले मैं आया वासिफ खाना ले गया
But he needs big kills here. He's got one. He can't get the second. And now a 1v2 for Has the shock dart invested?
हो गया career discussion आ
Drone
सकता है
goes up, gonna spot the player on the side. That's no problem. But it's a one towards Boathouse, and with 20 seconds, they don't have the plant down just yet. Can he keep his composure? Can Crashies calm on their nerves? Tries to a little semblance of silence. Hold on for a second. And now he starts to build.
हाँ ले ले कैफे का arrangement मैं करूँगा आओ इधर बस अबे नहीं भाई
Blood time with 7 HP. He's charging down on the side.
अरे
Sassy, what is Dusty made of? 3 HP, still standing, still breathing. It gets them to 14.
That is an absolutely heartbreaking round loss. You got to feel like Crashies has him dead to rights.
He did. Was it 4 HP?
What the hell was that? I can't believe he's just won that.
And you know it, that second between the right click and then the shot coming back in felt like an eternity for Crashies. 3 HP. 3 HP. We go again. No rest for the wicked in the underhand flash. Marved. Turned it well enough that he would have at least gotten the shot back into this, but already looking towards that A side. Rotations are on the way.
Looking invested. It's a big pace change here. Sadak gets ahead of it, does get revealed by the knife though. And that's it, tag on Pancada. He's gonna be feeling so much pressure, but he found a kill. Victor's down.
Pancada's just standing in the open, taking the fight! And Loud take the round, 15 to 13. Crushing Optic in the end in OT. You gotta feel the round prior, set that into motion. That 1v1, that's heartbreaking. But this map for Loud, let's talk about this for a second here, because it did look like Optic had all the answers. They came in prepped, they came in looking good. They were running everything, went good half scoreline as well.
I'd be happy to really switch things up here. Again, almost catching Loud off guard, I would say. Coming out with that first half performance, you gotta feel Loud were feeling the heat. And this is absolute comfort zone. This is the stronghold for Loud.
And you started
Hello.
that longevity.
आवाज आ रहा है? Hello.
It kicked into effect. And they held on to this game. And again, I tell you, we go back through the motions. You kind of roll your mind back a bit here. But I've got to say, for me, Sasi from the very start.
ये कौन जीता?
On an absolute mad one. He was the
कौन जीता?
Loud जीती पहला
मगा पाउड
जिम से वॉक करे घर पे जा रहा हूँ जब
क्या बोलने का यार।
Absolutely ridiculous. Ends up on 32 kills. Aspa as well, just to note it as well, not necessarily reflecting.
चलो मैं कुछ और देखता हूँ तब तक यार। यार VGTM में एडमिशन करा दो ना वेनम भाई, तुम्हारा तो पहचान होगा ना।
सुनना ये मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड कैम देख।
मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड कैम यार, तो डिस्कॉर्ड खुलवा रहा है अभी भाई, खाने बैठा हूँ तो मैं।
ये देख
ये यहाँ फ्लेक्स कर रहा साढ़े जिम में।
हाँ जिम से बस
जिम करना लौड़े,
जिम से निकल गया बस।
ये मोटू गोलू मोलू
साले मोटू गोलू ये जिम से कुछ याद आया इसका जिम में हम फ्लेक्स तो जगह
भाई हमको पॉडकास्ट देखो कोई अच्छा वाला, इसका पॉडकास्ट आएगा। लाउड जीत गया भाई,
इतना तक मोटिवेशन। ओह माय गॉड
पहला मैप
हम वहां से स्ट्रीम पे क्या बकबक कर रहे थे भाई। हाँ देख रहा था।
VGTM में एडमिशन दिला दो ना वेनम भाई, तुम्हारा तो पहचान होगा।
दिला दो ना मेरी जान,
दिला दो फिर।
1 लाख से वो तो करवा देना, टेंशन भी लेता है। देख अब मेरा भाई के ना अभी ये हुआ है एडवांस, तो उसने IIT में एडमिशन लिया है।
कौन सा?
मुंबई इधर वाला है।
कितना
मतलब ट्राई कर रहे हैं, उसका 8100
उतने में मिल गया मुंबई।
कॉन्टैक्ट
कौन सा ब्रांच?
अरे इधर मेरे घर के पास वाला भी।
अरे ब्रांच भूसड़ी के, कंप्यूटर मैकेनिकल सिविल
कंप्यूटर।
8000 में कंप्यूटर कैसे मिल गया मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी?
ट्राई कर रहा है और मिल भी जाएगा। क्यों कि कॉन्टैक्ट है ना इसलिए शायद, नॉट श्योर। 8100।
मैं खाना खाता हूँ भाई।
खाना सबसे
यूनिवर्सल क्या
for the win।
देख पहले बोलता हूँ ना, 3 अपन सब लोग है ना पहले इसमें ट्राई करते हैं ठाकुर में। हाँ जिसको तो चाहिए ठाकुर में। फर्स्ट कैप राउंड, सेकंड कैप राउंड में सब लोग यूनिवर्सल डाल दो। बात ही खत्म भाई
प्रॉब्लम हो गया, ईयरफोन की डब्बी जिम में भूल गया।
अरे यार तुम्हारा जिम चोर थोड़ी रहेगा भाई, हमारे में छाता गायब हो जाता है, चप्पल गायब हो जाता है
भाई। वो चढ़ना फोन किसी भी कर देता, ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या हो गया, OnePlus का फोन उठा लेगा और क्या।
ये दिख रहा है OnePlus का
4.5 पुराना है क्या OnePlus का। इसकी मार्केट में 2000 रुपए भी नहीं होंगे, इतना गिरा पड़ा हुआ है। तो चलो ये बेच स्किन ले लो। किधर मर गए?
What a start to kick off the grand finals here at Valorant Champions. Loud, They take map 1 in overtime, and look at this. The city is lighting up for them. They've already taken map 1, guys. They've done more here already, Mimi, than the last time they were in a grand final.
I mean, what an impressive way to start out this series for Loud. It looked like that for Optic, they were going to finally be able to best this team on Ascent, but when we got into that second half, Loud again proved their dominance on that defensive side.
I mean, the defensive side, though, was cracked open in multiple different ways. The amount of times that Optic managed to find somebody behind enemy lines, getting marved and Yay into deep lurks, but when they got for the site execs, Loud were just able to hold it off completely. And you've seen here that there is a big difference in terms of one defensive round lost prior coming into this map, and then multiple lost this time. So Optic definitely punching harder than we expected.
No, it was a great matchup in terms of just the absolute adaptations on the fly, honestly, because you could tell from the get-go that Optic had changed up their game plan. Every single player is playing way more aggressively, trying to find those holes that you were talking about in the defensive protocols a lot of the time. And it looked like Optic were going to take it, but it is Loud once more, battling back, showcasing some of that experience they've got, and making it one of the most ridiculous maps that I've actually ever watched. I mean, I could absolutely empathize with Mike, who was on the cast, saying, what the bloody hell did we just watch after the first half? Because it felt like every round ended in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was absurd. And I think for Loud, it's kind of re-hitting a story that has been with them for this entire tournament, in that they are one of the best teams when the going gets tough, when games get close. They're fantastic at making those adaptations in the late round. And I was especially impressed with the guy you're watching in this clutch. Saucy, he stepped up in such a big way towards the tail end of this game to keep Loud in it.
The stats say there was only one clutch in this game. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The amount of moments that Sassy was able to win, including this one,
absurd.
It's just madness. And there were so many moments where it could have gone in either direction. Really, this was so winnable by either team.
Thank God is Brazilian. After that. I mean, that was just an absolutely outrageous thing that I witnessed there. I couldn't believe it, but I mean, justice, honestly, as well, for trying to use the jump and right click on a classic. So
I think he might be Brazilian and bold at this point. But you guys are winners too, fantastic Jet players on the server. Why not throw you another one? It's the Korean Jet standing by with Achilles.
Thank you very much, Jinsu. That's right, I am standing by with none other than Buzz, one of my favorite players. And Buzz, off the rip, let's just go ahead and show it. You're going to be doing this interview in English. It's the first ever interview that he's doing in English. But right off the top, what do you think about the first map? Already crazy. We got overtime to start. What did you think?
I thought Radu gonna win this first map really easily, but Optic was they prepared really well. So but they're winning in the first half. But last time they Radu pull it back and goes to overtime, and they're winning. And it's crazy match. I see.
Oh, hopefully it keeps being that crazy. But it's been a pretty crazy time. We've been here for a very long time. What has been your favorite part about being here in Istanbul?
There's a lot of moments I wanted to say. The match we played, there was crazy moments, you know? Against Furia, Fnatic, FPX. We go to overtime a lot. And there was a crazy match, and there's a lot of unforgettable memories, I think.
All right, so the matches, I mean, I can't blame you because they were absolutely incredible. Some great series throughout there, and the fact that you guys were able to make it as far as you did is just utterly incredible. I mean, moving on, who do you think is going to be able to take this? Loud have the first map. Optics, though, still looking really, really good on Loud's map pick. Who do you think is going to be able to win the series?
I think the Loud is going to win this series because the last time Loud beat Optic, and the map both for the route is so good. So I think Loud is going to win like a 3-0 or 3-1. Yeah, I think Loud is going to win this series.
Okay, there you go. Korean Jet is saying Loud is going to do it. We're not going to have the two-time. We are going to have the first Brazilian champions. We'll have to just wait and see. But last question for you here, Buzz. Do you have anything that you want to say to the English fans? Because obviously you've been having incredible international performances this whole year round. You've gotten so many people's attention on the English side. I want to give you the opportunity to say something to them in English.
I just want to say everyone to thank you who support us and watching us. That's after I lost, I want to say everyone that they give us the kind words. So that gives me energy, and that was so good. Thank you to everyone. I hope you guys enjoy this tournament. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Buzz. Congratulations on doing your first English interview without a translator on standby. Dave, maybe he's going to be out of a job. I don't know. But guys, we'll turn it back over to Yinsu and the rest of the crew.
I'm just sad again. It could have been DRX, but it doesn't matter. We still have two amazing teams here. He thinks Loud is going to take it or 3-0, 3-1. Do you guys feel that way after what you witnessed on map 1?
Honestly, I think it's so up in the air still. Yeah. And already you're seeing the prep have an impact here. You've got the IGLs and the coaches already dictating the game in a different direction.
Yeah, and one guy who's been leading the team over at Loud is Sadak. He is in the AIM Lab shoot-around as he's prepping for map 2. And Bren, you were complimenting Loud on the way that they prepared and the calling as well. How much does he need to step up, do you feel like, as the series gets longer?
I think Sadak is one of the best IGLs in the world, and also just in terms of the impact that he has as a player alongside that. It's hard to make the kind of calls and adaptations while also still putting up numbers, but he is going to play such a huge and pivotal role for Loud the deeper this series goes. Because like I said prior, as we were heading into the map select, preparation goes out the window to a degree. And it comes down to, you know, the resilience, the mental game, and being able to essentially adapt to what your opponents are throwing at you on the fly. In fact, we already saw that on Ascent, I think. Yeah, the further Ascent went, the more the kind of the preconceived notions that both teams had coming into that map just went out the window. And they were adapting to the way that each team was playing over and over again. And so Sadak versus FNS in this IGL battle is going to be one of the most important elements of this entire series now to decide who takes the whole thing.
Yeah, I think the battle of the minds is everything for these guys, especially as the series progresses, because we head into Bind now, and this is one of those maps that has generally been a strong favorite of Optics, but the last time these two teams played, Loud actually came out on top, and I think it also did kind of come down to the late-stage adaptation that Loud was able to provide.
Yeah, it does bear mentioning that Optic are incredible at Bind. They are 10-1 globally with the composition that they run, and that one loss is to Loud. And it happened in the upper finals, and the way in which it happened is that Loud were running these sand crunches repeatedly. They were getting control of short, they were holding it with the Viper one way, and they were crunching sand, trying to punish Marv, to get retakes through hookah. So there's a clear game plan there, but it also offers an opportunity for Optic to respond and come up with a counter of their own now.
Yeah, and we already saw that on Ascent, where they did come out, they saw that 4-1 slower style on the attack that Loud like to play. They got aggressive on the defense, even if there wasn't a lot of time to prep. We're already seeing some of those ideas out of Optic. The question is, what is that idea here on Bind?
We're heading to the Prime Gaming Agent select here. Optic, they're trailing by one map, but this is where we expect them to recover, given that Pearl and Fracture out of the question.
Yeah, I would say so. I think this is their map pick to win now as we head into Bind. It's typically been a comfort, despite the fact that they did lose to Loud last time in that matchup where they were playing against each other. But Optic have really impressed me, I think, with the kind of adapting, I think the evolution of this team as well, because it hasn't really necessarily come down to the compositions that they've changed up. It's come down to those little things, the way that they change their defensive setups, the way that when they have a Viper's pit online, Victor will hold in a much more unorthodox angle, for example, to try and play off of that. Those are the little things that Optic are doing that makes them one of the best teams in the world at Bind.
Like I said, Loud love to run these, or have recently, since they've been playing this comp against Optic, love to run these teleporter plays into B and crunching that area, pushing through with short control. For Optic, I think they need to adjust their game plan on the attack side. That's where they're going to be starting with this comp. And normally they run heavy presence down short with a late backstab in showers, and I think that got read pretty heavily. And they run heavy B long with a late backstab through hookah, and Marv was getting caught in those positions too. So there are clear strategic things that they need to shift, and they will know that they need to shift heading into Bind.
And I think the two players that does put the pressure on is Marv and Ye. They were two of the top performers in map number 1. But these are the guys that on that attacking side tend to play a little bit slower, are the ones playing back, holding for those flanks, and shutting down those retakes that Loud loves to throw.
Yeah, and this is where Optic, they have to come back. If you look at the maps of the rest of the pool, definitely. How concerned are you guys if they're not able to?
If Loud win here, I'm with Buzz. It's probably a 3-0 or a 3-1.
It feels that way, right? It really does, I think. Both of these teams are just, despite the fact that the first map was so close.
Yeah, it's going to be an important one indeed. We already had an overtime. Pansy and Hypog, we in for another one?
I absolutely bloody well hope so, if it keeps up to what map 1 is looking like. But Mike, this is one of those gateway maps, I feel, in potentially unlocking the best of 5 here. If it does go the way of, let's say, Loud, you do feel as though it starts looking like that 3-0 does become highly likely, maybe a 3-1.
I believe so, yeah. I'm absolutely with the desk down with Buzz as well, that ultimately this one is really the flip factor of this veto. And when I said previously the veto's front-loaded for Ascent, that was the one that should have been comfortable. So in terms of expectations, we're already kind of off kilter here. So it's going to be interesting, again, starting on the attacking side. I mean, last time Victor didn't necessarily struggle to really find value, but the number of times that Loud were actually effectively able to deal with him, some of the best highlights were actually some of these setups where Loud had the perfect reads, and they knew at what time of the round that was going to happen. They absolutely bossed the middle round.
This is where we find out, was it a bad performance from Optic, an off day before, and you find the validity in the answer of, was this now Loud fully answering them, fully understanding what makes Optic great on this map, or can Loud do that again? Has been evolution? So many more questions coming into this. We look towards the attacking side here, and it's Optic starting out, but can't help but glance towards the defending side of Loud, already exploring a little towards short, pop flash, popping a flash in towards showers, noting nothing so far.
Marv actually positioned outside, and on the back of that sound cue, both him and FNS will peel away from this. An early progress for Ye and Crashies here. There's only one member. Les has been left to try and anchor on B site here, and haven't really progressed anywhere else on the map. No real confirmed information elsewhere.
And the first contact made, noting Ye. And the follow-up. So you're now going to know at least 2 players towards long, so he's got to try and play his life. Already Ye's going to backfill that space, though, take all that elbow control away, force him towards CT. This is a full-on retake, 5v5.
Spike planted.
Now actually, look, Optic look to push even further through. Crashies will find less, and that's an early kill to concede in this retake. Nobody else even really set up close enough to capitalize on that contact.
Now I'm looking towards maybe the pressure that's going to come in from Hookah. Victor does need to readjust towards Tube, down to 73 HP, but there's been time now, and Sassy just finds Victor. Ye overextend towards CT, and the punish on the timing here. They've actually carved space for themselves. And timing, they've still going to get a little bit of a wiggle on here, but the fight towards CT is found, and now Marv. Oh, what? Marv gets 3 from elbow. The rest of his team crumbled around him, and Marv still delivers.
What an insane turnaround on that for the Red Bull clutch. Just when it all looked going so well for Loud. Even find this first one. Beautifully done. Surgical precision from Marv. You can see, yeah.
Because the retake until that point looked unbelievably
I mean, Optic were crumbling ahead of that.
The burst.
Hang on, though. Loud have actually forced back into this.
Get out of here. Well, we've got Stingers coming out. We've got no armor behind it, though. So it's purely Stingers with a little bit of utility. That's about it. This
could dampen the next purchase, so what can they achieve off this?
Let's see. And first contact found in the success. Sassy's already got it. Ye's dead. And now if you're Optic, you're not expecting this. And there's more damage. Loud and making it count. Flipping the script here in round 2.
Marv left to pick up the pieces here on short. The flash actually should just catch him, so noting presence there. Crashes on the other side, nothing to act upon.
Launching smoke.
Oh, that's it. Still got 2 towards long here. I mean, Sassy's got the upgrade. Already this rotation coming through from Les, but he's only got a frenzy in hand. Sadak wisely respecting this.
Thought he was going to sit a little bit deeper towards CT, but actually Marv wants to provide almost more. Maybe dig him out of this hole they're sitting in towards, getting up close and personal to the Stingers. The man's absolutely tearing into them, and he has at least given them a 1v2, right? Like he's done the best he could potentially.
This flash could be crucial.
Okay, confirms his attendance, spots one towards Heaven. He now knows both the players. He wants the fight towards Heaven, and he gets it. And now looks towards the follow-up. Pancada creeping closer, and the pop flash has to be good. He's called him. A little bit of a turn, though. Pancada's got the gun back out. He's ready to fight on this. A tap on the spike, and the push! He sprays it wildly, and Crashies could not care. Damage achieved, though, Mike.
4 will fall for Optic with his back-to-back Red Bull clutches. Crashes and Marv. Getting Optic on the board here to start bind. Again, with that Stinger purchase coming through, we'll see what the gaps now within this purchase. Fantastic opener, actually. Even to flip this back, full 2v4, actually. And that's with Marv getting hyper-aggressive with that smoke. Live from the Hex quarters. The watch party all lined up. Seeing it, that yeah, there are gaps here. Some utility missing. Sassy actually going to offset this now with the ultimate being available. Crashes on the other side will grab the orb in showers. Marv actually has the orbital strike online very early on here for round 3. Could be key in a post-plant scenario here as well. They can get themselves there. Actually, FNS gets ahead of it.
Look how far he'd progressed. That, to me, was such a surprising factor that no one had noticed it until now. Same to be said for Aspas. No one towards it, but the trade comes in. So position now removed, a bit of a one and done. Now what remains is, well, less. Still connecting, but the trade's still coming. They're really fighting for the site. Now, plant comes in, Optic should be able to get in towards a decent post-plant. Seeing how far those Seekers go, they know they've got a little bit of time to work on this now.
Rifle isn't posted, but shouldn't actually catch anybody here, so...
Somewhat telling in itself, but I'm going to give away the full picture. Yay posted on the angle. Ooh, and the timing! He gets to look back, but Pancada picked up his teammate, and now the 1v2. Trying to slip the net here, fall away towards the site and play the timing, but already on the site is Sasi. Sitting pretty, Pancada's on 5. This is the kill, he turns!
Oh my god!
Back in time! Dips around, the movement's gorgeous, and Pancada is just hemorrhaging blood. He's got to get out of there. That's more than enough done for Yay. Big round for Optic.
Just when you think Sassy's going to catch the god timing and find that kill, Yay flicks back onto him. Another Red Bull clutch.
How many we had so far?
There's been 3 rounds.
Right.
There's been 3 clutches.
Sounds good to me.
Coming right down to the wire here.
Remaining.
I like that Pancada even survives this here.
Right,
what a readjustment. I mean, you just never have an advantageous engagement with Yay.
Apparently
like,
not.
if he's got a gun in his hand.
Yeah. I don't know, I wouldn't put a knife past him at this point. Anything else, it's just, it seems like he's far too good at this game with everything. And now we're going to see the knock-on effect of the money being shredded. It's been left intact.
What?
Sorry. Why is their Stinger so much better than mine?
And we talked about this last time. That's Victor, though. They've isolated him so early on. The flash didn't even catch.
Yeah.
He smells something.
There's something wrong in the showers, man. It ain't looking right.
I think he was actually spamming onto the core of the wall. Actually, look at this, though. Optic re-aggressing back onto Hookah.
They've doubled back into this with a little bit of presence shown and a beautiful shot towards CT. Ye's patience pays. Aspas goes. And this buy that wasn't meant to be much, to be fair for Loud, did do a little bit of that initial damage on Victor, but it does seem as though, again, we're seeing that composure from Optic. This is what you want to be seeing, though. Keep control of these early moments, these early rounds, because you know that Loud have that capability to go late game, and the flash.
The flash caught Sadak. And the spike's going to immediately make his way towards B. I mean, FNS already got tons of space to work with. Marv gets even deeper. But Sadak, he's reading it. He knows Yay is somewhere.
Spike planted.
Lurking back over towards A site. And Ye's got the info now.
You just don't love the idea that this man is anywhere near you, just lingering around. The killer in the shower. And Optic makes it 4. I've got to say, so far, so good, but I still feel like we haven't seen Loud on that full comfortable purchase yet. We're still waiting for all the other, I guess, essentials to fall into place.
Let's actually look at that statistic as well, talking about it being a strong map for Optic. Loud, undefeated on Bind across Stage 2 and Champions, 5-0. Obviously noting that previous matchup as well. They have to answer back here. You've seen glimmers of getting a little proactive. See with the previous catching Victor off. Well, not now, actually Optic going to adjust away from that. Bit of info early on here from Sadak. We'll note long presence towards Fountain. Slight adjustment here to be less. Looking to just anchor from that hookah position.
What a different tempo already.
Now with the scoreline benefit, Optic can slip back into that more methodical approach. Late probe sent out here towards showers. And expect either Yay or Marv to be tucked up there time and time again. But no confirmed information on the setup just yet.
No. Victor once again left to his own devices. The flash will actually not find him. Did not give away that he was here, so might be able to find some value from this lurk eventually, but no, real deep
Kind of
steps
just
towards the site yet.
Posturing on short here and
Doubling
looking
down.
to get back behind that denial of information from Victor. Leave FNS in a position here, but it's only 25 seconds. They actually resort back towards A site.
Do they clear him in time? Do they even use close utility on this? Aspas is ahead of it, and he pulls the trigger on the first. Takes out Crashy's Pancada by his side. Is doing so much damage. 10 seconds now. Yeah, he's out though. Unleashed. And now with 10 seconds, they got to get the plant. Can anything deny it? The ult gets popped, and they need to get the site under control. Damage achieved, 4 seconds. Yay! Gonna just try and get that plant down. The spray goes a little wide, but that one connects. And now just the one man, and it's Sadak this time. Finds Jay and finds the round.
They get themselves on the board. Just when the Viper's bit comes out there, you think Optic are going to be able to set up a stranglehold behind that plant. FNS looking to slip out, just take advantage of that timing. Catch a kill with seemingly Sadak solo here. Beautiful pinch, and Ye actually noted very early on as well. There's just too much happening elsewhere. Optic can't recover, can't act upon that information. But that's just the first. Ultimate's coming online now for Loud. Seekers, Orbital Strike, Viper's Pit of their own. Actually potential here for Les to throw that down in Hookah again, but Optic switching things up a little bit.
You want to play?
Their early round
Let's
positioning.
play.
No default spread. It's 3 towards Showers now.
Much different. Now Ye's on the tour de force. But this close play now for a second time, but Pancada's the one to succeed towards Showers. And that's a perfect follow-up. Aspas is a real nuisance at the moment. I love this close hold, and it's going to force Optic to be absolutely on their toes at all times. Pop flash through from Showers, finds nothing. Crashy's just trying to forge any sort of steps ahead. Does cash towards CT, but he's so surrounded here, slowly being closed in on by Les. Follow-up position seen, and there it is, closed down, but Loud becoming really well equipped with dealing with this hit from Optic.
Yeah, and that's actually Optic completely switching up the pace as well. Said, huge kill from Pancada, and to slip away and confirm that information behind that first blood. Allowed Optic to set up, and Ye actually looking to just get that backstab on Pancada. But credit to Aspas there. The contingency in place for that A-site hold. What can Loud do with this now? 2 strung together. Slight investment here from Optic. Guardian. Oh, there's a rifle, a judge for Victor. Well, he's going to look to double satchel in here, try and find a kill. Unless, got to be careful, I was going to say, with that Viper Spit being thrown down.
Straight in.
Victor gets ahead of it.
Yeah, Victor's
This is huge.
Closed through. Kind of the spray behind, trying to sell a tail, but it looks like Les is considering. I wonder if he's seen this.
He didn't get noted with the Trailblazer.
He actually did not. Still getting away with it. I feel like they're so aware of the possibility. Now 100% sure.
nade's perfect.
Les is in so much danger. 6 HP, he can't get away. Yeah, he spams the one to silence him. Now Pancada, Sadak, and Aspas in danger, and they try and re-explore their options, and Optic having none of it. Just Aspas now, and for him, sadly, wrong site. Couldn't have left anytime sooner. Had to stick around just in case, but as it stands, Plant gonna come in, and Optic 5 strong.
And credit to just the IGL here from FNS, reading that Viper's Pit is up. Victor immediately gets behind it. They can create so much pressure. I mean, Les is faced there with either letting it completely expire or challenging. Victor's done so well to remove that control early on. Aspas just now left to hold on to the Phantom. Like I said, this was a slight investment, but it's going to be a big boom to the economy. You look at what's carried out of this round now, and they've had the upgrades. Still have the Showstopper, which on a lesser purchase, again, you can almost throw in here, but key to bring back. And it's only 2 for Loud. Optic,
yeah.
I think an opportunity to potentially apply a bit of pressure to the finances here as well. Yeah, slight force up.
Away with down.
One enemy remaining.
Let's see what they go for. As it stands, is it that similar approach? Are they curious to see what the purchase is? Because again, you may not be certain to exactly what extent Loud are buying into this round with.
I mean, since they pulled Victor away from Hookah, they're applying a bit of pressure towards A site. Loud will have 3 here once again. See at least here, much earlier on. Information probes being sent out, the boom bot, the flash as well. Even just plant the seeds and potentially keep those 3 Loud members locked onto A site. A much quicker peel away from this setup out showers this time around. But Sassy with great reactive utility here. Nothing noted on short.
No, nothing noted on either side of the map. They sent out the Prowler and the Flash and got nothing on either side. So somebody's going to be kept guessing, noting that Optic will be playing with that, slightly more tempered pace, sitting a little bit safer somewhere. And now with a lot of utility invested towards this B side, it feels so likely.
So like posting this. Got to be careful here. Actually, a trade-off of headshots, I think.
I think we've seen this lineup before. Yep. Observers well and truly were ready for it. So clearing site pretty comprehensively, but already going to allow you to note that it's probably sitting towards CT or elbow. Site itself should be clear. Now, Victor going to commit! He's gone fully into this one, and you're absolutely right. Seeker's setting it into motion. TP taken, Ye going to at least find one of them. And now 3 standing. Pancada, Less, and Sassy, where are they? 2 towards CT and 1 lingering around short, and that goes Less. They're really running out of options here, and I think they want to keep these weapons.
Yeah, got to settle for it here. It's another one Loud have to watch pass them by. Nothing left here. I mean, Aspas on 2,300, but you see Sassy down on 100, Pancada on 50 credits, even with the light shield. Marv actually looking to apply a little bit of pressure here. We can already see Loud on the X-ray, though. Navigate their way towards holding onto these rifles. And you noted it. Great reactive utility from Sassy, and actually on both sides here. Perfect timing and Optic explode behind that. Like I said, they respect the showstopper. They back away all the way into elbow, but like I said, the Seekers aren't dealt with early enough. They have the perfect information. You can see here on the minimap, both of them indicating at the same time. Just literally gifting Victor at least 1 kill and a ton of damage onto the second.
And the overspill almost negating the round completely at that point. It's like, well, might as well back from this. And you got to say it. You said this was a round where this could be very punishing towards Loud's economy. This could now start spiraling. Well, we're seeing that here. Trade of blows at the very beginning. They're going to find Sassy. The fight back in on towards Marv, but apparently they're still just going to power on through. F&S. First foot forward towards the site, and Pancada left in no man's land, but he makes it his own. Tries to find the fight and loses. Victor reigning supreme. The pawn going to come in, and this is just, pacey. This is powerful. And the other 2 players really considered quite quickly on the flank here.
Yeah, actually, if they can keep 4 alive here, they can effectively buy out for the rest of the half. Eyes go towards Optic and how clean they can convert this post plant. A Sheriff and a Phantom to work with. Still good utility available, but... Okay.
Okay, that's a little bit of a can opener there, isn't it? This is on the case. But there's not time. There just isn't time. You can see the setup. Unless, sadly, looking to try and hunt someone out here, but I think he's very much wise to him, and he is. Yeah, you're not going to get the best of him in that. Optic, keeping 3 standing, still moving forward well enough to build up their funds here. They're starting to get towards maxing out money to a degree, and 9K already on towards Marv. And it's time to pull the emergency brakes, right? Trying to get a little bit ahead of the curve here, maybe close out as best they can in this half here for Loud, because sitting on 2 rounds is not enough. Now, we already noted this is certainly not a bad map for them. This is where they best Optic before. But I think this is, 1, an elevated Optic, and 2, Loud don't have that same impact this time.
Yeah, and the big difference is we're seeing similar trends to what we saw on Ascent, right? Optic's decisiveness on the back of early round information. Actually, this previous, where Loud looked to take away that early showers control, right? It's a 1-for-1. It doesn't really favor the defensive side at all in that regard, because Optic have the numbers behind that. They have the numbers behind that opening engagement to just exploit it. So I'm really looking for Loud to kind of dial it back a little bit. And that might sound crazy against a team like Optic, where they are a very slow burn team, particularly if you don't give them an opportunity. They will go hunting for it, but Loud have to slow the tempo a little bit.
And I do wonder what they come up with here. You can see them discussing options on the screen. It was Sassy and Sadek there just having a little conversation back and forth about it. A couple more seconds to really mull it over, but got to say as well, no one really having that highlight game either for Loud, or at least in this map.
Nobody's having a chance
impact. To. Not really.
Fundamentally,
not really.
Optic look world class right now.
Yeah, extremely solid between Ye and Marv doing extremely well themselves. 11 kills apiece, but everyone's doing what they need to. It's not like one player is creating you all of your chances, but yeah, as it stands, Loud unable to really find the answer. So this timeout hopefully could be the catalyst to get back into this game. Find maybe a little bit of room, right?
A
Do
big
something.
adjustment here. It's actually the operator posted up to enable Victor to take some of this control.
Yeah,
actually, previously, Loud looked great for mitigating this, but Ye's creeping onto the angle.
Oh,
Around it.
time looks different when he's playing.
It does. It
Seconds
really
just seem
does.
so much longer, and these players are so damn good. That's Aspas, by the way. The Ye looked like he had an eternity to shoot towards. Now there could be problems, though. Got to be stilling the nerves there. Could have been a punish on it, but no, they actually get to keep their lives. Didn't get to gap close in time for Sassy.
Now you give Optic time to set up behind that first blood. I'm not saying that's going to be checked here. He hasn't played this spot just yet. Crashes with the Trailblazer, though. That's what you got to hope for.
And hello. Oh, dear. Not feeling good at that moment, are you? Still actually able to get one, so finding some value, even if not much. So we look to where this now swings, and it's back towards Sassy.
It's so early, though, that it's drawn the rotation, right? Pancada comes all the way across
you have
towards
to.
A side. He has to, right. Sassy has to go huge here for Loud.
He's got a
The
little
last
bit of
man
utility,
standing.
but they're going back towards A. And now Pancada gets a shot at it. Maybe a chance to change the tone of this round. The cross
Got
now
the
made.
orbital strike
Spikes on the...
and the molly as well.
They have to go for this. And then Crashy's going to get away with his life for 10 seconds now.
10 seconds
He's going
left.
to take some damage from this potentially. Let's see if that molly gets invested. No! Yay denies it. And now saves security for the plant. Crashy's gets that down, and Sassy barely made it away from B site.
I still hadn't moved. He was so conscious of somebody being left in that lurk.
Sure.
Optic are playing so reactively right now. Loud can barely get a grip on when they should rotate because there's pressure on both sides, and Optic's ability to... Actually, how does he still find that? How does he actually adjust and find that kill? Like I said, Optic are just running rings around Loud.
They're hitting their stride here, and I was worried that maybe the impact from game one could have had a negative effect. I feel as though, if anything, it's just, turn the pace up, turn the heat up. And again, yay, this opener. Saving this in case that maybe, that molly came in, denied the plant even further. There was so much potential danger, but as I said, navigating away from that. And once again, we're left at 2 rounds for Loud, and that's it. They've been held on 2.
The stingers are coming out for Loud, though.
Those are the best chances they've had.
Yeah, honestly. It looked like
Scout destroy.
almost doing better with them than the rifles.
Here.
Like I said, they just haven't had
Here.
any opportunity to create advantages here. Loud have really been put on the back foot. You've got to give Optic credit in that regard.
Oh, and the follow-up spam. He reads it so well. Sadek just getting punished now. First man found. There are 2 more to clear. Over towards Lamps, and Crashy's already on the case with that. Does have a flash if he wants to really try and set something into motion, but they're just holding. They're holding to see if anyone dares to try and walk out from this.
The same thing again. It's such a free first blood. The Optic can just sit there and let it sweat for a second.
Clearing showers, nothing there. You're starting to get a little paranoid. Where are they? Where are these people waiting? Because again, look towards Ye. He already kind of explored up short. He had a little look towards Hookah, nothing there. Now he's falling back with the rest of them. They've been working out mentally. They've got to be in some ratty corner, which is exactly where they are now.
Crashy's got another flash now, yeah.
There
They
it is.
actually put FNS in.
And it's a fake flash!
Oh my god.
They fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Backs turned. FNS with the
30
freest
seconds
kills
left.
of his life.
Spike planted.
Oh, Aspas and Sassy have to try and recover anything they can. And now it's just one.
Oh no. You got Ye on one side. Spamming through the wall!
What? What?
Yeah, this is the round, man. This is the round. The fake flash into the wall bang. Fair enough. 2-9 now.
And Optic have just been, like I said, so fundamentally solid.
Yeah.
But look at the position they're in now for round 12. Pancada was waiting half a week to find that flash. Didn't even
We're at
know you could.
1.6.
Didn't even know you could hit that.
Paper walls. Thanks for showing that, Ye.
Today I learned.
Yeah, there we are.
There's going to be an Odin there in every ranked game now.
Brilliant. Just what none of us wanted. And we go. Not as much information as they'd like on this, but now the confidence brimming with Optic. An absolutely glorious half here, even if you get through. 9-3, why did I even say it? Why did I think about it? The curse could come to life. But with the fundamentals being so gorgeous for Optic, really, really drilled. Gotta feel this is the one for them. This map looking highly likely. Plenty of ults to invest as well for themselves here to wrap this one up with a bow, at least into the first half. Considering committing.
We're actually curious as to the placement of this orbital strikers. Sassy and Pancada have backed away for Garden now towards elbow. You see the ping coming through onto the TP. I don't know if they've misread this flash, but they're creeping back towards the triple stack of Loud. Trailblazer will find Sadak once again. That's all a pump.
They've left Jay, yeah. And look, this is just to punish the rotation. It's so smart. They show all of that leg. They get, try and get all the attention towards A. Post Jay up into a Tuka to try and catch one of them. Now, fortunately for Pancada, he's diligent as hell. He did not fully cross, and they're holding the site right now. Seekers go in, they got to try and crunch towards elbow. They need some sort of control. You're going to have the ult come in, try and secure CT, and Ye going for it again. Trying to find any wall he can just to get the hell through. Nightfall comes in, and now Vision is fine, but the audio cue is going to be looted, but Victor doesn't mind, turns the flash just fine. Back to business! Back-to-back kills! And Aspas, the last man standing. Viper's Pit in the way, 2 holding the cross. There ain't no way out of here. He is surrounded. He is looking dead and buried.
Down to 29 HP now. Ye just posted on this angle. Would need nothing short of a miracle, but Optic happy to sit in this crossfire. Let this clock tick down, and Victor to deal the killing blow. A 10-2 half from Optic. Loud left struggling for answers here on map 2 of Bind. Again, it just comes through to Mark and Ye. Just had an insane half. A number of times, it's such tempered aggression at the right times. Optic obviously being so versatile. Like I said, Loud just couldn't really set up for anything. And previously where they found success, where they found value in dealing with Victor, yes, he's down at 7-7, but it was absolutely absent here.
You're right, and the flawless fundamentals hitting for Optic, and to wrap up the first half here in map 2 is the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. We needed Optic to come out looking convincing with all of the disadvantages in this best-of-5 brand. How convinced do you think they look right now?
I mean, this is one of the most convincing openings you can have to a Bind map, and I think it comes down to the fact that it looks like Optic are playing with wall hacks out there. And I don't mean that literally. I mean that they have done so much work on the defensive setups of Loud. They know exactly how they're holding at the right time. And this has manifested itself in this head-to-head matchup between the smoke players, between the controller players of Mard and Pancada. Mard is always going to be the guy who's going to be second in, playing off the space that his team creates. And look at the difference in his scoreline. I mean, the guy was 14-9 in this map because his team have had such a good read, such a good idea of how they want to be taking and tackling the key areas of the map on Bind on their attack side.
I think looking forwards, though, you have to go and look back at what happened between Optic and Loud in the upper bracket. So the way that they played out that kind of round, when Loud went into the attack, here is footage from that upper final, and so much of it came down to this battle on short. They jiggle Ye off the angle, Loud push forwards, huge amounts of utility to set people up, and then they're triple facing instead of getting into the site to punish all the defenders.
Yeah, and I think that the executes have always been excellent for Loud to shut down those star players, but in the first half, it was a different story of Optic. They had done their homework. The way that they were playing the mid-round on that attack was impeccable, and I think that this team will come back in, learning from their mistakes to be able to close out this map. You already have such a confident half built in. Your star players in Ye and Marv are performing at an incredible level, and for Loud, I guess the question is just how close can they push it?
Well, let's see if they can do it as I hand this back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypok.
And at 10-2, it feels like Optic have done enough. I feel like that's a fair assessment. Obviously, it is possible for Loud to be able to close in the scoreline a fair amount. There is those certain key rounds. We look at Mike. But talk to me, have you seen any glimmers of hope here in this map specifically for Loud?
I'm going to be honest, there was so few, and it wasn't really due to their own wrongdoings. Optic played such a flawless setup, and like I said, it was versatile. They were already prepared for so many different things that just never came from Loud. There was never these crunches coming through that we had seen previously that found success. And early on, Ye and Marv actually creeping all the way out here. Catch, less, sleeping. Tuck him in, put him to bed. Spike will come through, but a man advantage here for Optic.
And the post plant's going to be interesting. Do they try and fight back for shower control? I feel like you have to. You can't leave that unaccounted for. And doing it early enough should be quite indicative of this repositioning the timing towards it. So they've taken a fair amount of space, but they should be worried about short. Over push towards CT, and it pays. Gonna find FNS and Victor. Now you got to worry about those other two that slipped the net over by Shower. They've come back around on towards short, and they want to try and clear towards Lamps. Already Crashy's going to find Pancada, but the response is instantaneous. Now Martinier not going to make it happen this time. Loud, get things started. More frenzies, more fun, get the round, as Sliggy once told me.
Said no one ever, actually.
Sliggy says that all the time. You're not part of the Slug Club? That's crazy.
I'm not part of the Frenzy Club. That's
Wow.
for sure.
Wow.
That's just to put it in context here. Optic, a 63% defensive round win rate. At champions here. They'll get themselves on the board. They definitely come into the stronger half. Yeah, actually going to put a light shield in here. See how aggressive he gets with this headhunter. We caught early on here, but Loud have to respect this. The dip away already. Rotate with the spike. Actually, Sadak posted up here. Giving Ye a chance at finding a kill, but will be deterred.
Yeah, terrifying prospect is just re-peeking the angle. He's still looking for the opportunity here, Ye. Looking towards short now. Could have a fight towards less, maybe? Flipping back on through. Yeah, he's been pinged out, so you can already see the less did spot. Yeah, he's going to fall away from that.
Ye pinged him as well, so.
Yeah. And it's actually a misread of information. They're going to now rotate behind it and look at the spike.
Absolutely. They've already sent their way back through cave as well, leaving B site wide open. Can't blame Optic for this. They've.
No, you have to almost overreact here.
Yeah. Be very difficult to find their way back on here. Only Classics, the headhunter, to work with. Even Opt to just brawl for hookah here.
Very good read for Loud, though. Not giving anything away.
Less
Less.
really getting overwhelmed there.
Yeah, just needs to keep his life. Dip away, get the heal. Because Optic are just ravenous for it. They're just roaming around as a pack. See if they could find anyone slightly out of position. And as it stands, Loud aren't really giving them that chance at all. Sitting super deep. Gonna make them work for their dinner if they want it.
I think Optic conscious of denying some ult progress here. Ultimately here, this is preventing 5 orbs to come across. The nade is nearly perfectly timed, but couldn't get ahead of him. Ye, he'll find something in spawn here. So actually wants to come back through, and there's less to find it. But denying some early ult progress here, stealing that away from Loud. Optic come back in with the rifles. Light shield for Ye, the only real gap in this purchase due to the light shield in the previous. Now we see Optic slip back into this more receptive style on defense. We do absorb some of these sight hits, force Loud to dig a little deeper.
I would like to see a conversion of the bonus here. Really put the fire under Optic now, make him sweat a little bit, because that is when it gets to crunch time. If Loud can actually convert the bonus. Now, all goes up. Yeah, you're going to stick around on the fight. Didn't dip away on the first try.
Less desperate to try and get behind that Prowler, but it's the second time he's fallen first. Removing that second controller from this composition. Actually, removing a lot of that short control on the back of just that wall. Early flash comes through. Crashes will note presence. FNS on the other side of things as well, so they're going to know that they've drifted away from A here.
And Ye's going to get played in a little on this one. Sack tucked beneath window. Prowler actually noticed him. Fantastic work. The pop flash is beautiful. And the combination on this from Loud is just stunning. Brilliant synergy on this. Lovely utility work. And Pancada firing on all cylinders here. Takes out FNS, controls elbow. That is now a secured site. There's no way back through for Victor or Marved.
It's another scenario as well where they flip a 4v5. Loud come through, and this has got to be read by Optic, right? The back of this, with less falling, there's no real threat towards short. And with a trap outside showers, especially with that early information, Crashes flashing through hookah, FNS seeing that Trailblazer.
Heal up, squad.
He said it. I'm going to convert this bonus.
Game back on. This is where it gets interesting. This is where we start talking about those key rounds, Mike. The ones that, you know, financially and depending on the economy can really have that knock-on effect.
It will be slightly off kilter with Victor and Marv bringing through rifles if they can get anything done here, and actually Loud choose to reinvest. Optic actually going to call a timeout as well, but CFNS is desperate to try and get something back in ahead of the spike plant coming through, but he's punished. Pancada doing really well with the Bulldog there.
So, timeout now called. Chet and Optic feeling now's the time. Oh, who are these people? Huh. Do you recognize some of them? Oh, that's the guy who missed, it was like a 2v1, a famous one, I think?
Yeah, I think that's Baller from Fortnite.
That's crazy! That's crazy, wow. I like this crowd. Look at them. Signs have been good so far. But quite genuinely, this is now not panic stations yet in my mind at all. It's still 7-10.
No, far from it.
Plenty of rounds to play with. You know, the converting of the bonus is the first, like, I guess, potentially a forecasted closer game. Right? Like, that's when you're like, okay, they've won pistol, they converted bonus. That's when you start going, right, the scoreline will get closer. We're not into the meat of the gun rounds yet, though.
Well, that's the thing, though. With Loud converting the bonus, that gives them the buffer to potentially, to come through and win this clean. It then puts them in a position to play some more scrappy rounds, go for these, you know, heavy invested, almost death ball kind of executes.
Yep.
Not overly reliant on utility, on getting in, just those raw gunfights, which Loud are fantastic at executing. As I said, Marv and Victor will bring a rifle in here. I don't think either of them conceded any damage, so should be a full shield as well. Again, the next buy round is where you do start getting concerned. That'll be Loud bringing it back, resetting the economy and bringing it basically within 3 rounds.
Oh, then
call it 2.
Yeah, that's a whole different scenario, but we wait. And initially, last time around with this, Les got punished by Ye. FNS can take it a little bit lower, lingering around these walls, but it'll be fine. I'm just going to dip back towards lamps now. Again, we've seen these defaults being held. Nothing too much of a worry yet. I do see the commitment towards Hookah, though.
I've just watched this as well. FNS and Les just facing off in terms of the toxic cooldown. You can see it's just back and forth here. Les is being given no control. I was talking about previously how important it is that he dies early. But here, at least the pump has caused FNS to play a little deeper here as Loud are stacked up on this now.
Yeah, and sadly for the two players for Optic on this site, they're the ones that only have the Frenzy, a Sheriff. It's far from ideal. And they're going to try and step a little deeper towards CT.
Yeah, he's tucked up on this.
TP was to...
Oh my god!
How is he alive? Aspas flies out of there, and Ye is just baffled, dazed and confused, but Victor's got Sadak. The spike's not planted. This fight's on multiple fronts, but it ain't over yet. We're not out of the wilderness, as now it's just Aspas. Tell me how Optic have 3 alive with rifles now, and I'll tell you, none of us saw it at the start of this round. Aspas though, good for 1.
Oh my god.
Good for 2, and now just the 1v1. And the correct guess, Victor, none the wiser, forced to pull the trigger! Aspas! The unthinkable again! The 1v3 in the final seconds!
How has he turned that back around?
He shouldn't have!
I mean, you think there it's like, yeah, he could have killed him earlier in the round, but he's done enough damage. He was at 35 HP.
He was the walking wounded! Look at this. Easiest kill of Ye's life. Guess not. Oh, he slipped the net. Don't worry, we've got 3 on the site.
So he gets the kill onto Marv as well with the reset on the jump. And Victor swings. I think the paranoia is there from the paint shell, but all the damage was already done. Victor swings ahead of the box. What a ridiculous Red Bull clutch from Aspas.
Well, we have a treat, folks. A technical pause coming in. We'll update you when we know anything about. Hopefully, it's just quickly resolved when we move through. Not where I'd want to dwell, if I'm honest.
No.
Not the sort of round I'd want to be thinking about losing that scenario after turning the tide, right? You come into that with, I think it was what, bits and pieces, the two players on the side, it was F&S.
It was actually Marv and Victor brought rifles into that.
That
was saved from the previous.
Absolutely.
I didn't know any pistols or anything like that. Obviously, Ye with the headhunter. Don't really want to talk about it again, but
that's it.
Yeah.
So it get pretty light. Pretty light. Still a bit of danger, absolutely, but they were going towards a site that did not. Oh, green fence. Anyway,
hello.
What they needed to hold that side back. Somehow they still did the damage. You had then Ye in the perfect position to punish this TP being taken. You think it's all lining up, right? And then somehow it crumbles. And then don't worry, got 3 players in a post plant on the site. Easy.
Yeah.
Oh, we're fine. Apparently not. And now we're sat here thinking about it.
I mean, I can't believe what I just saw. Honestly, to give Aspas the first, potentially the second on that short challenge, it puts Victor in a really rough spot.
Yeah.
Because and again, you never think about these things on the fly, but he gets both kills and gets the paint shot back, which applies even more pressure to Victor.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well, between triple and a paint shell. That's actually mad. And I was thinking about actually previously, they come back in on this buy round, and this is where it's concerning. Because they win this, they get given the 7th. Optic now, I mean, after the purchase here from Crashies, they're going to have under 1,000 credits total coming away from round 17. And then you get scared. Because Loud should then find the 8th.
I'm already seeing the scoreline being closed. I'm going to be honest. I'm seeing this getting, you know, the bit where I start paying attention, like 8 to 10. I'm like, okay, 2 away. That's easy to close. And they just got away with one that they, by all rights, shouldn't have had.
I'm seeing the purchase come through for Crashies, so I'm not sure actually if the tech issue has been solved. It would seem that Crashies was the one we were waiting on. Where are the light up glasses? Is Kanyang out there today?
I haven't seen them. Might have had a couple tipples last night, maybe. You know.
That's unlike him.
I know. That's a one-off. Still no updates. It was just gear, apparently, nice and generic. We love that. We can hazard guesses. Just make it up. Who knows? Could be fun. There is actually plenty to be talking about in this game, though. We can talk about what we've seen so far, and individually, once rolling it back, haven't seen many standouts from Loud, even with that round in hand that we just saw from Aspas, right? Individual impact, incredible.
I mean, came out the first half, and it was one of the cleanest scoreboards you'd ever see. It was like everybody was 5 and 10. It was literally 5 and 10.
That's it.
Across the entirety. So yeah, this is the point now. I mean, 4 unanswered rounds. If a couple of these Loud players do start heating up, I mean, it's Aspas and Sanak really to get ahead of the curve from that first half.
But what a round to potentially instigate further impact. 6 to 10 now, Optic. You thought they'd had enough. You thought this was good enough to go, and then you just had one of those rounds. Yeah, he's starting to push up a little, though.
Yeah, another tool to try and disrupt Less's control on short here. Actually, the Prowler might even come out. Yeah, he's a million miles away from his TP, but he's actually using the wall to his advantage.
Oh! And he suddenly turns back. A 1-for-1 trade out and a terrifying surprise for both sides. But he's going to have spotted at least two more players there. So with the 3 players behind them on the A side, they're feeling a little bit more secure in this if Loud carry on this way. But there's every chance they could potentially turn their heads the other. 50 seconds, still a little to play with. Crashies.
What a rotation, though.
Seekers coming in. Now, this might stop them in their tracks. They may not hit this rotation button any further. No, they're still sticking around here. And now the commitment comes in from Loud. Straight towards the side they go. Seekers back on the other side. Going to spot 2 players. Crashies peels away, respecting it, but no respect on the way back in. Sanak deleted. Less finds a trade. Crashies on a heater right now. Literally. Pancalo's got him. And now it's just Pancalo surrounded, but reaches the flank. Did he consider Victor's positioning? He's looking the right way, and it's absolutely not the right time this time. Victor's got it. Making up for those moments before. His head back in the game here, and that'll be 11 for Optic.
And thank God for that. Optic stepping a little closer to map point now. We're forced to repurchase, but with that early string of rounds. We know Loud's going to be in a very comfortable position. How Crashies gets that kill is ridiculous. This is beautiful though. Come through. Actually, the second headshot coming on as well. Aspas on that showstopper though. Now I'm going to call a timeout here.
Okay.
A couple of ultimates available. Optic on the other side of things, Tour de Force available for Yay. That should hopefully give them a bit of a bump in the finances.
I mean, otherwise it's looking like the Spectre and the Guardian still would really drag this down.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough because they actually come into this now. You can see them reconsidering the purchase throughout this timeout, but I'm seeing something weird. Pancada's got an operator in his hand.
Right.
Which would lean towards, you know, potentially this next round slowing down just a little bit. On the outside, at least. Optic have shown a number of different approaches towards less. I mean, previously it was FNS just literally mirror matching that utility to prevent any progress, not allowing less to really lurk up short. Then we see Yay sent forwards to try and just, you know, dry challenge. Like I said, a million miles away from his TP, it's almost committing to the one and done, but the expectation being it's just less on the other side of this. So Optic are trying to take away this early control.
I'm going to start learning more and more about it at the very least with these sort of attempted moves, be it, you know, full success or not. At least you get to paint the bigger picture of it. Let's see what the buy does end up being. Okay, it is going to be the Tour de Force and what we kind of saw.
And that operator for Pancada.
That's still
He's posted
really
long. He's literally posted behind Fountain.
maybe wanting the challenge so they know the Tour de Force is there.
Well, they note it very early on. So they know Yay is now playing towards B side. Do they read towards this just being the two-man hold? This is where you really start looking towards the tools they have to pressure Yay even deeper. Well, some of these angles, Sadak overwhelmed though. The double swing on Showers comes through at the perfect time.
And Yay's not necessarily backing from this. Finally gonna dip out and look towards long. This is where we do see if Pancada does succeed. This has all been building towards this, but Yay is quick as all hell. Crowd's behind it. They know there's a chance of it.
Teleport's ready.
And while all this happens, so many players don't need pressure through Hookah. The timing! Yay! Just about swings around in time. They exchange information, but they both get to keep their lives. But look at the teammates falling like flies around them. Pancada only has Sassy by his side now, and Yay repositions deeper on the angle. This battle is fine for Optic because they've got others standing. That spike is still left in the hands of Sassy. Where does he go with this? Double up on long, try and run away elsewhere. You got 20 seconds.
I mean, Pancada just can't swing this. He can't. To know that the rotations come through already, Yay's already posted on a deep angle. You've got to assume there's going to be another stacked up.
No, not two. You almost felt it was fated, but now the slow to make things worse. 8 seconds. The spike now falling in Pancada's hand, but it's all been given up. This concept, this theory did not work out at all for Loud. Pancada not getting what he wanted that time, and again, Yay, the discipline here, he's always on.
And just like that, Optic find map point, and they strip away this huge advantage Loud have, or had, sorry, from those 4 unanswered rounds, and they were clean. Roll your mind back, they were clean. They were keeping a lot of those weapons available for the next rounds that followed. Operator still here, but it's 2 Bulldogs to round this out. The Viper's Pit, the Orbital Strike, Sassy one away from the Nightfall. Optic have really slowed things down now.
Yeah, and Loud have to dance to their tune as it stands. Already you're going to have that Viper's Pit
So
to
much
deny
info
long.
from that Trailblazer.
And Yay's up close to this. How long does he stick with this angle? That is going to play it. And actually doesn't get away. Punished quickly, and the side looking a little bit more vulnerable. They're going to flood on forward. Marv there, though, connects with the first, dips away slightly further, sits deeper towards Shower just to keep his life. Keep that space! Pancada plugging Victor out of the air. Crashies diving in towards the side. You're going to see the Viper's Pit on the other side. Now invested towards the side. But the timing, oh, he's got a shot at it!
He's got his ult!
The bullet goes astray, and you're absolutely right, Marv does have his ult. He's going to invest it, and it's just pandemonium. FNS going to find Aspas trying to back away, but the 2v2, the plant's going to come, he's got to know. He's been adjusted. FNS has seen him. He's seen everything with this, and Marv again from the shadows. This man is always behind him. He's got another, and now the one man in the ult. That is it, less to try and turn the tides. And he's been found. F&S has him. Optic have actually got us to finals now. 1 apiece. The best of 5 is back on. 13-6, Mike. That was a big performance from Optic.
Marv, mate, he's just got to be the most slippery person ever. He's just omnipresent around the map. Backfields that perfectly, then comes back into showers when you think they're going to stack up on shore. They're going to clear through the Viper's pit. Sadak caught sleeping. Fantastic performance in map 2. Again, it's Ye and Marv to lead the charge for Optic Gaming.
Incredibly impressive numbers coming out of them, you know, literally neck and neck, 18 apiece each, but the way they played, Mike, was the impressive part, what they were able to achieve throughout this. I did get a little nervous when, we saw the bonus being converted. We started to see, some signs of life coming out loud there, but it was dealt with.
It was squashed decisively as well. Again, you can see almost at that point, it's like the pressure's not getting to them. Even there, F&S just headphones off immediately, just zero emotion. Almost expected with that first half performance.
Yeah.
They managed to close out. Like I said, Loud, 2 rounds away from making it really, really awkward. The composure's there.
No, very much game on now in this series across the entire set of maps we now have. Top heavy initially, you would have said towards Loud, but what a fantastic performance already from both sides. An incredibly close map 1, map 2 looking a little bit more decisive for Optic, and then of course that now means what, Breeze is on the horizon, Mike.
Yeah, it is, which with how this has gone, expect one of these teams to switch up once again, right? Breeze, a fantastic opportunity to really, step up the pace and look towards a much, much faster tempo of game. Which is good. So, let's talk about Ascent being exhausting for both IGLs in terms of keeping on track with the macro element of some of these rounds. Breeze is going to be so wild.
Yeah, it's one of those that I really don't know which way this starts going at this point. It's kind of playing outside of the realms of normality, but Mike, now we're stuck at 1 apiece. Has this changed where you're at here? You starting to be more of a believer back in the Optic side? Did you ever get worried?
No.
Not worried for a second.
Not worried at all, right?
All right, well, I'll let you live with it, that lie. We'll head it back to the desk to wrap up map 2, because now, as said, the map pool is unlocked.
गाइस आजा गाना सुनते हैं थोड़ा हम भी तुझे ही थे अकेले तुम नहीं थे हम अब भी हैं वहीं आँखों में नमी बस तेरी कमी है हम भी तुझे ही थे अकेले तुम नहीं थे हम अब भी हैं वहीं आँखों में नमी बस तेरी कमी है कुछ और है तुझसे मिलके बताएंगे बातें कुछ और है अब क्या तुझसे छुपाना क्या तुझको जताना कुछ और है तुझसे मिलके बताएं बता भी ना पाए कुछ और है तुझसे मिलके बताएंगे बातें कुछ और है अब क्या तुझसे छुपाना क्या तुझको जताना कुछ और है तुझसे मिलके बताएं बता भी ना पाए हर एक पत्ता गिर गया तू नहीं संभली मेरा रिश्ता संभलाना साल बीते चले पर तू नहीं मिले हाँ मैं रुका रहा लाल बत्ती जैसे हाँ कुछ भी ना मिला यहाँ कितने रिश्ते तेरे होने हैं तू बता ये धागे तेरे कच्चे हैं ये सपने तोड़ेगा इस डोरी को कौन क्या ये तू है मैं शीशे में खड़े परछाइयों को ताके क्यों उसे
मेरी जिंदगी उसको चलेने अब हम खुद हैं खुशी में और खुद को ये थामे और खुद से कुछ और है तुझसे मिलके बताएंगे बातें कुछ और है अब क्या तुझसे छुपाना है क्या हम भी तो सही थे अकेले तुम नहीं थे हम अब भी हैं वहीं इन आँखों में नमी बस तेरी ही कमी है हम भी तो सही थे अकेले तुम नहीं थे हम अब भी हैं वहीं इन आँखों में नमी बस तेरी ही कमी है
बहुत कुछ सीखने मिल गया इसी बहाने गाना लिखने मिल गया अपनी ये कहानी अब सुनेगी पूरी दुनिया लेकिन ये कहानी अधूरा ही रह गया बंदा मैं पानी सा मैं बह गया चलता गया मैं लाइफ में जिंदगी जान ले गया कोसा नहीं कभी मैं रब को ऐसा सब क्यों हो रहा था गर्दी में हंसता हंसता था अकेले में रो रहा था उसे मैं भी मिला नहीं तेरी जिंदगी मुझको चली नहीं क्या था ये प्यारा समझा मैं जब तू चले गई कुछ और है मिलके बताएंगे बातें कुछ और है तुझसे छुपाना क्या मैं भी तो सहा था चाहिए था तेरा सहारा मिला नहीं तेरा साथ तो छोड़ा मैंने हाथ तोड़ना पड़ा मेरा वादा मैं भी तो सहा था चाहिए था तेरा सहारा मैं हारा मिला नहीं तेरा साथ तो छोड़ा मैंने हाथ तोड़ना पड़ा मुझे वादा
हम भी तो सही थे अकेले तुम नहीं थे हम अब भी हैं वहीं इन आँखों में नमी बस तेरी ही कमी है
मैं भी तो सहा था चाहिए था तेरा सहारा मिला नहीं तेरा साथ तो छोड़ा मैंने हाथ तोड़ा पड़ा मेरा वादा
That they keep it going, they keep pushing, and the longer these games go, Loud have a better chance of coming back because they ride off of that energy. What's your take on that?
I mean, it's going to be either way. I feel like it's 50-50. I feel like both of them are teams that could really go off that momentum. I think Optic, we talk about, you know, going with that momentum, like they start kind of slow. I think now we're starting to see them start a little early. In a sense specifically, we saw them start early, and then they're kind of like letting it go towards the end. But I feel like they clinch a second map. I think this is anyone's game right now. I still hope for the 3-1 Optic, but it could go either way.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, coming up next, you know, I think Pansy said it best. The series is wide open here. Any players in particular that we, the fans at home, and our analysts up top should be keeping our eyes on here? Someone you want to put a focus on?
Honestly, I can't say that both of the teams, like everyone just head for head. Every person on the team is just looking phenomenal right now. I feel like everyone can do anything. Anyone can pull off a moment. It's going to be crazy to watch.
Mel, you're the best. This is why I love you. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you. But we're going to send it back over to Insu to break everything down with the crew once again, and hopefully Josh doesn't talk too much.
I wouldn't take that personally. I wouldn't take that.
What, you want me to go down there and fight him? Is that what you're
Such
doing?
I'm down.
Whenever there's B-roll on the screen, it's just he hasn't gotten used to us yet. You know, we've only known him for, what, like 5 years?
Maybe. I'm only going to speak in single sentences. Yeah, okay.
Analysis?
Analysis.
माहिवे जो तू ना मिला तो फिर क्या हुआ तेरी यादों में मैं जीता रहा तेरे नाम की जो भेजी दुआ सच हो ना सकी मैं करता भी क्या मैंने दिन भी सुधार लिए कपड़े भी संवार लिए अभी कितना कमा रहे तूने छोटे ही सवाल किए तेरा जिक्र
They go into this map. In the past, the composition, I think it's been leaning a lot more towards their attack and how Victor creates.
You know, अगर ये मैप ऑप्टिक निकाल लेती है, so Haven ऑप्टिक का पिक है. It will be easier for optic. Go for that. But as usual, loud है वो भी अगर फाइनल तक पहुंचे तो उन्होंने भी सोच समझ के पहुंची है dude. So we can't bet on anyone कि कौन जीतेगा कौन हारेगा. So let's watch. Full sense supporter हूँ मैं तो like fuck it.
It could extend for the rest of the series.
And I think there is a good chance that they could do that, particularly since this is the map that normally you get to see less flexing onto that Cypher, onto that more traditional Sentinel. Playing against similar teams to Optic, his job has been to receive that aggression. And I've actually been impressed when he's playing on the attack at how well he does to shut that down.
Well, I mean, we're definitely going to see a map war no matter what. This series is not going to be a 3-0. We're not going to be able to close anything out here on Breeze. But what do you think Optic need to do if they want to take the lead here? Because yesterday, they nearly threw that best of 5 down to a reverse sweep, which has never happened before.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, right? There's no opportunity for a reverse sweep here, so the momentum's going to be very different. But Optic need to continue to apply the pressure. They've got their map, and they did very well on it, but the deeper the series goes, the less you get away from the prep, and the more it's just about adapting to each other on the fly. So I think this is potentially a turning point in the series.
And I think this map right here, right now, is a big opportunity to showcase, on Loud's perspective, I think that they are putting that experience that they got in prior tournaments to good use right here, right now. Because listen, you've lost the map. It was in a pretty dominant fashion on Bind, but you're coming into Breeze now. It's still anyone's game. You've got to remember, you know, essentially the past matchups that you've had, what it took to even get here in the first place.
Yeah, and I think it's also for the younger players on this squad of Loud, their opportunity to come back into things. Breeze is a map that Auspus has a lot of potential to take over on when he's playing on that jet. In the past, Victor has had kind of up and down performances on that agent. So there really is a chance here for the team of Loud and for Auspus in particular to just claim this map and take over.
I think another point that we need to bring up, right, is that with Optic starting on the defense, they've been running double operator setups quite frequently here. And that can be a very heavy swing economy decision. Because if it fails, if Loud start running big site execs and they work, then they're stuffed.
Well, we're heading to the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. You guys have mentioned the Jet and also the Cypher as well. How do you counteract that Cypher? Because it has been really successful.
We have actually seen it be counteracted. In their series versus DRX, DRX put in the prep work and were consistently pounding less on that B site when he was trying to anchor. They did a great job of getting rid of that Cypher utility and shutting it down. A lot of this setup has been shown. This comp has been shown numerous times. So if Chet and the team at Optic have put in the work, they should be ready for it.
But remember as well that this is Loud starting on the attack side. So the Chamber's job, the Cypher's job is not going to be to, anchor a site. It's going to be to stop the aggression coming out from Victor and coming out from, previously when we saw Optic, we were seeing Marv flash Victor into positions, try and take an early fight. And when they left behind Ye with an operator. Yeah. So there's so many layers to the aggression there. The question is whether Optic are actually going to play like they did against DRX.
I actually didn't like the double operator setups. I think it limited them in the retakes a lot when they tossed away those rifles.
I agree.
In a lot of the scenarios when they're playing on their defense side. So there are multiple looks that they could go into here, but Victor is going to be a big, I think, center focus point for me.
In that game versus DRX, they started out double opping, then had to move away from it. This is a map where both these IGLs are going to have to adapt as the game gets late.
I love a big brain map. I can't wait to see what's going to happen here and throw this over to your casters, Pansy and Hypok.
And I think it would be a miss if we said that this doesn't sit, in my mind, towards Loud here. This would be one of the better maps, I think, in their pool to be coming into this with. But do you kind of agree with Des? Where do you lean on this one? I'd love your thoughts.
I do agree. The difficult thing to be, and I do think actually map 2 is a course correction for Optic, right? Sure. But we now come back to, I guess, the latter end of this being front-loaded, right? Binds, it would depend on form on the day. Optic looking absolutely, well, borderline flawless, to be honest with you. That 10-2 half and then closing out convincing fashion. But the Des make a couple of really good points. And it comes down to homework. Now, do what they did on map 1. Really look to kind of disrupt the macro for Loud.
Headphone nikal
Offbeat. That's what's going to be interesting here for Breeze.
The concept that you can reinvent yourself this quickly, or be that prepared this quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, credit to FNS and Chet in that regard, in terms of having the foundations there to achieve it.
Attacking कौन है?
The attacking side and Optic on the defending side. Yeah, you're going to be noted very swiftly here, and it's a relatively straightforward piece. Aspas going to crack the site open, taking down FNS, and the follow-up just as sharp. 2 already for Aspas, and the site's theirs.
Sassy and Aspas coming in. The shock dart doing any damage initially. Aspas trying to slip closer and closer to the ball. And actually, Victor pops in, and Crashes finds a second.
They equaled this up. The spike's not
मारवाड़ी कर ही नहीं मार रहा.
Pancada and Les, where are you going to try and bail this out from?
Trade है बॉर्बन.
है ट्रेड है बॉर्बन? क्या कर रहा है तू?
अरे ट्रेड कॉम्पी खेल रहे हैं हम लोग खेल रहे कॉम्पी नहीं.
अच्छा ठीक है. ओके जी.
Noting no one
3v2 है, Optic 3, Loud 2.
He's in so much trouble. And now Pancada
2v1.
at least find 1, but he lost less in the meantime.
And the round goes to Optic.
In front of him.
Optic takes the first round.
Somehow hold back the front there.
That's a 3v5 as well.
मेरे को लगा तू अभी खाने का इसके लिए मैं गेम स्टार्ट किया.
नहीं मैं टाइम हो गया खाने के लिए.
मैं खा लिया था रे. मेरे घर पे रिलेटिव आ गए थे.
Goes huge. Beautiful play inside the smoke there.
Optic are the only team in the history to beat Loud on Breeze. Hopefully it happens again.
To beat Loud on Breeze. That's mind-blowing. There's just so many storylines, so much history to this matchup as well. And there's common denominators between Loud's few losses here and there. How many of those are accredited to Optic?
The perpetual nemesis.
Sage.
Just gravitating towards each other, so hard to avoid.
Sage बढ़वा हिल नहीं दे रहा.
Was providing some of the best games we've seen. There's contact made.
लगा है.
Gonna go out the better in that one.
आसपास को शॉट लगा है. नाइस शॉट ये का मार्शल लगा है आसपास को विंडो पे भी.
No confirmation behind that.
अरे यार.
A big indicator.
ठीक है. ये बी का रश है.
चूतिया टीम आई है अपने को.
Of utility.
And
they're not feeling any pressure just yet though.
No, but they should be able to get the spike planted. They've fought Sadak, and now with
Optic का perspective 5 is
going to fall back a little bit, be a little bit more careful.
5v3.
Crash's just farming. So far, no threats. Have to see if they're able to find any as they do try and take steps towards the side. Pancada less, all forced away.
Let's
and only
go.
wonderful. And with
Optic
Pancada
goes for
finding
round 2.
The defuse will come in. For standing for Optic, no problems yet.
Well, just banking on getting away with the extra 300 from this, especially with Aspas taking such an early tag. 2 on the board for Optic, 4 left standing. Actually, even if Ye
नया ग्राफिक कार्ड मंगाया फ्यूरी भाई ने
potentially just a headhunter, now you're going to throw a rifle in the mix.
ये ग्राफिक कार्ड का प्राइस गिर रहा है क्या बहुत ना
Great early progress towards that Hunter's Fury as well.
बहुत तो नहीं गिर रहा रहेगा मतलब
3 light shields here for Loud. Aspas Sassy
चूतिया संडास में बैठ के कॉल दे रहा है वी वी वी वी वी वी अरे
here outside B once again.
प्लांट हो रहा है रे भी
That dart going to be sent
हुआ
to the backside. That should imply that this is a fairly pacey hit if that dart is sent immediately.
अरे लग ही नहीं रहा यार 42 है बर्बनो अरे भाई 1 एचपी भाई वो एक हुक्का एक लॉन्ग है 2 हुक्का है सरेंडर करते क्या बर्बन मैं भी जाता हूँ वासी बुला रहा है मेरे को तेरा आवाज बहुत धीरे आ रहा है यार
Crashes got so close here. Aspas.
Nice one.
Completely unaware of
2v3, 2v1, and Optic takes a round 3.
तेरी माँ की चूत सेज देख ऐसा किया था इन लोगों ने भी
Victor, crashes,
चंद्री को क्यों बैन दिया
Crashes just slips into Loud's formation on that post plant. I mean, the first is a given. The second and the third, outrageous.
Give me the replay.
ए पे वो लोग सब है पीछे आजा
crashes ने round निकाला है
Cool, calm and collected in comms as well. Almost the expected outcome.
सेज इधर बंदा वॉक कर लेफ्ट में बैठा रहेगा आगे जाके सेज राइट देखना अभी
अरे यार ये मारवाड़ी क्यों आगे जाता है हमेशा
मारवाड़ी भाई बीटी है वो चल भाग नाइस वन रे सेज कतई जहर चूतिया बेट कर रहा है मेरे को भोसड़ी का सेज
अरे यार ट्रेन निकल गया
रुक रे वासिफ खाया मैं मेरे को तू ऐसा चिल्ला रहा है मेरे को बहुत वो हो रहा है भाई दिखने का मेरे को
मैं तेरे को वो खबर दे रहा हूँ 3v2 हो गया मैं 3v2 यानी पहला
अरे वही तो मन कर रहा है ना देखने का मेरे को
पहला नंबर ऑप्टिक का बोलूंगा 3v1 2v1 ये केओ 5 एचपी लाउड का वांडल उठा के आगे बढ़ा साइड की तरफ 4 किल निकाल लिया केओ का एज हो सकता है लेकिन ये 5 एचपी है
भाई क्या खेल रहे हो
It's not enough, surely. Well, flash to work with. Still got the fragment. Yeah, he does have the operator, so.
ये ना चेंबर लिया है वो अपने वो गन पे
ओ भाई
और
सब भी है
लेकिन केओ 5 एचपी है खाली
The knife could change this if Ruru's the headhunter, but Sadak posted up.
और ये ने मार दिया
उधर का साइड आ गया
Scored Sadak out, nullifying the threat that could have come from this. But again, we look at. I want us to really dissect what we're seeing from Optic there. Almost over-facing, over-peaking, taking
4-0
very
score
aggressive fights against sheriffs and ults, bits and pieces.
I mean, similar to what we saw in Ascent, right? A little more unleashed.
तेरे पे वैंडल थी क्या
Previously, Optic have looked very good in anti-ecos.
Oh yeah.
जट जाओ ए जा
Making this doable. Again, key damage done onto Sadhak. Needed the ace to close things out, but already drawing out a timeout on the side of Loud.
Loud ने timeout ले ली.
Good ultimate progress as well on this first cycle. Hunter's Fury obviously.
Sage किधर मारा?
He's at 9-2 right now. Jeez. An amazing start to Breeze. 4 unanswered rounds. Loud have to consider their approach.
छोड़ रहने दे.
Slip back into what we saw on Bide. Yes, the halves differing, but it's a little off pace, indecisive, hesitant in some scenarios, and that's so uncharacteristic. That's things you can sort of attribute to maybe map 1 being extremely taxing on Sadak in particular.
Oh, I can only imagine.
अरे यार. से जलवा में मरा था ना.
Especially after then getting blown out of the water in map 2.
Yeah, you're right. So probably the right time to be hitting that
Op mang.
time out here. Talk through options. Now adjust expectation after seeing a couple of rounds come through. And they get that decent buy coming in here as well. 4 rifles, not going to have full shield.
एस थार है मेरा ये. मैं ज़्यादा उधर वेट कर लिया.
The approach is everything here for Loud. They know they're going to be tested, but again, we look at which tempo and pace Optic will come in with. Is it going to be the over-aggression, the disrespect, or more patient?
अरे माँ कसम सब भी है बे. क्या करूँ अभी?
The knife above shop actually. Let's going to try and get himself into a position, but eyes on the minimap. Look at Ye. He's already looking to challenge the back lines. Sorry, Victor. My mistake. Over towards Cannon. FNS not challenging just yet.
Yeah, but he's got to be careful here. Chomping at the bit on the other side. You can already see the close down. Aspas wanted him dead. Gets him out of there. Sadak going to connect towards stairs. That depletes Mark, but the answer came back from Crashies. I didn't think he was going to get it, but Sassy's going to pop his ult as well. Yeah, he's still.
मैं push नहीं कर रहा मैं. बर्बन.
But Les has been given so much room, but surrounded on both fronts. What can Les do with this? Has to pick up the pace now.
Yeah,
and that's the problem. He's heard the steps. He's already been seen and considered. Defuse going to come through, and Les can do nothing about this one. Has to sit and watch as the defuse is made. Final blow given by Ye, but already we're seeing a really comprehensive look from Optic here.
And Victor has so much space to work with. He actually, I'm pretty sure he updrafts over that trapwire. Nobody's within earshot. Yes, starting very early on. There's no challenge on mid from Optic. Giving Les that space.
अरे भाई यार किस्मत खराब है बे.
Optic reading into actually the tendencies very early on that it's maximum 4. The backstab.
बात जल्दी सरेंडर कर दिया था ना. भोसड़ी वाला कौन था उधर उसकी? यार क्या माइक है इसका? बर्बन रश कर रहा है यहाँ से. कितना हो रहा है? ऑप्टिक 5 भाई.
Talked about it. Now.
आजा इधर. रुक जा. फ्लैश तो डाल.
Trying to find some point of weakness here to exploit.
आजा. रुक जा.
That spy cam being behind the wall.
Oh, he can just get posted on this too if he wants to be.
See, the spy cam's not going to catch him. If Ye can post up.
एक और है. रुक.
Oh, he's actually going to swing it.
2 इधर.
Quick as lightning, this guy. Les is gone.
एक लेफ्ट में.
Reads already on Les.
इधर ही है. एक नंबर बर्बन राउंड रे. कॉल है कि नहीं बर्बन?
Hands it out. Yay. Kept in check.
मेरे 30 किल होने वाले हैं. 33 आई. आसिफ तेरे माइक से कब से आवाज आ रहा है सर? कर आ रहा है. नहीं अभी बंद होगा. अरे यार भाई इसका माइक भाई ये सेज का चूतिया. ये म्यूट कर दो.
Out of position here. I thought maybe that player who was sitting a little deeper, I think it was Aspas, might have checked on them, but he's towards the site. And at the point,
अरे योरू
and Crashies opting to save.
योरू है मेरे पे.
Even after conceding less in that lurk position with the spy cam, just looking to garner some map control, prevent Optic from actually doing what happened in the previous round.
योरू यू हॉल है और स्काई लो है. देखो भी दे दो. प्लांट करने देना इसको.
Crashies going to be able to hold on to this operator here.
एक कभी है एक यू हॉल है.
Time all but expired by now. You see though, the cog's turning and The response is great from Ye because
भाई
it's less.
5-1 हो रहा है.
Nobody else noted. Ye's on that angle, like I said, unnoticed.
किधर है last?
He knows there's no setup towards Cannon. Ultimately, I don't even think anybody could pass into elbow there. So he has free reign to come back. Right here, Pancada. So crucial to the outcome of this round.
Doing great work. It's actually broken all of the money here.
It's wild to see 5-1 on the scoreboard.
And that be the buy after
That
the first
be the
loss.
purchase, yeah.
Yeah, the Guardian coming in for Crashies.
मरवन ये वाला alt.
I think Ye's actually just cycled a rifle through. He's just dropped
बंदे नहीं रहे तो पोपट हो जाएगा.
as close to a full purchase.
So it's double up, essentially.
Yeah.
अच्छा वो बच गया रे.
The operator brought across here for him. First time we get to see them tested by this double operator. So I'll see how Loud looks.
अरे भाई टीपी में बैठा है.
See if they can work out where these.
सब हुक्का है. सब बोरबोन तेरा ही किल अगर यहाँ से जाएगा तो.
No one top mid. So much pressure on Victor's shoulders.
सेज साला YouTube वीडियो देख के आया है. जेट भी आ रहा है बैक स्टेप. जेट को बेट कर सकता तो कर. एक मार्केट साइड है बोरबोन मतलब तेरे राइट में. अरे यार जेट वॉक करना. अरे यार इतना आवाज दे दिया.
Typically you would expect that with the pseudo double operator setup. See Victor just tasked.
इकर अरे अरे
He does feel a little bit of pressure.
भाई लेट हो गया रहेगा.
Closer and closer to elbow.
राइट में एसेज.
Nothing found but Spike heading towards
नाइस वन.
and the wall going up. That should be
ये चूतिए कैसे नहीं मरते रे. अपन मर जाते हैं.
This has to be huge for Victor. This is such a pressure moment for him.
भाई नहीं रे वाजे. मरबन ऑफ मांग.
Takes down less, looks towards
Up,
Connector. Spots another, takes another, pops the ult, looks towards the side. Didn't overcook it just yet. Still hunting, still fighting, still fragging out. Somehow Victor keeps his cool, keeps the sight against all of the players. And Sussy, sadly with only 3 seconds, can't make a difference now. That was a critical round for Victor.
Beautiful adjustment as well. Knowing that Loud have slipped back into a much more sparse setup. Waiting to receive this aggression. They burn up so much utility early on and so much time on the clock. Ultimately, you push it on to yes, it's a solo hold from Victor, but you slow creep into a site here. Versus an operator. Yay, even there to pick up a second. Beautiful stuff. And
rotate किया था
continue with this. See again. And the wall invested here actually almost as a curveball.
अरे वो लोग बुली करने आते हुए. अरे लक का के लिए नहीं रहा मेरा.
Way more proactive towards the B site now. I guess off the back of the Viper's pits, they are making this map seem so small. Now the correct answer though is Aspas exploring through tube. That contact
रोटेट किया क्या? जेट ए प्लांट हो रहा है.
It was potentially open, but the door's already been shut. And Victor noting the barrel, comfortable on the shot. But a potential found, but it just instantly got closer.
एक लैंप से यहाँ जेट.
Well, no, this is a trend to continue now. Optic in the early round looking to very quickly disrupt one extremity, force the hand of Loud. Let's see.
मेरे को लगा मैं देखा उसको. एक लैंप से एक हुक्का कभी.
Will tag FNS. Sadak's got forwards completely unconsidered.
देखो बक्से के पास.
Okay, they've got a player advantage finally and
कभी राइट तेरे राइट. अरे लैंप्स हाँ इसके अंदर. स्मोक करके डिफ्यूज कर अपने ऊपर. पीछे जा. क्या है यार ये जेट. ये चूतिया जेट क्यों खेल रहा है यार. अरे क्या चूतिया बंदा है. सेफ कौन तो पिक के लिए लेता था. मेरे पे नहीं है भाई ऑप के स्किन. वो सामने वालों पे. अरे क्या किल छोड़ना भाई. वो रेस बोला ना.
Not initially rewarded, but gets way ahead of the expectation of FNS. Moving in tandem with that Al drone. Second on the board for Loud, but already this half heavily in favor of Optic.
बर्बन पुश कर रहा वहां से तो कर.
If they can maybe string a couple more together, more than happy to see it close in a little bit.
बी जा रहे.
Through this round as well. it's lacking in some areas for Optic, but on the other side, ult's getting real.
जा मैं TP होल्ड कर रहा हूँ.
as well. You got
Shoot 5 HP छोड़ा उन्होंने.
This is starting like Loud could potentially close this, Mike.
Expect them to
भाई क्या कैसे?
together here on the back of this ult cycle.
शेष तो TP में जाके रिवाइव दे देना मेरे को.
There's a Viper's pit to convert a post-spawn scenario. Aspas actually gets the blade storm online as well.
देख अभी मैंने माइक ऑन
किया. अरे तेरे में.
He's now forced to play.
टेस्टिंग मिस्टीरियो पागल है.
I think actually Sadak making moves with this null command. Trying to make use of it as deep as possible in tube, but Crashies showing.
अरे यार हक दिया मैंने. एक एल्बो.
हर्ष अपना कॉम्पी खेल रहा है, इसके लिए वो खाली डिस्कॉर्ड पे उसका कॉम्पी खत्म होने के बाद वो मैच पे ध्यान देगा. मैं कॉल दे रहा था रे, अभी मेरे को फोन आया किसी का, इसके लिए मैं बात करते बैठा था.
It's going to call Marv to attention, but doesn't actually know anyone just yet, surprisingly, even though there are two players there.
मैं वासिफ तेरे को कुछ बताता हूँ, जरा रुक जाएगी.
अबे वो
क्या हुआ?
तूने स्टोरी पे डाला, आईडी गलत मेंशन किया तूने. प्राइवेट मेंशन किया तेरी.
क्या? मैंने कुछ स्टोरी डाला.
अरे देख ना उधर लिखा हुआ है, मैंने अभी स्ट्रीम के ऊपर ही देख रहा है तो एक.
No pressure coming through mid either. Actually, the flash might come through this smoke, but Crashies turns it. Lester's actually found a kill here.
मैंने कहाँ स्टोरी डाला लेकिन भाई?
He's found the first, a headshot on the second, but falls.
Not quite enough damage done yet. Yeah, in finesse the last two
वो
standing.
तो चूतिया है, उसको छोड़.
Loud has the time in their favor. Left's on the swing and he's been so
चूतिया है, छोड़ इसको.
and Loud succeeding in some of these rounds. Now the Vibe utility not really going to slow down the roll here, but this pop flash could be it. Let's see if they feel the.
Sorry, sorry, Jet, sorry.
In and the swing. It's gorgeously done. Sadak leading in that round to perfection. Loud starting.
Jet तेरे close right रहेंगे.
Chipped away at that round score and chipped away at the economy as well.
3, 2, 1 pick.
Player is going to be struggling here for Optic. Victor and FNS the only ones probably to invest here, but.
गए रे साइट आ गए शायद से.
Ultimates from Optic and Loud. Like I said, in a position to really string a few together. That's two.
अरे ये बाकी है इसमें. Long.
Still got the Blade Storm, still got the Viper's Pit. Sassy actually back on the brink of the Hunter's Fury as well. Nothing on the table for Optic.
Apart from Victor just being sent to the blender. Aspas was waiting this time around. And similar scenes on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
Sharp with it. Crashies trying his luck, but Les looks so
चल बार मैं जाता हूँ. वहाँ से स्ट्रीम कर रहा है ना, वो देखने का मेरे को जरा.
And only Yay to find impact as this
क्या हुआ?
scene held has actually succeeded pretty nicely. Now there are still two players who can.
अच्छा.
That's a rifle recovered, so maybe a chance at more danger, but the HP is already low for Crashies. And with the spike going down, they got everything working in their favor.
No way that adds
ये देखता मैं रात को भाई ये वीडियो.
But it does.
It does.
Even here, you look at what's taken away.
इनसे तो 60 फ्रेम ऐसा रिकॉर्ड करना स्टार्ट किया ना, गेम अटक रहा थोड़ा बहुत. चलना मरवा.
Well, he didn't hear anything here. Yeah, does he actually check through cannon? But
और वासिफ भाई, अरे यार साला एग्जिट भी नहीं हो रहा है.
That was dropped, or at least actually collected. So Sanjay gets to slip away here, play his life and keep that rifle into the next couple of rounds, because we do now have Loud building a little back into this game. This is enough. This is a buffer coming.
हेलो वासिफ, अरे तुम चुपचाप हो गए यार.
hold on to the operator. 4 left standing. Sadak back 2 away from the null command. Still got
6 किसका?
Loud are achieving this with minimal investment. It's just disgusting. Sure.
Player standing. Spike planted.
Optic will pump the brakes here. Call a timeout. So initially it looked like the perfect read, right? They were looking to challenge Les, really get him out of that position, remove that kind of late round piece so they don't have to worry about it. And then actually in the rounds they couldn't. They were so aware, hyper aware of having numbers advantage on the retake, getting back through, knowing where and when to expect Les to show his hand.
Yeah, and him finding a little bit more activation in this game is certainly paying off now. It's 7-7. As we all noted, a very quiet start.
रुक जा मैं जरा अभी इसमें कर रहा हूँ. म्यूट किया था मैंने यहाँ का, जरा बस 2 मिनट दे मेरे को. मैं अभी थोड़ा फिर सब स्टार्ट वेट कर लूँ. तो वो ग्रुप में है वहाँ से, वो इंजीनियरिंग गाइडेंस वाले. मैं भी ज्वाइन किया. कोई तो कुछ सेंड कर रहा है, मैं सुना कुछ. रुक जा फिर मैं भी हूँ मत जा भी
Like I said, it was weird to look at it, 5-1, where Optic was still actually struggling to buy back into one of those rounds.
Yeah, it would have been potentially.
हम लोग जा रहे उधर गंद मचाने
I mean, it's going to be awkward as well. The next
मतलब वही स्टिकर इधर भेजने
but look at what's left after this purchase, and this is round 11, bear in mind.
Yeah.
So round 12
अब
could be
यही बातें तो बाद में याद आएंगी
especially if Loud don't have to invest anything again.
I mean, Loud are laughing. They've carved themselves the perfect start.
भाई कितने लोग जापानी कार्टून देखने लगे
Follow up Aspas ripping through two of them. And Optic getting a stark reminder that this is not over yet.
मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड क्यों नहीं स्टार्ट हो रहा यार
It's only getting started. Pancada in the meantime is going to collect on Ye. Here's the bailout. As quick as
मेरा डैड आ गया वासी ग्रुप में जरा एडमिशन का बात छोड़ के आता हूँ अरे हाँ वासी मैं सोच रहा हूँ ना मैं इधर साउथ इंडिया चले जाऊँ मेरे चाचू ने जहाँ से मेडिकल किया है ना वहाँ से मैं इंजीनियरिंग करूँ अच्छा कॉलेज है भाई वो कॉलेज में 300 सीट है क्या तूने नहीं यार हाँ बैंगलोर उसने एनआईटी में लिया था एक्चुअली वो रुक जा मैं फोन इससे आ जा रहा दुकान 2 मिनट आवाज आ रहा है ओडिशा में कौन सा कॉलेज हाँ पता है इतना अबे लेकिन उड़ीसा नहीं यार चीनी लोग को कौन देखेगा फक नहीं रे उड़ीसा बहुत दूर पड़ जाएगा बताएगा नहीं बैंगलोर उतना दूर नहीं है भाई बैंगलोर अपने गोवा के नीचे ही है बैंगलोर में वैलोरेंट के इवेंट होते हैं ला नहीं रहा मैं हंस रहा हूँ I'm laughing with
from stairs to cave.
Okay. All right. Well, Aspas gone. Of having probably the most impactful round thus far. Highs and lows. Sassy trying to find that instant information, but Ye is there. Spike down. Left in the corner. Delivers the bullet. And it's Sassy, Les and Benkada, but Les is still such a problem. Wow, now he knows. Hello, there's someone else here. It's Crashies. Oh, the timing, but the adjustment better. Utility not quite what he wanted to at least facilitate a safe cross, but the spike's on the way. You got to make something out of this, Pancada. You got to do something to save your team. He's going to have to pull the trigger on the first, the second, and the third. Not going to happen. Yay! Flies in, and he's still trying to fire off. Looking for the follow-up here. Spike down the double swing.
Finally. Hello.
We're at 6-6.
I mean, how loud a
Chabolchi.
5 unanswered to claw back in, and they just looked absolutely lost in the first quarter of this.
भाई वासिफ का छोड़ के सबका आवाज आ रहा है.
Great restraint from Pancada, doubling down on that position. Again, less than Sassy, play it perfectly. Don't give Ye an opportunity with that operator in hand.
Tied up, it could not be closer here. The resilience shown from Loud is why they are in the grand finals. 6 rounds, 5 unanswered at the end. The desk, what are your thoughts on that one?
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hyper. We know the operator players tend to pop off on Breeze, but there were some nuts shots here, Josh.
Yeah, in the first quarter, it was all about Victor. And I felt like, again, we set up this story about pushing on defense for Optic. And I think that this head-to-head has ended up defining the majority of this first half.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I mean, Aspas making some massive plays to try and get them back into this, especially with his...
अरे chill मार आ रही है. अरे भाई मेरे को स्विच करना पड़ रहा है मैं फोन पे हूँ ना मैं तेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ ना तो मैं इधर से उधर स्विच कर रहा हूँ मेरा भाई पीछे से चिल्ला रहा था इसलिए मैं भाई स्ट्रीम पे कोई रहेगा बैठ के गलती से आएगा और ये सुनेगा तो पागल ब्रो तेरा आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रहा है स्ट्रीम पे
अभी खोल दिया माइक
बात करते हैं वो का है भाई
as we look towards the second half, he's again the guy that we have to talk about, particularly in the way that he plays as the anchor. He's almost always locking down towards me, very much just defined by how he holds space with the same setup on that site. And in their last game, he really got shut down. You see so many of his deaths just in that back corner of B, with a Jet diving on him deep, his utility already gone, and him getting taken down. So my focus is on Les to keep his performance up if Loud do want to convert this.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think Les is such a playmaker for them. The guy is really heating up, and he's doing it at such a young age on the global stage right now. He has been the real difference maker in so many of their rounds, with clean trades and also multi-kills and opportunities just found with the lurks.
I think you can see, as Pansy said, that Loud are getting back into this game. Their belief is showing, the tenacity and grit is all there, and the players are heating up. I think this next half, it should be electric.
Yeah, Optic, they have to find a way to stop this momentum, or otherwise Pansy and Hypok, it's going to get a little bit dicey for them.
I'm still working out my feelings after the Viper cosplay, I'm not gonna lie, Mike. But anyway, 6-6, the game actually could not get closer, and it feels like Loud are starting to believe this is now doable. Because it felt like a shutout at the start, the aggression was right, everything was starting to hit, and then it just, you know, the switch flipped. Now, what do we look at? Where are our key components we look at?
माइक बंद करके मैं कब से बोल रहा हूँ?
Yes भाई, yes.
अरे
भाई
यार
मेरा तो 2% पे है. जैसा फोन मर गया तो मैं जाने वाला हूँ.
तो लौड़े आया काय के लिए फिर?
हाँ भाई, स्ट्रीम पे होना इसलिए. नो फ्लेक्स. नहीं रे, मैं बस देखने आया था कि स्ट्रीम चल रहा है कि नहीं बराबर.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा, ऑप्टिक की लाउड?
ब्रो अभी के लिए तो ऑप्टिक, मतलब ऑप्टिक ठीक खेल रहा है, मतलब नहीं ऑप्टिक हाँ नहीं ऑप्टिक अच्छा खेल रहा है. अच्छा वो स्नाइपर वाला बंदा सही है वे विक्टर. भाई मेरे को दो आवाज आ रहा है, मेरे को अजीब लग रहा है.
तो लौड़े तू वैलोरेंट का स्ट्रीम देखना. यो अरे हाँ वासिफ देख मैं कौन सा कॉलेज बोल रहा था कन्नड़ में, जो है कन्नड़ में नहीं बोल सकते रे, हैदराबाद के हैदराबाद के बाजू में ये एक केएलई. ठीक है भाई वासिफ, ठीक है भाई.
Savage, nice, like it.
मैं बता रहा हूँ देख ये कॉलेज है, मैं ऐसा बोल रहा था भाई, तुम तो यार बेइज्जती कर देते हो. केएलई कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी कर्नाटक में है. पढ़ने जा रहा हूँ बाप के पैसे से कि कार रेंट पे लेने जा रहा हूँ. नहीं यार कमाऊंगा ना तो भाई कार रेंट पे क्या, अपन तो शोरूम खरीदेंगे. ज्यादा बोल दिया लेकिन.
ठीक है सुन तो मेरी बात यार, तू सुनता नहीं है. तू है ना मस्टैंग रेंट पे लेना, ठीक है 1 महीने के लिए. और पहले दिन कॉलेज के ना अच्छे कपड़े पहन के सूट वूट लाली पोदर लगा के एकदम मस्त.
हाँ आप भी 3 लोग को जोड़े, मैं भी 3 लोग को जोड़े, तो आप भी ऐसे मस्टैंग ले सकते हैं.
तो ऐसा और ऐसा एंट्री करना जैसे
किडनी बेच दे.
मिस्टीरो को म्यूट कर. भाई ओ भाई
तो फिर बहुत लेट देख रहा है. अगर तू वो सोवा का शॉट देख रहा है तो पिस्टल.
हाँ मतलब नहीं भैया टाइम पे देख रहा हूँ मैं.
अभी क्या दिखा रहा है तेरा कैमरा?
प्लांट करके कब का होगा, बैठा हुआ है.
अभी कौन सा कैमरा, अभी किस पे है तेरा कैमरा?
पर कौन है वो सोवा?
ए भाई मेरा 1% है, मैं आता हूँ 2 मिनट में.
रात हो गया.
ओ भाई लाउड बोले तो क्लाउड की सस्ती कॉपी. लाउड
क्या कर रहा है? देखो ग्राउंड निकाल के गए.
पता है. अरे तो बाय नहीं था उन लोग का भी. मिस्टीरियो जाएगा ना तो देख अच्छा राउंड खेलेंगे, मैं बेट लगा रहा हूँ. रुक जा, मैं जरा मेरे अब्बा को बोल के आता हूँ केजे के बारे में। अब्बा मान जाएंगे रे, पर लेकिन मेरे भाई का ना 1 साल का फीस 27 लाख रहेगा मेडिकल में।
पागल है क्या भाई? 3 लाख कौन देगा?
अंबानी।
आगे काम है भाई।
हाँ बे, 3 लाख में साला अपन चाय की टपरी डाल देंगे बे।
गड्डी मेरी तेनू भी आवाज मार दी, समझा?
क्या यूनिवर्सल?
नहीं, गड्डी
गड्डी 3 लाख में थोड़ी आएगी। अच्छा, डाउन पेमेंट पे लेगा तो आएगी।
अबे सेकंड में लूंगा, पहली गाड़ी।
हाँ, मेरा जो भाई है ना, वो बोला कि मेरे को पहले एक बड़ी गाड़ी सेकंड हैंड में लेनी है, सब लोग उस पे हाथ साफ करना, फिर मैं फर्स्ट हैंड लूंगा। बोला ठीक है भाई। अरे मेरा भाई है ना, अपनी 2 गाड़ी ना यूएस से इंपोर्ट करा रहा था, लेकिन उसका प्राइस बहुत ही ज्यादा हो जा रहा था। नाइस शॉट डैट। उसका प्राइस है ना बहुत ज्यादा हो जा रहा था, तो उसने नहीं कराया। फिर देख, बोला ना मिस्टीरियो को बैन दे दो सर्वर से, वो आता है ना तभी वो ऑप्टिक हारती है।
ये एवरेज जिगनेस वाला जो शॉट डार्ट था वो।
हाँ वो मस्त था भाई। मारवाड़ी भाई, मारवाड़ी 2-11 चल रहा है भाई। ये लाउड, अगर ये जेट का बैक स्टेप काम आ गया, इनको पता ही नहीं कि आसपास इनके आसपास है।
इनके आसपास
क्या बोल रहा है ये क्या है?
लेकिन क्या नाम है डूड? ओह नाइस शॉट, इसको शॉट डार्ट बोलते हैं।
ओके फक, मैं पीछे हूँ अभी थोड़ा सा।
अबे काय के लिए पीक दे रहे हो?
Not bad economy damage at this point. You'll take that. You will not be winning the round here, but they've done what they wanted. They get to keep the rifle as well. Not too bad either. So, a bit more damage than I'm sure Optic would have liked, and a small bonus for Aspas as well.
We'll see exactly where purchase will lie for Optic.
वासिफ, मैं जरा फैमिली डिस्कशन में पार्ट लेके आऊँ, बहुत चिल्ला चिल्ला के फैमिली डिस्कशन हो रहे हैं।
अबे यार जा जल्दी जा।
मेरे को भी तो मेरे भाई की गांड मारते हुए दिखनी है ना।
A slight advantage in that regard. Viper's bit available for Pancada. Marv does have that null command. Still sitting at 2 and 12 here. Optic looking to address mid just a little bit. And similar to how we saw Optic defend, there's a lack of presence here.
I actually might have gone more potentially. I think just dipping in towards the drop. Actually managed to evade the full information off the back of the knife. That's top. Dip down there. As the 3-2 split towards the A side. Now, utility committed towards the door, but they still have the way in, and Marv actually got 2 in that. I don't know how he got both, but he did. Unless he's forced to CT, he can no longer really have any say in the matter. That spike's going down. Now, maybe on the retake, we know that these guys have a ridiculous high standard of capability on these playback ins, but a 3v5 is a really tall task, and Victor is the first challenge you have to get past. If you want in, ping down, and oh, the reply, Pancada sends it right back to him. FNS dead, and we're in a 3v3. Marv was already low. Suddenly not as impossible as it was before. Gonna force the hand that feeds. Sassy gonna try and send this one forward. Does he catch a tag? No, it's Ye in the meantime to find less. The flash slowed down Pancada. And it's looking like they might have just run out of time on this.
And if that Hunter's Fury does even just one tag onto Marv, looked like 2 were lined up there in main. Would have made it doable, but Optic respond well. Yay, finding a kill here. Looks like they will equalize here. Pancada can find an exit, but expect him to wait this one out. Vested carry through 2300 here. Actually, Advance is kind of swinging back towards Optic in terms of this ultimate cycle. Well, his ears must have been burning. Look at that entry from Marv. Knowing full well, actually, with the null command going, you can be traded fairly comfortably with, I think, Victor and FNS backing him up through double doors there. But 2 for 2 on the half now. Look at the purchase here for Loud. A Guardian, a Bulldog. Couple of light shields as well. Big info once again from Sadak.
And a mid challenge coming down as well for Aspas. gonna spot, I
Wait,
think that was
it's a score hai.
Yeah, he's already
yeah.
potentially gone outside of the angle. He expected, but he's diligent enough to check, but he copped a headshot on the way out. Aspas down to 3, but less gonna help him out. That's a big punish, actually. Yo going down, but look at the space that Victor's found as well.
Sadak's just coming up the road now. The tag actually onto Pancada is punished.
Absolutely is. Victor now just going to try and unleash, take the space away. 15 HP, but he's got themselves in sight at least. They can maybe work out from this one, but you got to look towards Sadak potentially to cost them the cross. Can't do it. Has to at least give that one up. The flank's on the way. Aspas coming around on 3 HP. It ain't much, but it could do some damage here. Victor playing up close towards yellow as well. Spike now down. Time in Optic side, but this post-spawn is not comfortable at all.
Aspas doesn't spot anything on default either. Marv now looking to challenge and finds the headshot, lands it. Aspas will fall. Actually going to send that recon bolt through. Sadak still struggling to get anything done through the door. And actually, let's do back side of yellow. He's found the first.
Yeah, let's fight some more! Loud right back in this game! Taking the lead away! Tearing it out of Optic's hands to defuse the formality to it.
I mean, you look at some of these setups, you think Loud that, yeah, there's no way. Sadak has so much to deal with, so much pressure coming towards him. Unless just slips the net. Gets ahead of that. Sassy with the perfect timing on that backstab. That's even after Optic just showed it's literal perfection sometimes. The timing there from Victor to get on the back of that tag onto Pancada, create that opening. But then it counts for nothing. And that was with a Guardian in there, a Bulldog in there.
Yeah.
Loud made it look easy.
Just the timing, the synergy starting to really hit for me when I'm watching how Loud are playing inside of these retakes. And it's one of the stats I think the desk brought up at the very start of the day is how statistically strong they are at those retakes. And I mean, you see it so tangibly so often with them, you know, being an outlier on it. So again, wonderful to see that in motion here, but I'm just happy we get a close game. 8-9 now, Loud picking up where they left off. Optic financially in a curious spot here, able to fashion a purchase, but it will be missing certain areas, the bells and whistles.
और भाई
coming in, so you know, some moments to look towards.
फैमिली ट्रॉमा बन गया भाई फैमिली डिस्कशन
I think actually they're worse in terms of retakes.
पुश टू टॉक पे डालने देने तो तेरे को भी आवाज आएगा
And convert 5v4s. That's the fascinating thing here because Loud are actually
अब बाहर ही जाके पढ़ने का सोच रहा अभी ऐसा माहौल देख के
wouldn't expect them to.
अबे नहीं होता है बाबा
That's to say as well though.
मेरे को हो जाएगा भाई
70% post-spawn conversion rate.
वो एक रहता है ना
which is mad. Barker's bit off the rip here for Pancada. Try and slow down any progress towards B. Does still have less here. See, actually, Optic were trying to get ahead of this, potentially.
Take flight.
I don't know if Crashies can figure anything out with the drone.
Timing on the knife, pretty decent as well. Looking at the exploration mission from Aspas. Once again, down tube. So if they do double back, probably going to be the early warning signal at the very least. The worst, the downfall of them falling away, but not the first time we've seen them explore this, so hopefully it's on the priority list if you are Optic to stay diligent to check this on the way back around.
Aspas though, at least going to hear the sound cue of that jump peak. See, he pops the dash on the back of it. That's just damage here.
हक दिया भाई हक दिया अरे अरे अरे अरे
He had to try and close that down, finally gets suppressed, but by now the damage is done.
भाई
There, but the reply comes in, death from above. Now the 4v3, numbers favorable towards Optic. They can get the plot.
कोई हेल्प कर दो पढ़ने में भाई फाइनल्स देख अगर ऑप्टिक जीती तो पढ़ लेना अगर लाउड जीती तो पढ़ लेना
It's Pancada on the flank, but the Viper's pit in position.
कौन है ये पढ़ने वाला
और कौन हो सकता है केटी किसको आइए
Get the timing just right. They seem aware of this. Yay already looking this
ऐसा नहीं बोलना था तू छोड़ो
And now the 5-2 players who are allowing a little bit of time for work feel irrelevant to the outcome. How are they meant to get back into this? Step into the green.
गोल्डी भाई एडमिशन करा दो गोल्डी भाई
गोल्डी भाई आईफोन बेच के ठाकुर में एडमिशन करा दो
Marv actually finally coming through with that flash.
Guys, गोल्डी भाई is in my chat, let's go गोल्डी भाई
Optic tie things up. This is on the back of early on. There's no rotation on the back. You can see the pings coming on the back of that Viper's fit, but Optic just set themselves up to pop through double doors. Beautifully executed. Their lesson, and Cardiff is so far away from this, they can't really slow that down. See now, actually, if Optic feel as if they have a bit of freedom in mid, whether or not they actually resort back towards splitting a side. Loud back down on 2 Sheriffs, a Stinger, a Bulldog. Blade Storm available for Aspas though. Zanax immediately through cave.
Huge information.
Vital so early on.
And it really reassures Aspas he is in the right place for this. Now, eventually we'll have to pay attention towards main. Eyes trained on towards mid, and he's really made a meal of it.
वासिफ एक जोक मारू गया.
Does get at least the
Loud fans are quiet because there is no one.
done with a kill off that. But the fast flank is in. Now Crashy's very diligent, but I think just missed the timing on the window.
माँ कसम गुस्सा का आ गया बे सड़क. सड़क से उठा के स्टार बनाया.
It is a 4v3, but the referee still could put it up towards elbow, Mike. Needs to bail him out from here, and FNS tried, but didn't get what he wanted.
ये वाली बुलडॉग कितनी बड़ी पागल है.
Bulldog has to go huge, and he's found the spike. Crashies will fall. Gonna spot out Victor as well. A little bit of damage to follow up the second kill there.
Bye. 50 निकाल दिया Loud भाई.
Response from Loud. And that's with Aspas cooking it with the Blade Storm.
Fast flank coming through. So many things going right. That little bit of window of time where Crashy's almost caught him. He crossed in towards window, and the punish that was picked up towards, I think it was Ye there. Again, the timing great for Loud, but perfect responses in kind. Nothing working out on the other side, and this was the start of things. Whole lot of information, and again, with that fast walkout, they already kind of knew that. So really making it count in the Thrifty, and back and forth again we go. 9 to 10 now.
Similar to positioned earlier, actually. There's no comfort in the finances here.
देख रहे पीछे गाना चल रहा है.
How far to go?
Gas बोलाओ.
It looks quite all in from Optic, genuinely. This seems very not particularly exploring many other options.
साइट मिल गया बे ऑप्टिक को. अरे लेफ्ट देख.
ऑप्टिक लगाने के बाद भी विजन नहीं है.
Yeah, he's walked straight up from door, and no one was watching it. Dipped right back on in and out. There's problems galore, but Ye.
ये मार रहा भाई.
Save the day again. Melted and burned down, but still alive. And Optic are panicking. And now surrounded, they didn't get to the deeper post plants. The pop flash to bail them out. Does at least give them a little bit more freedom, but the instantaneous trade. Rez gonna come in, maybe not.
बहुत भी.
Predicts the push back in perfectly. And did Victor even see him? I do not know. We're tied all even. Answer.
Revive हुआ वो?
What was that headshot from Victor? The Viper wall was up. What a ridiculous response here. Yay, going huge for Optic. Second here onto Aspas as well. Resets to this position.
एक मैप दोनों जीते ना. वही तो है ना डर. आवाज आएगा तो क्या करेगा तू. तू कौन सा जोक किया फिर.
Scrappy buys in here. We've got an operator with a light armor. We've got
off the rip.
They both walked it. They're both here.
भाई यार.
ये सबसे हाईएस्ट
भाई.
The follow up for less. 2 picks back to back. Perfect start for Loud.
And even here with FNS in position for this very reason. Sassy isolates Marved. Crash is going to come through the drone here. Already less.
जैसी जिसको करना है भाई करो. आज हम करेंगे मीम रिव्यू. वैलोरेंट मीम रिव्यू कर सकते हैं आप.
लाइव कर लेंगे. वीडियो बना के भी डाल देंगे. तो लाइव का भी पैसा आ जाएगा, वीडियो का भी पैसा आ जाएगा. आयरन ही देख रहा है, पैसे की बात कर रहा है.
भाई.
भाई. खाली एक सब्सक्राइबर बाकी 160 कंप्लीट करने में. तो जो भी नहीं किया है, मैं ही देख रहा हूँ, फिर भी मैं बोलना चाहूँगा जो भी इसको सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है वो सब्सक्राइब करो.
मेरे पास ये वाला बोल. गाय बाबे क्यों हुआ गाय. बाबे को
सब्सक्राइब करो तो तुम्हें सपने में बैगन दिखेगा.
अपना ही पकड़ के सोए रहेंगे भाई साहब. हाँ समझा.
सब्सक्राइब करो वरना तुम्हें सपने में आएगा तन्मय बट तुम्हारे ऊपर बैठ
prepared for this, right?
Oh, shit.
Still threads the
मैं एक और आईडी बना के कर रहा हूँ यार.
and even less there, the contingency.
मीनवेल तन्मय बटा बे साले. जितना तेरा वजन रहेगा ना उस सारा केस हो गया मेरे पे.
ब्रो आईपीएल का कैमरामैन तो है.
है भाई आईपीएल कैमरामैन है भाई.
It's actually crazy to just look at the money every single round.
बना लिए लेकिन आईसीआईसी वर्ल्ड कप में भी वही चल रहा था.
तो आईपीएल वाले कैमरामैन जाते हैं ना उधर. आईपीएल हो या वर्ल्ड कप.
कैमरामैन का सीवी चेक करेंगे ना तो उधर ऐसा मेन लिखा रहेगा आईपीएल में कैमरामैन. आईपीएल का कैमरामैन है. हाँ ठीक है फिर प्रायोरिटीज को पहला देख. थोड़ा लेफ्ट में डाल मेरी सुन. सड़क
Love seeing this
सड़क.
rematch.
हाँ डाल बराबर उधर डाल आएंगे. देख मैं बोल रहा हूँ डाल. सुनता नहीं है मेरी. गंदा बच्चा. डाल ना.
This could be the one to double down on though if you are allowed. Make it to 12.
मत डाल बे छोड़ रख अपने मतलब डाल दिया.
Going in, good timing. Should note. I thought maybe 2 there, but actually only catching 1.
भाई दिखता नहीं क्या लकड़ी का टुकड़ा लेके चल रहा है.
Seem creeping that way, but crashes here with a spike. Marv has to stand his ground. Both tuck in, and that's Marv comes out on top.
But they hit the brakes. They're not, you know.
जेट डिफ हो गया भाई उधर.
With Victor posted here though, he's got good.
जेट बोल रहा हूँ बे. क्यों डिफ हो गया उधर.
Within earshot.
मैं बोला जेट मारवाड़ी डिफ हो गया भाई.
Could be the green light though with FNS being suppressed.
They have to go now. Finding Pancada, that it would be looking such an opportunity in the mouth and turning it down.
ये डोर खोलने आया था बस.
On the other side,
डोर खोला उधर से वाइपर को मारा और फिर वहां से आगे जाता तो भी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती ना. तो पीछे चला गया. अरे मेरे को मैसेज किया उसने किधर जाओ तो मैंने बोला पीछे चले.
Will find any purchase in time. So now it's the post plan. An optic.
ओह का बचाओ शॉट डाल. ओ भाई ये राइट देखिए.
Across the line towards less, but predicts Sassy maybe
तेरी कल
swinging.
पक्का में क्लासेस नहीं है ना.
नहीं निकलने हैं.
बैठेगा ना ट्रॉफी अभी.
हाँ सब देखूंगा. ये तो वैलो भी खेलते हैं. मैं पीछे चल रहा हूँ मतलब बहुत. सेव कर रहा सासी. ओके नाइस शॉट सासी. Nice shot, Sassy.
Back and forth. Look at the timeline. What is that? From the round 17.
Look at the timeline.
11-11 चल रहा है ना.
नहीं है बैक एंड फोर्थ. मतलब एक राउंड वो जीत रहा है एक राउंड ये जीत रहा है.
कब से?
It is back and forth. If it keeps going through this way though, should be loud to convert it.
किसने टाइम आउट लिया?
Right?
ए भाई मैं भी
I mean they come into this Sadak. No one missing.
पर मैं अब 2 ही ले सकता है. तू सुसु टाइम
आउट. With the operator in hand.
को नहीं आ रही ब्रे.
बता रहा हूँ.
Viper's bit available. Aspas actually one away from the blade storm, so that could be crucial here to be able to round out this purchase. The other side Optic going to be feeling pretty happy with themselves with some upgrades in that previous round. Crashes on that Hunter's Fury as well. Like I said, just the psychological warfare in these early rounds. Loud looking to continue that trend as well. Optic haven't really won out from, you know, one of these wide defaults, and Valve are the ones to continuously punish that. It's actually then on the lesser purchases, not necessarily the thrifty rounds, but the lesser purchases where Optic then look to stack up and hit a side together. It seems to work pretty well.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, I feel like the retakes have come on their buy rounds, which
I know.
is like...
Huh. Okay, 11-11. Make a wish. This is so ridiculous that we are here. So this should be a loud round. Now, of course, they have a stinger, so fantastic. They seem great with it.
Les and Aspas walking mid early on.
But the site's completely free. Optic are in for free. There's no challenge. And that's devastating. Victor! Insane impact of the spray. He just goes wild in towards middle, and Marv actually gets the benefit, gets the best of Les. And now the plant's in, and they read it perfectly. They could not have made a better guess of this one.
Here.
Aspas, Sadak, Pancada, anything in the tank here. There's no ways in. They don't have
Oh
that
my
springboard
god,
yet.
oh my
Where's
god,
that first pick
3v4.
gonna come from?
Sorry,
भाई क्या एंट्री लिए भाई, पूरा खाली छोड़ दिए थे लोग बी साइड, पता है क्या? लाउड वाले भाई भाई भाई ये मार रहा भाई, ऑफ सेव करने भागा.
It looks like Optic might have actually broken the back and forth trend. Finally pulling around back to back here.
हॉक दिया भाई आसपास.
आसपास के आसपास कोई
ओ मेरे आसपास. कैसा गाना था रे ये? कि मेरे पास तुम, ऐसा कोई सॉन्ग था ना यार, कोई तो सॉन्ग है, एक है, मेरे को, मैं गलत गा रहा हूँ पता है मुझे, कोई तो सॉन्ग है यार से. मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, ये पिक्चर का है, रणबीर कपूर के, कौन सा है उसमें सीटी वाला ना, रॉय रॉय. हाँ मेरे पास है कि नहीं बस. छोड़ दे भाई. नहीं भाई ये नहीं.
चल हर से गेम खेलते, हर राउंड के स्टार्ट में प्रेडिक्ट करते कौन जीतेगा, कौन सी टीम को राउंड मिलेगा.
ये है ऑप्टिक का राउंड.
और जो हारा वो गाना गाएगा.
ये ऑप्टिक जीतेगा, तू बता.
ये राउंड शुरू हुआ है ना. हाँ ठीक है, मैं भी ऑप्टिक ही जीतूंगा. याद रखना अगर लाउड जीत गए तो दोनों को गाना पड़ेगा.
That's a spike now seen as well. So telling at this time. The rest of the team is on the way to the caves. Adjust so well, punishing it. Oh! Aspas, the heads crashes, and the other two.
देखा?
भाई देखा, इसके लिए तो सांस चढ़ी.
And off towards B.
मेरे को पानी लगेगा, पानी लाता हूँ मैं.
Less, the angle is gorgeous. The kill towards Victor. The follow-up is there. It's deserved at this point. It's going OT.
What an insane exchange of rounds here in that second half of Breeze. There is nothing separating these teams.
दिल का दरिया.
900 credits in some of these purchases.
हाँ हर्ष चलो.
ओटी भाई.
गाओ हर्ष.
From Aspas. Another outrageous
play. आप शुरू करो हर्ष, हम आपको.
तारक मेहता का. Shit bro.
FNS actually gets spotted on the spy cam. Less slips away. Makes the
अरे दिल में प्रेम हो तो सास माँ बन जाती है.
तारक भाई.
Okay, looking like the last cannons on either side, but it's Victor to really don it on towards this.
Single भी मारूं तो लगे eventually. चलिए आ गई है mentally.
Address mid with a potential flash play here on the defense.
There's the flash. No one was actively working at that point towards taking space or actively holding the angle, seeing a little bit deeper towards bottom mid. So I wonder if Victor gets any reward for this.
I mean, Pancada and Sassy literally just have a crossfire set up right now. They're expecting Optic to walk mid. Because out of double doors, but with an operator, how deep does he actually push through here?
Single भी मारूं तो लगे eventually.
The Owl drone, he just saw it. Does he get to be able to tuck in?
I don't think he saw Victor. No, he's going forwards.
He hasn't been seen. Victor's got away with daylight robbery. He just avoided the Owl drone. He's still in middle, but he's being chased down. Pancada's out there as well. The hunter becomes the hunted, but he gets to slip away, and he's gone unnoted.
भाई क्या बचा ये? विक्टर.
Overtime है?
क्या हुआ? हाँ ओवरटाइम है. हाँ विक्टर क्या बचा है भाई. भाई ये लाउड घुस गया. ये पैन कार्ड आ कौन है? सीटी घुस गया भाई वो.
पैन कार्ड है ये, पैन कार्ड है.
मेरे को बनाने का है पैन कार्ड.
अरे मतलब अपडेट करवाना है ना, बनाना क्या बोलता है.
अरे यार, अरे यार, पैन कार्ड आ.
कौन जीत रहा है?
ओ भाई
Taken out by FNS now. Aspas, the 1v2, the one that took them to OT, has to go big again, and Crashes is closing.
Nice.
Optic take the first in OT.
ये हाथ पे लिखा इसने.
Let's go Optic. क्या सही लिखा है भाई.
Let's go Optic.
Human banner बन के आया है भाई.
It's just mind-boggling.
भाई लोग ऐसा ऐसा मेटाफोरिकली फ्रेज यूज करते हैं ना भाई, डिक्शनरी खोलना पड़ेगा कमेंट्री का. माइंड बॉगलिंग बात. आईपीएल वाली कमेंट्री नहीं करती. लगता है आज खिलाड़ी ने किस्मत खा के आया. और जो हाथों के साथ उन्होंने गुगली डाली है ना,
और ये बॉल
माइंड ही गुगली कर दी है.
हवा से प्यार नीचे नहीं आ रही.
अबे लिक्विड का फ्लैग क्या करेंगे यार. और जो हवा में गेंद उड़ाई है सीधा दर्शकों में.
और ये छक्का. बॉल को कह दीजिए गुड बाय.
बोल रहा है कि इसे बोल रहा है. भाई इनके स्किन में इतना ठीक कैसा यार. मेरा स्किन देखो उबड़ खाबड़. ऐसा लग रहा भाई ने प्लास्टर मरवाया अभी. भाई हिंदी में टाइम आउट क्या लिखा था देखने का यार मेरे. पूर्ण विराम. अरे वो तो वो ग्रामेटिकल वो है ना, पूर्ण विराम.
ग्रामेटिकल मिस्टेक है क्योंकि पूर्ण विराम फुल स्टॉप को बोला जाता है.
हाँ भाई.
और इन लोग को नहीं पता लगता.
कॉमा को क्या बोलते हैं?
कॉमा को अर्ध विराम.
हाँ तो ये लिखना चाहिए उन लोगों को, अर्ध विराम. आधा फुल स्टॉप. विराम लिख देंगे तो भी बहुत सही है बे.
अरे आधा पादा कौन पादा मम्मा जी का घोड़ा पादा.
आम डाम डुस.
अरे हाँ सॉरी ये भूल ही गया था मैं. चलो चलो मारवाड़ी लेट्स गो. मारवाड़ी आगे.
अरे क्या यार सबको टेंस बनना है. ओ भाई भाई मारवाड़ी दारू पी गया है. अरे उसका रेड बुल का कैन चेक करो. ये कैसा डैश था बे. रन टाइम कंपाइलर सब साथ में हो गया. कोड एग्जीक्यूट भी हो गया, कंपाइल एरर भी आ गया, रन टाइम एरर भी हो गया भाई.
हर साइंस. अबे देखो मैंने सिग्नल भेजा था क्या. ये देखो एक सिग्नल भेजता हूं डूड. ये मेरे मिला था. मेरी फट के हाथ में आ गए. मैं बोला क्या करूं. मैंने दोस्त को भेजा. दोस्त बोलता है ये उसकी निशानी है.
Leaving B with less down on 11 HP as well.
No. Sure.
He can't get
He's got to go. Okay. So he's dealt with that early enough. 30 seconds. Still giving himself a chance. 30 seconds left. Pull the players back, but he's going to go for a mad rotation now. 20 seconds. Does he have time for this?
And actually being spotted with the Al drones pulled Pancada off this. He's got the time to make it to sight. I mean, it's going to take a hell of a lot for anyone on the side allowed to get ahead of this, but...
He could have Hunter's Fury potentially if he's able to get the plant, then one more. Look at him. Look at this. You know he's got a couple of seconds on this one. Away we go. Plant going to come down. Nothing to stop it. He's doing everything. What do they have? Oh my word, Crash getting a little touch of damage. Sussy got there so fast.
भाई ये तो हिंट दे रहा है भाई.
13-13. All even.
भाई.
A beautiful hold by that as well. Even though that's
legend है भाई.
A 5v3, the knife comes through, it marks Yay. Like I said, possibly the worst indicator, right? The one you'd almost expect to be posted up on flank control. Optic pop on the back of it. Actually, at that point, the fight comes through with the choke point being their demise. Well, that number advantage counts for nothing.
भाई इसका कोच सूट बूट पहना है बे. इसके लिए बोलते सूट नहीं पहनने का भाई. ऐसा पहनो कि बरमूडा पहनो तो हवा अंदर बाहर जाए तो फटेगा नहीं. शॉट भाई.
अरे तू क्या भाई बोल रहा है भाई. वो टीम सामने वाली की है.
अरे तो भी चलता है यार. अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए. खिलाड़ी को अप्रिशिएट करो तो खिलाड़ी हगता है. आसपास का एस रहता था। ओ भाई खत्म राउंड, ट्यूब में राउंड, हॉल्स में राउंड खत्म कर दिया भाई।
किचन तक पहुंचा नहीं, होल में ही खत्म कर दिया।
स्नैक्स होल में,
स्नैक्स खाने मिले ही नहीं।
स्नैक्स होल में ही रह गए। शॉट भारी था। ये हिंदी में लिखा है क्या इसने टैटू?
आसपास लूट क्या नाम है ना आसपास?
हाँ ना भाई, उसका असली नाम रहेगा आष्टी पुष्टी तुष्टी। मेरा अटक रहा है कि सबका अटक रहा है?
अब अटकना शुरू हुआ, अब तेरा सबका अटक रहा है। तेरा लोड पे गया,
लोड पे गया था।
हाँ एक झटके के लिए फिर चेंबर पे आ गया सीधा।
Who takes the advantage in this overall series so far?
LGBTQ.
Still chances
I
of
support
Optic close
LGBTQ.
back in, but a very patient default being.
RGB. My also favorite RGB.
The number of times that Optic lent back into kind of that mid-round split.
I also have RGB in my keyboard.
The other adjustment being Aspas tucked into that corner on the right side of main. Take a glance at the minimap, you're almost feeling as if Optic are leaning this way, especially with the traps.
So that is so much better.
Almost double. Average retake is like a third at the time. They're winning a half.
Victor
terrifies me though.
Yeah.
This guy's an absolute demon. 25-16, he's having a highlight game.
It comes away. There's going to be no secondary layer of pressure here.
How'd you get him off this angle? How'd you force him away? Gets the press, he'll stand in the fight, but that doesn't seem to really fuss him much.
Left.
30 seconds.
They're not in the door yet.
They're not even out main. There's gonna be one flash and go, and Aspas is ahead of this. Oh, great work from Victor. There's still problems ahead. There's still players on the side. It's not a safe plant. There's still someone towards the backside itself. That Carter. Oh, and it's great work. Optic so diligent. It's such pressure moments to potentially take us to 14-14. It's on Sanak.
What the fuck भाई, क्या मारा शॉक डाटा उसने।
This game is not over yet. 14-14. What a fated matchup to go so far.
The patience.
हाँ बोला ना मैं श्राउड से।
But then the concern comes to how disciplined is the site here. Crashies finds the tag. The knife reveals it, but it doesn't paint a picture. Aspas knows at this point, and they force his hand.
अरे ये सब ट्रिप का पैसा वैलोरेंट ही स्पॉन्सर करता है ना, अगर ये लोग को बुलाया जाता है तो।
नहीं, इन लोग को बुलाया थोड़ी गया था।
हाँ मतलब ये लोग, मतलब वही ना, अरे इनको बोल रहा हूँ जो खेल रहा ऑप्टिक वाले लोगों को, सब वैलोरेंट ही स्पॉन्सर करता है ना।
खाली इन लोग को बस अपना कीबोर्ड और माउस लाना होता है विद हेडफोन।
नहीं मतलब वो तो पर्सनल चॉइस रहती है ना, वैसे तो वैलोरेंट प्रोवाइड कराता रहेगा।
नहीं कीबोर्ड और माउस स्ट्रिक्टली उन लोग का, वालों का कुछ नहीं। हेडफोन उन लोग वालों प्रोवाइड करते हैं, लेकिन ट्रेनिंग के टाइम पे तो तुम अबे लेकिन इतना तो कमाई लेते भाई कि कभी हेडफोन।
अरे क्या है, क्या गवर्नमेंट की तरह तो गिर ही जा रहे हैं लोग। बड़ा बहुत तो चलता है भाई, वोट दिया तो इतना तो बोल ही सकते हैं। भाई देख, राहुल से बेटर तो है भाई वो, भले ही घूमने में चीता वीता छोड़ता चलता है भाई, पर राहुल से बेटर है भाई वो, कुछ नहीं कर सकते भाई। मैं उसको सोने के लिए वोट दिया था, आज तक वो सोना आया ही नहीं मेरे घर पे। आलू इतना लेके आ गया मैं, तभी मोटा आलू जैसा बन गया।
अभी तू जाएगा ना मशीन में तब वो सोना।
हाँ भाई
वो मशीन असल में जिम है, अब तू सोना बन के बाहर निकलेगा। तू राहुल
भाई
गांधी का प्लान
वो हर येलो कलर की चीज सोना नहीं होती है वैसे, कुछ और भी होता है, वही निकल जाता है वजन उठाने। आसपास को देखा ही नहीं। भाई एक तो सड़क बोल रहा है, मेरे इसमें रोड इमेजिन हो रहा है भाई, वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे। जीत गए भाई लाउट, नहीं जीता, हाँ जीत गए।
Needs a kill and he'd get Hunter's Fury. Maybe that could be something.
अगर ये राउंड निकाल लेती है ऑप्टिक वासिफ, जो नहीं निकालेगा
ये राउंड निकाली तो मेरे को बैटल पास गिफ्ट
That's what he's desperate for.
चल
Another attempt and another death. And no more OTs. Loud. Finally getting
यार
This is a marathon of a game, Mike.
I mean, just an absolute brawl to the death, a slugfest back and forth. That second half, just roll your mind back to the one-for-one trade.
बहुत टायर्ड कर रही है यार, नहीं जीत पा रही
भाई यार ऑप्टिक सब आपका गेम जा रहा है ऑप्टिक से यार। 4 सेकंड को फोन कर यार। कर 4 सेकंड को फोन कर यार।
That's the end of map 3.
This is one that's going to test every
ऑप्टिक को
capability of these players. In the server, out of the server, the mental in here is going to be really taken through its limits. And the fact that we got where we did, Optic looking, you know, whole new look to them. Fresh start coming out looking, you know, really
Needs you.
We had this round of crashes where apparently had his cloak of invisibility on the first way forward, just having a great time of it. So many just unbelievable runs. This one, Carter again denying Yay on that massive round who's going to have the switch up. There's so much going on this game.
There was. It's got to be said again. Aspas and Les, they were the highlight players here in this composition here on Breeze. And they were worth their weight in gold. That's to say, actually, Victor had an outrageous performance here. And trying to drag Optic online in some of those rounds where they're just unable to convert that financial advantage they have. I'm not sure actually how the matchup would go, whether or not the Deskers have it. Who flipped more thrifties, or those light buys, or you know that half force that was coming through. Just an insane
अबे यार क्या बीटी है भाई। चलो फिर एक काम करना चाहिए अभी राउंड को तीसरा लाउड को तीसरा मैच जीत के टूर्नामेंट खत्म करते हैं।
हाँ भाई
कम से कम फिर नींद में तो आसपास
Optic can't drop the ball now, Mike. They are on that knife's edge moment. It's precarious from this point forward.
They absolutely are. And you come back to that point earlier, we were talking about actually with the way this has gone back and forth, map 2 aside, somebody needs a confidence booster. Because like I said, they need to get into some form of momentum, which is so difficult against both of these teams that have that slow burn playstyle, very reactive, and they're willing to put their power players in position to
अबे टेंस भी जाने वाला था मालूम है क्या?
It's not over yet, but it's getting
गया क्यों नहीं?
things keep going the way they are. Loud now have the upper hand. They have the chance to close at potentially a 3-1. All those predictions could be true, or Optic has something left for us. We will find out after the break.
कुछ बचा नहीं ऑप्टिक के पास। अगर ये मैच भी ये अगली मैच अगर ऑप्टिक जीत गई ना
हाँ
तो फिक्स है। फिर मुंबई
क्या होगा?
मैच खेलेगी, मुंबई इंडियंस जीतेगी।
भाई
भाई फिर फिक्स है सब। मैं भी ट्वीट डालता हूँ। Loud fans getting it.
Another crazy overtime, but Loud, they have the advantage now as they're heading to match point and one step closer to lifting that trophy. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Mimi, Saisho, and Bren. Guys, it's happening!
I know.
It's happening!
It is insane. This team is now on the verge of being the first ever non-NA or...
Hello. Hello. हर्ष
हाँ बोल।
अबे वो याद है एसेंट के अंदर वो केओ ने अपना ये होल्ड करके रखा था क्या बोलते हैं इसको, फ्लैश होल्ड करके रखा था बी साइड के आगे, सब घुस के मार के चले गए. सेंटिनल ट्वीट करती है, some say he's still holding it.
in the day. With Breeze as the deciding map, it was Optic that took it in that OT scenario, and now Loud, this is literally the experience being manifest on the global stage right here, right now.
Loud continues to be such a good team when the going gets tough,
Shroud
when
and
games
Tariq
get close,
reunited.
at making the adaptations on the fly and closing out. These are the games where things get stressful, where you have to pull something from the depths of your pocket to be able to win. And they've done it. In overtime, this team was thriving.
ये दे रहे ना, तारिक पहले Cloud9 में था ना? अभी Cloud9 की मैच हुई, उससे पहले लोग बैनर पे लिखते तारिक would have won that.
ये देख वासिफ, मैं अभी का रिकॉर्डिंग भेजा था, 60 FPS पे कर रहा हूँ ना मैं अपना एसेंट वाला गेम में.
मेरा कोई क्लिप है क्या भाई?
नहीं, मैं क्लिप नहीं किया इसमें.
I got to give immense amount of credit as well. I mean, we highlighted less at the beginning of this map. This guy was going nuclear at such a young age on the big stage, and as well the adaptations towards the end of the entire end of this map, with him anchoring a lot more.
जल्दी इतना लेट हो रहा है वे.
Just a thorn in the side of Optic consistently, and as well as that.
अबे कार्ड भी मिला कुछ इसका?
Of this entire map was creating all the time.
हेलो,
क्या कर रहे हैं?
ये वैलोरेंट का ये देखने के लिए.
अबे शिट, इसके लिए मैं देख रहा था ट्विच पे सर्वरीत.
क्या?
ट्विच पे मेरा ड्रॉप एनेबल है. पागल लड़के.
ड्रॉप एनेबल है मतलब?
अबे आज का ड्रॉप है ना.
अच्छा, क्या करने का?
What the fuck are you सर्वरीत मानुस?
क्या किया मैं भाई इसके अंदर? क्या करना क्या है?
18 सितंबर को 30 मिनट देखना है तो हीरो का कार्ड मिलेगा.
तो मिला ना?
कल. अरे मैंने 30 मिनट का देखा ट्विच पे साले.
अच्छा ट्विच पे, तो अभी देख ले.
हाँ भाई अभी देख ही रहा हूँ साला.
तो ट्विच पे ही देखना है और किस पे नहीं?
अरे यूट्यूब पे देख सकते, लेकिन मैंने लिंक नहीं किया हूँ ना.
अच्छा मैं तो किया, फिर मेरे को मिल गया रहेगा.
in the tournament space. No, all
अबे
jokes aside,
हीरो
pleasure
का
to have
सपोर्ट
you
कर
here,
रहा
dude.
है.
How you feeling? It's been a while since I've chatted
तो
with you.
एनए का टीम है ना भाई, उसी के रीजन का है.
I kind of came here just out of the blue, so it's been exciting to be here. I haven't been in a tournament like this in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you have experience playing on stages like this, whether it's like influencer events, but also in your pro career too.
Yeah.
I guess like, you know, kind of give the people at home like how, like what is that process? What are you feeling up there? Because I could tell it's a lot of jitters, it's a lot of worrying about.
मैं सेंटिनल्स वाला ट्वीट इंस्टा पे डाल रहा हूँ.
No, I mean, it's kind of like how I'm feeling right now. You know, I know half the crowd is already gone, but I'm feeling kind of like a little nervous, a little amped up, a little excited. But a lot of it, when you're playing,
सही पकड़े.
you get those first few round jitters. Pistol round is always the hardest because you got to be the most precise, of course.
Yep.
But once you get the pistol round out of the way, it's
मेरे को अच्छा ट्वीट लगा ये इसके बारे में.
Now, based on your attire,
हाँ वो
it
पता है,
seems
वो
like
पता
you're
है.
cheering for a specific team. Who'd have thunk it? But I actually do want to get your
Custom
thoughts on
reload?
this Optic lineup, right? They just, you know, fell on
खुद का
Breeze.
बना
It was a
सकते
very
हैं.
close game, 2-1 in the series. Kind of want to get your vibe here on like, you know, what you're picking as, especially since you have just re-entered in the competitive sphere yourself. What are you noticing as you're watching these games?
I mean, for me right now, what I actually said in my last interview is I said 3-2 Loud.
Yeah.
And I actually still think that's going to go that way.
That's fair.
I think Haven is going to go to Optic. I feel like Optic has a really, really strong Haven.
Yeah.
But I believe Icebox is the last map, and Loud is nasty. They are so good at Icebox. I really, really want to see it go to 5 maps, but I still think it's going to be 3-2.
Oh, man.
Sorry, NA.
Yeah, he's wearing the jersey. Hex is watching at home. Hastro's watching, crying tears. No, I'm kidding, man. But look, man, I know everyone at home's wondering. I know you talked about a little bit on the gold carpet, but what's next for you, man? Because there's obviously been a lot of rumblings, a lot of chit-chatter. What's the deal?
I mean, the deal is hopefully jumping on a team, whether it's tier 1, whether it's tier 2. If it's tier 2, I'd like to start a team. Maybe get some up and comers. If it's tier 1, I mean, of course, I want to see how well I can do in like a full scale 3 to 6 month, like really, really go hard.
Yeah.
I only played for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, I want to see how I do in 3 months.
Yeah, man, you want to get a little bit more time in the field. You know what I'm saying? Hey, dude, Shroud, doesn't matter the game, don't matter the event. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, my man. But let's send it back over to Yinsu and the rest of the desk to break it all down. You heard it here first. He wants to come back.
Optic Shroud, anyone? I mean, even Shroud is not really believing in Optic right now. It's all about Loud now. You guys said it. One more map.
And I think the crucial thing that Shroud brings up is that it doesn't have to be this next map. It literally doesn't have to be Haven. They can lose this and head to Icebox. The point is that they are on tournament map right now, and Loud only need one more, and they will have cemented their place in history.
And I think it rewinds back to the map pool. You come in with that huge advantage, get to start with the maps that you're confident on, and now you're in a position, you're in a mindset where we only need one map, we only need one opportunity. I think it alleviates a lot of the pressure from the shoulders of this Loud squad, now just being that millimeter away from the trophy.
And that trophy, honestly, just moments away, an opportunity for Brazil as a region to carve out history right here in Valorant as well. Before we head into the whole, 2023, where it's going to be much more structured, this is the time to shine now in the open circuit and to make a name for yourself as Loud as, the team that could actually go toe-to-toe with North America and EMEA.
The crazy thing as well is that we would be heading to Sao Paulo with Loud
with a title
as the defending champions, which would just be bonkers. I mean, the crowd would be losing it. But it's not wrapped up yet. And Sassy had quotes before where he was talking about the fact that when you're in positions like this, nothing is guaranteed. And it is still possible that Optic win on Haven and Icebox. Things always get crazy in Map 5.
And when it comes to Map 4, these two teams have faced each other 5 times in the past. And Mimi, we have never seen a 4th map before. This is the first time.
Yeah, it's always this one-sided series between the two. But now we get to head to Haven. And Haven's going to be a really interesting one because for Optic, they've been playing this composition with the Phoenix that pretty much no one else has been running.
It's off the goop.
I know. But it's been working somehow, Josh. I've been a massive Phoenix hater this whole event. But they have some really cool game plans that have made this work against some really good teams. They've beaten DRX here. They've beaten Nexet here. But the issue is they've shown it twice already.
And I think, honestly, the big takeaway for this upcoming map, and honestly, Shroud was kind of hinting at it, is the IGLing, I think, for FNS. The way that they approach this map of Haven, Optic have a really great idea of how they want to play the macro game, how they weave in and out of the defensive setups, and find those openings to really exploit.
When you look at how he was performing individually on Breeze, and I'm talking about FNS here, I think the amount of bandwidth he has to put towards the IGLing is reducing his ability to frag out here. But it doesn't matter as much on Haven, in my opinion, because he's got the Killjoy utility that he really plays around. He doesn't need to be that big fragger and the guy that pulls up the hero plays. But I agree with you. It feels taxing out there right now for Sadak and for FNS in terms of... I mean, these games are overtimes, adaptations between the two. It's just so much to try and keep track of the deeper you go.
And Auspice, the man that you see just big chilling with his dogs right now, he's the guy who on this map is going to continue to be labeled as a star. Last time it was the Jet on Breeze. Now he heads towards the Raids with the composition that has the Fade, the Breach in there, all this utility to set him up for success, to find value from his utility in the early round. And Optic, their composition is not as good in shutting that down, so I think he has
अच्छा ये किसने डाला ये?
Yeah, it's really interesting actually looking at... I mean, Optic's comp is just wild to start
What
with.
story?
What's really intriguing in the last couple of times they've done it is that, Victor is playing... They're playing a defense-sided comp in theory with the Chamber and the Killjoy, but Victor seems to get way more value playing the Phoenix on attack. And that's not always going to be the case with Phoenix on defense. There's a lot of good places to play it, but it just seems like he gets more value out of going aggressive.
मैं कार्ड देखूं कौन सा कार्ड कैसा दिखता है वो?
We're heading to the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. No one so far in this tournament has been able to get more than 6 rounds on this map against Loud. It's going to be a tough task for Optic, Mimi, especially if they decide to bring out that Phoenix again.
Yeah, do they go back to it? It's the big question. They haven't had a lot of time, so I don't expect a change. And there will not be one. They head back to that same composition.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a really exciting map to potentially decide the series, but to potentially bring us to that map number 5, because it does come down, again, just to reiterate it, the IGL head-to-head, the way these teams are adapted to each other, FNS and Sadhak, one against another.
We've also seen, if you think back to Copenhagen, the final map was a bit of a punty composition out there from Paper Reps. And the potentially felt there as they picked an unconventional comp and lost it. We might see a similar thing again, where all of the narrative coming out of this is, why did they go for this crazy comp on Haven?
कौन मस्त है और क्या था इसका
The last elimination game they played, the final map, they pull out this composition, they pull
Title
out the line,
किधर
they
है?
qualify to this grand final. They're punting on it.
Title क्या था रे?
It could be something legendary.
Well, this is match point, series point, potentially tournament point here for Loud. They're on the edge of making history. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok, for map 4.
But if this series is anything to go by,
Title नहीं मिला रे मेरे को.
far from a clear-cut case. We've had OTs, we've had crazy turnarounds, we've had some quite clear-cut map results in there too. But Mike, we stand on the verge of potentially Loud now taking this. Right? This could be their opportunity now to truly claim their title and move it, forward, lock it in.
Yeah.
Tell me some hopium here for Optic. Tell me what they've got that they can change this, because as all stands, it's Loud winning this thing.
I mean, call it hopium. We're relying on Loud still not getting a solid grasp on how Optic want to apply this composition. And Victor's been great. I mean, the pressure he's able to create from his ultimates, even just on some of the dry rounds, on utility alone. They have some really, really cool little set pieces behind it. But Loud, like I said, they've had the opportunity to sit back and watch this now, in effect. And where Optic have been happy to play unorthodox and really upset the rhythm of some of these rounds, that's what's going to be tested here on Haven. Looking fairly all in initially here for Optic. It's only one member of Loud, Sassy. This A side hold, I mean, that's close enough, but no early burst from Optic. But no progress on the other extremity.
No, and they're making quite quick progress here. This should be quite concise if all goes to plan. Clearing out the close corners on towards Sewer, but no one really paying much mind to it because we see it. Louder playing a little bit deeper. One towards CT, one towards Heaven. Victor going to take the space. Force him away and actually take that space himself. Doubling down on that, it's also Crashies, but both taking a little low here. Look at the HP. Crashies, Victor, and FNS, all a little chipped up.
See, Pancada sending through this smoke means he can't actually smoke off the trap on the flank, so he has to wait this out for the time being. The fault line's going to be perfect. Actually catching 3 here, less.
Flanks unlocked. Time to get the wrap on as well. Sassy noting 2, but somehow they stay alive. It's Sadak to connect towards Victor, down to 3 now. Sadak waiting on the player and towards
मैं सेटअप का फोटो निकाल रहा हूँ भाई.
And it's all on one. And then it was
अरे नहीं मैं इन द सेंस वैसा दिखा रहा हूँ, वो सेटअप ने ऐसे डाल के देख रहा था. ये लाइटिंग वाइटिंग से कैसा दिखता है.
The fault line was beautiful. They actually only got the 1 kill off the back of that. Less swings through, finds that headshot. Unfortunately, all that damage done early on. Remember, Victor and Crashies, I believe, tucked into graffiti. He was so tagged up. I mean, Sassy should have had those kills, to be honest. He was so close to finding them. Optic 7-0 in revenge matches. And now actually up against the ropes.
What a bittersweet moment this will be across the board. If you've loved this matchup, again, seeing Loud, for example, go out in groups. Last time we got to see this real matchup go down in another tournament. And what a reply would that be? Revenge truly served best when it's cold. And at this point, already damage! Oh, gonna catch Crashies. He didn't actually get second player, but again, the walking wounded left.
हाँ खेल रहा दिमाग लगाया कोई तो बहुत ज़्यादा दिमाग लगा रहा है.
Sassy fired up now. That leads to Sadak's there. It's comfortable in the end. Softened at the start.
That's the full line, the siege and the paint shell. And like I said, the combo comes through. Pretty late just to catch Optic off guard. Now we start testing, like I said, that homework factor.
बतिया रहा हूँ जरा 2 मिनट.
Some of the things that Optic set up in the early round. 2 kills on the side of Optic, Victor and Marv to get on the board here. Actually, 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal in the hands of Les here. Very comfortable round 3 setup, actually. Especially now if they want to sit a little deeper and force Optic to explore the map. Deep smoke on A lobby as well. That's actually going to draw Crashies and FNS back here. On the back of that, Les is actually tucked into sewers now with that rifle. He's got a safe TP outside Link.
Right.
Rewarded for the early set.
Yeah.
And that's just all on the back of that smoke. That smoke draws Crashies and FNS, puts them on high alert, and Les punishes.
The theory's fantastic. Watching it pay off in real time, just perfect. Looks like they are reconvening over towards the A site. Already early work and space taken by FNS. I think Victor's by his side too. Yeah, going to kind of linger around middle. And not necessarily a bad call. Correct call as it stands, noting that we do have this less on the other side, sat deep towards kind of the stairs, almost CT, back up towards heaven. So there should be a plan here. I do wonder if they try and get someone potentially early towards CT or get a little ahead of it. It looks like they're trying that, absolutely. Feel they've been given a little bit of freedom here. How much space do they try and take? FNS trying to maybe set up Victor a little here, but see how diligent they are on the way back in. Once again, Loud are notoriously good at this.
FNS caught on that one, and actually the Armstrong might even fall to this, but...
Throw कर रहे हैं भाई लोग.
Kills Aspas over the top now. He's found Yay.
He's found Marv. It's just instantaneous. Loud have a talent, and you are watching it in droves.
Look at the HP bars.
Dude,
barely breaking a sweat. They create that early advantage. Sassy has fallen, but that's
a
tag onto less.
It's all peaches and cream for them when they're working back in like that. I've never seen it look so easy.
That's the third converted with 4 standing. And it's all on the back of this early setup, removing crashes. What a beautiful round once again from Loud. It's ridiculous. And that's the plan from the get-go. You see, as soon as that first blood's drawn, they know they have the 5v4, they have numbers advantage. They reset back into that retake setup. Guardian, 2 stingers to work with here for Optic.
Looks simplistic, straight through towards Garage if he keeps going this way. Yeah, gonna actually catch Pancada. No Tim falling away. And take Garage. Now they're gonna seemingly prop up one, gonna leave potentially crashes in towards that and explore the rest of the map. They had everyone else sat towards the bottom of the middle, but it's over towards A long they're exploring. See Victor potentially note that. Less gonna be forced off the angle as Optic start to look to potentially threaten that B site.
Well, no, Victor actually pops the run it back.
Oh, nice.
They're going to force less off, and actually the spam comes through. Victor, he's found the kill.
But Sadak's here. Sadak is here, and they have no idea. They have absolutely no idea. There's Sadak among them. He's going to find one. FNS falls quickly to the frenzy, but he doesn't get it. Where's the spike and all this being planted? That's going
भाई
down.
Optic को क्या हो गया?
Made something out of nothing in this one. Optic didn't have the best buy, but made it work. Sassy and Aspas. So much room to try and clear through and so little concept as to where they are.
Optic going to play this one passively as well. It's just Victor to hold close contact. Still got 2 flashes to work with, actually. The close range here, the Stinger going to cause real problems on the way back through onto B site. Sassy going to try and find something here at least. We'll catch one in the seas. And Victor going to pull the trigger now. Finds Aspas. Sassy trying to get away with this. Potential to do a little bit of damage, but 4 on the round for Victor. A thrifty converted for Optic. On the back of stingers and a little bit of aggression. That's even with Sanak getting into potentially a deadly position behind this.
So
see the amount of pressure Les is under.
Lovely work with the paranoia and the catch and the commitment behind it. Chasing that down, but you're right. It was Sanak that I started to get nervous about his presence being there. He could have potentially found 2, maybe more. Wasn't the case. Victor outdid him. He's got the running back on. Nice and
Phoenix
well.
worth it.
This is exactly what you'd want if it was the Optic. Utilize this Phoenix to its best potential. And it looks like an early start here. Top flash off the back of the Prowler. And away he goes. Victor's off on one. Yeah, he's got Pancada, and it's going to be a quick flash towards B and the chase down. He wants to get in there, but the slow going to hinder a little progress and bring less in for the fight. But the operator now noted. Forced to back, but look at Optic. Already on the site.
Oh, bhai.
There was nowhere to run for him and nowhere to hide. The spike now going to be delivered, and the plant going to come through.
What?
Hug diya by FNS.
Found that kill?
How?
The Rolling Thunder gets posted as well. Aspas looking to close the distance, but doesn't get on to top of default.
Just catching his shins on the way through, but looks for the fight still. Yeah, he wins it, of course he does. Dazed and confused, it doesn't matter. Optic regain composure in this round, only losing 2 for themselves. But
FNS hug raha bhai.
to close the gap.
And the run it back creates so much pressure. The C site completely abandoned. There's so much pressure coming on to B.
वहाँ के इंडिया के.
It's less to be the one to feel that.
वहाँ पर इंडियंस ही है बहुत.
Optic navigate their way all the way onto C site, and ultimately it's just 1 kill that defines this round.
VLT को खरीद लेनी चाहिए मैं Optic.
अरे भाई इतना पैसा नहीं है VLT को.
It's just the rifle for Aspas. A couple of stingers here for Loud. To revert back towards A lobby here. And they post up with the operator, Aspas and Sassy. You can see him on the X-ray.
VLT joint venturing आ सकती है ऑप्टिक के साथ जैसे TSM थी.
Just holding on to the angle though. Aspas conscious of that rifle. It's time to be sharp for it.
Real quick.
ऐसा भी नहीं है कि VLT को sponsor
taking away more than just the tip of the spear. That's Yay now. Moved.
अभी award भी जीती fan favorite team का.
Again, making so much damage on rounds like this. Like, look at the buy. It is stingers. You know, the headhunter for less sure, and the rifle for Aspas, but being able to activate him of all people is essential to outcome. And they're standing and fighting on this one, but they have to respect the paranoia committed. And now you can see that link rotation coming in. The two players kind of peeling away from the A side. They're ready for this B fight. They're here so fast. Aspas, he is making himself such a problem. But he's done the damage. FNS has 3 to find. Sadak just throws himself at him.
Another thrifty to flip this back, and Sassy's utility completely shutting down this audible towards B site. And the rifle paying dividends in that regard. Decay just absolutely blindsiding Optic.
अबे अटक रहा है बे live stream.
Really looking to heat up now as well.
The fact he was so present in this round, considering he's the only one with the rifle, was brilliant. Really good to see him take that space. And taking Ye at the start, quick rotation onto B. Really, really good. And maybe rinse and repeat. Let's see it. Ye wants the challenge.
Posted on that angle.
Yeah, he was waiting.
I've got to be careful. He's going to eat a ton of damage there. Down to 63.
Oh, they're exploring sewer though.
Was the fault line, I think, going to set them up for this, but doesn't catch.
And neither did the Prowler. Yeah.
I mean, they don't push through, but at least denial of information there. Thank God. Oh, the door got broken and Crashy's punished for it. Pancada actually finds the headshot. Victor now trying to get behind this, but Pancada now will slip into a more passive angle with less to complement that. With that operator, yeah, he's still exploring towards A. Loud been happy to give this up.
Because they can take it back so easily.
Exactly, yeah.
Never team looks so comfortable in these retakes. Victor doesn't win out either. That's a problem. They're down to pretty substantial numbers. Marved noted super early, down so low. And this retake again still looking as refined as ever. FNS at least going to be back looking a little healthier, but yeah, only good for one. Now it's on FNS. He's got so many problems and he can't get away from any of them. Loud once again proving retakes are just one of the skills that they truly have honed.
Yeah, they've really got their finger on the pulse here. They know exactly when to re-hit A site. Like I said, on the back of creating these early advantages, they know that they can come back through and play the trades. It doesn't even come to that. It's the second time where there's 4 people left standing to retake A site. Optic, they have to answer back here. There has to be some form of adjustment. Because Loud are playing into, they're giving them the tools to play into their hands. The benefit of
मैं तो पहले बोला Loud जीतेगा.
Full house of ultimates here. Victor just missing 2 for the running back.
मैं यार Optic जीतना चाहिए था.
But tell me you're not getting worried though, even if you're...
I'm already worried. With how Loud are approaching this defensive half, I'm already worried. Because Optic can't convert the advantage that ultimately Loud are giving to them.
Correct. That's the thing that scares me in this. The win conditions that Optic were looking for, you know, getting plants, getting into the site, getting entries, you know, they're still doing okay, but the problem is that Loud are so comfortable.
Just to put it in perspective, Optic have nearly an 80% success rate on Haven, and they're being given
लेकिन वो Fnatic का जो flag पकड़ हुआ एकदम Shroud का बाहर लग रहा था.
With free roam of where to set up utility, and they still can't convert. So they need to nip this in the bud early on. I mean, we're already in round 8. I say early on. This one's already spiraling out of control if you look at the nature of some of these round victories. And actually now to take into account, yes, the ultimates are there, but the fun's starting to dwindle for Optic. We'll have the Tour de Force to offset that here, but it's Victor at 2,700 and Crashies at 1,700.
For me, I like the pace when we saw those B hits, you know, that C split that came through as well. that
ये लोग डिले क्यों डालते हैं पता है
to
क्या?
have a brawl in this, because if you leave Loud alive, they will absolutely destroy you. And again, they're getting creative,
अरे
more
नहीं रे,
aggressive and assertive.
ये जो अपने को साइड में दिखता है ना सब एजेंट का गन मतलब जिंदा है कि मर गया है, हेल्थ कितना है, वो सब अपडेट करने के लिए रियल टाइम.
There's already a stack there, and you've already lost the back line.
To try and slip up behind this wall.
ठीक है भाई यार, उसका नॉलेज सेल करोगे भाई तुम fucking बोलता है.
Aspas elsewhere.
Would they back away though?
ये पूरा सिल्वर प्ले लग रहा है मेरे को ऑप्टिक का.
Spotted out by Marved as well. Actually, Aftershock misses.
Less. How much more can you do? Pressure mounting, deleted. Crashes is there, but there was still a player on long. I don't think they noted the one player on long. Pancada has such an opportunity. Oh, he sees one, he sees two, and they scatter away from him. But a 1v2. You got Ye posted towards long, ready for the post plan. You got Marved on the way around, supporting probably through Garage here, but Sadak gonna try and at least get up towards Plat. Clear sight, sees nothing. Looks towards Garage, notes nothing.
Marv still has a paranoia as well.
Ooh, trying to bait the shot there, seeing Ye. So, now he's seen Ye. And considering it looked like Loud had the right read on this, that was the adjustment coming in. Credit to Optic for still sticking the landing.
Absolutely. Again, the Aftershock just missing on the lockdown. At least gives Optic a little more confidence. There's going to be no secondary angle being held from CT, and they can really pressure less. I mean, it's not often you say it, but Pancada's just a little bit cleaner with that. That can completely change the outcome because Marv is so disconnected.
Yeah, you're right. 5-3 now. You need to see it strung together though. See if Optic do have variety to this. Because once again, you're going to see a quick rotation though. Now, last time we saw them get punished through B connector when they went for that B hit off the back. These two players who are on that A site. But already, a lot of presence noted, but have they got a plan in mind? I want to see if they've read these rotations now.
Well, look at this now. On the back of the success on A site and giving it up, they can stack 3 towards Garage and C. And actually with less on the operator. I mean, they also have a 2-man hold on B.
I think they've read this. I think considering how quickly that Prowler became committed, they've got to have noted they pulled the players away this early. It's actually a lot of information being found just by seeing this utility already committed. They could, I guess they could go back towards A, but again, it's once again, I mean, retake time. It's terrifying.
The concern being is now you look at it, and actually Rolling Thunder, Showstopper, to come back through on the retake. And that makes it even more comfortable. Correct. Or at least on the side of Loud, even more confident for them in the retake.
Oh, yeah. And they still, obviously, if you're Optic, you still have to clear up here. So it becomes really apparent that you've not felt pressure anywhere else on the map by this point. Now, you can't blame them. They have to be diligent. It'd be, we'd be blaming them for not clearing their corners if they didn't. So in they go. Similar scenes. And now we have to see if they can withhold. Can they withstand Loud in these retakes?
Open plant, so I think Optic are going to give up sight here. This could be the adjustment that actually finds them converting one of these rounds.
They've had so far. There's that showstopper coming in. Both of the key components you were talking about. That's only one on the side, so he's trying to get a note 1, maybe 2 up towards heaven. Aspas posts it. Finds a recipient. That's going to be Crashy's gone. And they're going to know this now. If you're Loud, you know they are sitting deep on this one. The smoke's going to go in. The paranoia's there. Victor, you got to get on this. Someone's going to stop this. Finally, they deny the defuse. The flash is great. Victor's still alive and 3 still standing. Optic not out of this one. The adjustments worked. They found their answer. They've dealt with Loud.
And now actually it swings back in the opposite direction. Loud have to address this. If some ultimates come online, and particularly actually if Victor can put his running back to use and clear out that A site, allowing a free plant, allowing that deep reset in the post-plant hold. Could become concerning. Marv finding 2 blind kills there.
Fair enough.
Kind of look like me.
We got the running back for Victor. See where that gets committed in the end. And I wonder if there's repetition to be found with this for Optic. Protocol is meaning they have to pull the players away from A, find that space, and do all the same work towards Garage, towards B, not lose players. Obviously easier said than done as Pancada. He's posted on this one.
So close. Big flash in hand.
Yeah, and look at the flash and the Prowler combo. Great to take space. We actually really like the combination between Fade and Phoenix here.
Joke's over.
But Les is posted with the operator. That's going to be a shot. Not landing that he would have wanted. Slowed down, but certainly not stopped.
Bye.
And now the pressure starts to mount. He's got one. Victor isolating the fight towards Pancada. Waiting was Aspas. greets him with a smile and says goodbye. But it is Aspas and Les up against 3. Look where that spike's going and look where Ye is. This is just fantastic progress. You can see on a deeper angle, and Les considered it, but was not ready for it.
Able to create some pressure.
Hard.
And rewarded for it here. Aspas still has the rifle. I mean, 1,200 in the bank. Oh, he's going to make a concerted effort for this, but with Ye slipping deeper into spawn, he's got to dig him out first. That has to be the first scalp to claim, and already time slipping away from him.
Well, ain't clean, ain't pretty, but you're going to take those. Your job done. Okay, Optic have the answer. Now, I guess this is when we look at the scoreline, and if we want to discuss kind of, bigger picture, you have to chalk up the fact that, one, yes, Loud did convert that bonus, but they also picked up the pistol, right? So there was a nice little buffer at the start of things. Once we got into the meat of it, yes, those retakes were very impressive, but Optic came prepared with an answer. So technically, this is, even though the scoreline is sitting all even, I'm trending a little towards Optic, considering the vast majority of the rounds that they've garnered are in the full gun rounds. Let's see if that holds true, as once again we're seeing this kind of combination here. Flash out the window. We did see the Prowler last time, not this time.
This is noted.
Temptation to follow that out. Marked. Ooh, gets himself the angle, but it's Victor to find success towards middle as Sadak tried to explore a little.
And also it's the walk out. Optic are now trying to gain an advantage on the back of Loud being so eager to find some space elsewhere behind this early presence shown. Poor Optic. Stacked up outside B. Smokes go up. Now there's one on the other side. Not full coverage here, though. Actually, the paranoia and the paint shell. I don't know if that will find a kill, but definitely prevents the spike. But Victor looking to get aggressive. Marv now with the backfill. Louder found all the kills, though.
3 of them. And now it's looking like an absolute travesty. As it's only Ye, 41 HP and 48 seconds. Oh, he pulled the trigger. I thought the discipline might have kicked in. Not the case, Loud.
Yes, they would have been broke for round 12 if Optic had closed this out. 3 survive, carry these weapons across. The operator maintained as well. Actually, Sadak and I was going to say Sassy, whether or not they can spread the funds effectively here. So it's Sassy to play it out with a light shield, but the important thing being the operator available here. FNS on that lockdown. So last time used reactively in garage, whether or not they set up for a sight hit here. Actually, the ping towards sewer, maybe implying. Sadak again, happy to explore this, and this time less. Catches Marved ahead of getting into position.
Shot by.
So where do they go now? Rock in a hard place. Pancada holds it down. Sadak gonna fill the void. Quick flash to buy some time, but the pressure's still mounting.
Les has found another.
Les is everywhere at once. Paranoia's coming through. Everything's starting to look good for Loud in this round. Probably leading into the half on this one. It looks inevitable, and Les crashes, turns on a dime, and does that. He's looking for Les as well, as Les is encroaching towards this. He's still got a minute.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of time to play with here. And he got close in that last clutch. He found some room for himself, but 2 of the opposing players are playing right next to each other.
I mean, they're going to read this as he's pushing spawn, right? If he's not gone for this plant, you have to assume he's playing aggressively.
Does he see anything? No.
He's going to get the free plant here. We'll have the ultimate available. This goes reveal back, but it's 30 HP to work with. And finally now,
निकाल पाएगा क्या कैशियर?
Starting to figure it out.
There's the problem. It's been given away.
30 seconds left.
He does have his ult online though.
कैशियर ये राउंड निकाल पाएगा कि नहीं?
Trying to play the timing, going around the world.
ठीक है.
Spin up towards long if he wants it. They're sitting so pretty. Both of them on such good HP.
बहुत भाई.
And they're clearing methodically. They're checking every single corner. Horn goes towards long. That will at least keep some confirmation that he's not there. Instantly they turn and look towards sewer. They got a little scary, got a little dicey. But once again, the retake holds strong. Loud carving themselves a lead here, Mike. It's only 7-5, but it's given them an advantage now.
Absolutely has, yeah. So to come out of that with a 2-round advantage, especially considering the disadvantage at the start they started with, brilliant stuff from Optic.
It certainly is, but it's not over yet. This is only the first half. Let's go back down to the desk.
I love this series. It's so close between these two teams. I know before Agent Select, we weren't quite sure how we felt about the Phoenix, but now you've seen it against Loud. Josh, what are your opinions of it?
Well, I think Victor did a great job at actually recovering the half because it was looking dire there to start with. You know, Loud were really able to get a snowball going off the back of Aspas. He's having a fantastic map. And now the questions become, you know, when we are looking forwards about Victor and whether or not he's going to be able to keep this up, because this was Victor's best half, at least when you look back at how they've played previously.
Yeah, but for Aspas, it's been good for him as well. And I think for Loud, they've been defined by how they were playing in these retakes. So often completely giving up this A site and trusting their ability to fight back in. This is one of those rounds. This was actually the bonus round that they managed to convert. And they're just super well coordinated on these rehits, particularly with this double initiator comp and Aspas feeling enabled on that raise. But as the half progressed, Optic really found their way back into things. And again,
exactly, Josh. Enough, because when you look at Optic and how they play Haven on their attack side, that is where they've been collecting all the rounds to take away that map so far over the course of this tournament. Now, as the sides are swap around, Optic are going to be playing on the defensive side. It sounds like they're playing double Sentinel comp, but they have looked weaker on that side. And I think 7 rounds for Loud. Listen, they take the pistol round. I think they may have just carved out a spot in history.
they may have one step away. You win this map, you close out Haven, and you're the first Brazilian team to ever take a trophy home. What an achievement it could be.
Loud just 6 rounds away from that trophy. Pansy and Hypog, let's see if they can close this one out.
I'm gonna give the dogs a Kaide after this pistol run, so I can focus on the match.
They've given themselves the footing here, Mike. They've
Can't
given themselves
multitask.
that pathway
It's
to
impossible.
glory. 7-5, they've absolutely given themselves a chance, but it's not
My dog's like 5 and still
completely
playing.
out of
Dude,
the woods
Crow is
yet.
like the
There's
chillest
still
dog in the world.
danger. There's still
This guy
overseeing
will
from Optic.
like
It's not over yet. It's
literally
how
sit
bad
with me
Optic
for
want this.
hours.
And last time actually
If I'm in a
versus
room, he
the RX,
follows
it was
me,
Marv
and then he'll
Yates
just sit.
to really be the driving forces on defense. Victor struggled to find any sort of success here, and now actually swing immediately on this angle will force Victor and Crashy's a little deeper on site, but already reinforcements here in A-Link. Now don't stop him though. They're straight onto site.
Yeah, but already Optic fell away from this. It's looking for like, actually, I suppose he was mid-tempo on this, because looking at
he's just
FNS's
chilling out
position,
now.
and they've got the molly going to be clearing out towards Graffiti. The burst on the side, but he gets manhandled, sent back by the Frenzies. But then a double
Oh
dip,
my god.
triple, they've all gone back in.
Oh
and
my
it's
god.
a massacre.
Absolutely stomped as Optic try and get ahead of the curve, get ahead of that plant coming through. Loud have their heads on a swivel. That looked good initially. As soon as that molly goes up, I mean, FNS is here so quickly. Problem being, this is too many frenzies. Tucked up so close on site. That's a pacey start to the second half. Pistol on the board. Actually, 3 rifles to come through here. 2 bulldogs on the board.
She just laid down.
Optic only have classics to work with. And the stun actually going to go onto the orb. Do they try and punish this? Trying to feed Victor.
Oh, wait, I think I missed an alert earlier.
Orb and some utility invested.
I thank you, Kokux, for the $10, and also anybody else that subbed, thank you so much. I haven't been able to catch up on alerts because I've been invested in the game, and the alert sounds are off.
Yeah, he slipped through as well. Got to be conscious though, because Pancada's already at C-Long.
He's got a lot of space.
Friday.
Loud have to take a breather.
Yeah.
I think they will wait for Pancada to find something.
GG हो गया भाई.
No, you should have seen it, Kaide.
Shots in the headhunter.
The first map
Hello?
was like the scrappiest map I've ever seen in my life.
Hello. GG हो गया.
Like, dude, the first map was actually a street fight. That's what it was.
8-5 भाई.
Oh, a shot and a half is what you've got. Yay.
नहीं मैं मूतने गया.
Here's the same scene. Now, Yay would be the best to note this. Now the alarm bell rings. The 3 players at CT swing together. He still gets one. Sassy on the other side with another.
Wait.
And a 2v2. Any recoverable weapons? Yes. Marv's got himself a bulldog. And surely he can seal it. Less forced away. And now with 18 seconds, they turn into
jinked the wrong guy.
An overrun, Saucy. I asked how bad they want it. Apparently real bad. Still find this out, they hear the plant. Less sitting pretty though. He's got the rifle. He's still got the light armor beside him. Molly towards the site, clears it, notes nothing. And the timing. Les is going around the world just at the right time.
He slipped away from the spike though. He's not in line of sight.
He's absolutely not. So, going to be pressured. Do they consider it? Do they think about it? Already they get contact to it, but the spray's good. He's not stopping. Mom's not stopping. He finally comes.
Wait, why did you get off?
Unless
You literally win
punishes
that.
him.
He won it. If he stuck it.
I mean, any other round, in any other matchup, Marv sticks that.
Of course he does.
Because he's gotten away with it so many times. But Les, the absolute hero here. Victor almost has it.
Dude,
Oh, the Iceman himself finally melting a little under the pressure of it all.
Okay, wait, Cuddy, I need to bring the dogs to you real quick.
What a round from Optic, though.
Yeah. Something out of nothing. Something out of
Rules
nothing.
don't fake passes.
Back into Loud.
I mean, they're still pretty good with the Spectre. I'm not going to put it past them at 9 to 5. If they make it to 10 now,
भाई मैं 10 की स्ट्रीम लगा दिया
I'm getting
तो
real
basically
worried for
ऐसा हो
Optic's
रहा है
chances here.
कि 10
Loud
इसकी
on
वॉच
the
पार्टी
verge
कर
of
रहा है
double
और मैं
digits.
10 को
If they
देख
can
के
somehow
वॉच
dig
पार्टी
deep
कर
in
रहा
this, your danger man always going to be less here. That
And
rifle
कितने घंटे का
still
stream
in the
होगा
hand.
फिर?
मेरा
Forget about
मैं
that.
कितने घंटे से लाइव
This is
हुआ
one way. It kind of sets up Gay as well.
Wait a second, dude.
It's only Aspas positioned here. Crash is actually now slipping away towards heaven. I think there's two. Potential here for Sadak and
So
Sassy.
basically we are live
try and
from
fake something
अभी
onto
और
A
7
side.
मिनट के बाद 5 घंटा हो जाएगा
Crash has used this lineup
कितने घंटे
before.
पढ़ाई
It's,
कर ली?
चुप बढ़िया चुप
At
बढ़िया
least
मार
if he can
खाएगा
confirm that this is a fake and nobody follows up on potentially the fault line or a prowler or anything sent out on
मेन
that
कॉमेडी
side.
बताओ क्या
Good timing on the
ए
check.
Finally gets the ping here.
10 YouTube पे देख रहा
What an
That's
interesting
info, right? But
alarm
look at
bot.
the scattering instantly adjusting right back across, mirroring the movement. But by
Never
now
seen like
Loud have
anything like that in my
bombed
life.
That's great, perfect paranoia, and they're burning alive. And now moved down. Good trade though, Les.
Dude, if Les
Standing
placed in the
tall,
smoke.
pushes
Oh
into
my
the smoke.
god.
Zero respect, zero fear. He's waiting for him to appear on the other side. They have no idea about this. Who blinks first?
right next to
Who moves first? They have no clue. And Les, how is he
Oh
doing
my
it?
god.
Time and time
Les.
again.
Easily लिया
Oh,
भाई.
the ace.
अबे एस ले लिया
Give him the ace.
हाँ भाई ले लिया है.
Absolutely ridiculous. There's only one noted on A side, but they scramble for this rotation. They're trying to send bodies to bail Crashies out. The alarm bot gives it away. I mean, a ton of damage here. Look how much damage Les actually eats there.
This guy's
Wait, how old is Les again?
There's something different about the way this guy plays the game.
Absolute
17.
madness.
Holy
टी
shit.
मोटे को बोल आराम से.
He broke the fucking microphone.
Now you're definitely worried.
Meanwhile मैं और वासिफ 19 साल.
Double digits.
Now confidence. Their individuals are warming into the game now.
like 17 हो गए
Everything's starting to line up here.
Dude, I know I'm old
Optic
Friday.
2 more rounds to get towards serious
भाई पिकनिक मना लो आए हो इस्तांबुल में.
points.
इस्तांबुल में
And they are very
देख,
much poised for that. They have the
आज
perfect purchase
आज
coming into the next round.
मतलब
Optic
उधर के आज
far
रात
from it.
12 बजे के बाद
But the
सबका
odds
खत्म
have
उसके
been
बाद
against
अगर
Optic
किसी को
before. I
ढूंढना
will
तो
never
extra
write them out until
अपना
it's
खुद से
over.
भरना
This
पड़ेगा
is
जैसे 10 जिन लोग
the
होते थे ना
championship.
रैक
It
में
is a Sunday, you know what I mean? Anything can and will happen.
पेन
I
जिन
mean,
लोग
they gave a bloody good shot
10
last time,
स्टेप
just
पर रुके
pistols.
थे
Yeah, came right down
पूल
to
पे
the
गए थे
wire.
वो गरम वाले वोल्केनो वाले
It was less to bail them out in that round 2 as well.
इंडिया में करने चाहिए थे लोग. वो समोसा खिलाएगा लोग.
Ascended now.
This is samosa. What
Playing a
samosa?
different game
लेकिन
out
लेकिन
here on
अगर इंडिया
Haven.
में होगा ना देख इतना तो
मजा आ
पता है को
जाएगा.
इंडिया के बारे में अभी पता बहुत
Just
अच्छे से
two
चल
stings
चुका है
here
क्योंकि
for Optic.
एजेंट भी आ रहा है
Marved and Victor.
भाई
और सेकेंडली
The
अगर
fact that Les
इंडिया
is doing
में
this
goes
while
to
playing
India
होगा ना
like
तो वो
fucking
बैंगलोर में ही
Load
होगा
up on
like
Headhunter.
Cypher
नहीं
shit
केजी
as
सु
well.
मजा में होगा ना उधर बन गया ना स्टेडियम.
अबे वो तो बैंगलोर में भी है
I've seen him
कौन आ
on
रहे?
Viper, I've seen him on Cypher.
Support Marv.
कौन है वेट अ सेकंड
भाई सो जाना वेनम.
वेनम भाई बड़े लोग की है हम लोग को जागने की आदत होती है भाई 18 साल का हो पहले फिर जागती है पुलिस आएगी वरना घर पे
हेलो.
It's not the first time now
जियो
we've
का
seen
सिम
presence.
कार्ड है भाई.
ए फोन से
चल रहा
आया
है ना?
घर में मम्मी पापा सो गए
I think
ये
that
सब
previous
फोन से
round
गुजु गुजु बात कर
Definitely going to
बंदी
be a
को
very
फोन
good
लगाया
thought
तूने
process here for
तूने हम
Optic.
लोग को
Don't
लगा
want
दिया
to give any opportunity.
अरे तेरी स्ट्रीम बंद दिखा रही थी यार मेरे को बहुत थोड़ी देर पहले मैंने सर्च किया था.
Actually stick to their guns. Nobody moving on the side of Optic.
हेलो.
I'm not gonna say
Optic
anything.
हक
I'm
दे
not
भाई
gonna.
वेनम.
Hold towards C.
सो जा
I'm not
कर.
gonna
सही
say
कही
anything. I don't want to
है.
jinx anything.
चल तो मैं
Happy
कॉल
to play out the downtime here.
कंत्र कौन है?
Whenever I speak, I'll speak stuff into existence.
इन
That pressure.
कितने बजे तक है?
दुख में नींद नहीं आ रही, आदत हो गई ना 4 महीने से
Yeah, but in
टाइम
theory,
जैसे
this is an
बहुत
easy round for Loud.
हाँ मतलब कल से वेनम
Because
खेलने नहीं आएगा।
Optic are playing
अब मैं क्यों नहीं
310
खेलूंगा, साले शाम
and
को खेलूंगा मैं 2 घंटा।
like they stacked the wrong site.
मतलब 5 घंटा
The
खेलेगा
only
वेनम
way
शाम को।
they get this off is if Crashies gets a kill right here.
नहीं
Like through the
7
smoke.
घंटा खेलूंगा, 5 घंटा जिंदगी के साथ खेलूंगा, 2
They're
घंटा
aware of it.
गेम खेलूंगा। अरे तेरा वाला सेकंड में आता है और
they are aware. Both teams have done their research on each
वेनम का
other.
10 सेकंड में जाता।
Only one flash to work with. The paranoia as well from Marv, but it's going to take a miracle.
मैं समझ गया भाई।
Set up already with his utility so late on in the round.
मैं समझ गया, मैं समझ गया।
There's so much to slow down this retake.
Right, it's all those time purchases starting to really mount
Like,
up.
अरे मैं समझ गया भाई।
Flash is
Oh,
good
Pancada.
by Catch Pancada.
ये रीटेक था।
बाल पर अच्छा खेल रही है भाई, उसने इस निकाल
Wow,
दिया।
Aspas got out there.
ये 10th की स्ट्रीम की वॉच पार्टी है रैंक का।
One more round and it's championship point. And Optic
हाँ
haven't gone for starting blocks here in the second half.
We saw them turn the tides in the first.
कौन?
Talking about their ability to stop that early momentum. Get around on the board. They were successful previously.
एक में खाली
It's going to take a miracle here. 6 round deficit.
10th supremacy।
Optic barely anything left in the tank after this in terms of the finances.
मैप ड्रॉप नहीं हारे थे, एक मैप नहीं ड्रॉप हुआ था भाई, पर वो तो सिंगल साइड, वो तो सिंगल साइड पे भी देख सकते भाई।
Pretty deep here. I mean, if he does want to throw out the running back, he's going to clear all this space.
He's out.
Gonna force TP away. A bit of a gamble on the spam and hoping he finds something and he gets sent away. Not finding his
भाई
like
रात
it,
रात
but you're absolutely right. Information aplenty.
As you get back onto this angle, though, Les is posted up now, anticipating some sort of re-aggression here from Optic.
फाइनल्स के टाइम पे तो मैंने लिखना छोड़ दिया था, जो 10 ने ऐसा 3-0 करके निकला है ना भाई।
पूरा कार्ड क्लेम करने वाला सिस्टम भाई।
हाँ वो भी बहुत थी वो प्राइड उसके कार्ड्स आ गए थे ना।
हाँ प्राइड के कार्ड्स आए थे।
उसके जो कोड्स निकाल के और सब जगह से कोड लेके वेबसाइट पे जाके रिडीम किए। वेबसाइट बार बार क्रैश होता है।
अरे वहाँ से वीडियो देखा वो जो भेजा तेरे को, मैं ऐसा रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है, बरोबर है ना अभी? मैं सोच रहा हूँ मैं गेम खेलूंगा, एक गेम खेल के सोऊंगा। अपडेट
It's a dangerous man to leave in the
चल
clutch.
चल मैं चलता हूँ, स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ। अंदर नींद आ रही है, तुम सो जाओ, माइक चालू रख के।
जीत गया लाउड।
Holy fuck.
More heroics from these Loud players. Sassy delivering here on Haven. What a ridiculous clutch.
GG हो गया वहाँ से।
Just ridiculous.
That's 12 off the back of this.
He's so composed as well.
अब कौन आया अभी?
He's absolutely gone on the ropes.
वो
We are one round away. The last purchase potentially for
बंदा यार ये।
It's now or it's never.
चलो हाँ वॉचमैन का फुट।
Ripping the head off of Ye's shoulders.
हाँ तो फिर वहाँ से समझ गया।
Oh, it's over. It's
वाजिश
over.
ने वॉचमैन का फोटो निकाला ना, कितना वॉच
Oh
टाइम
my
हुआ।
god.
Victor in 2. And now there's only 3 standing.
और चैट पर भेजा ना।
ट्यूसडे को बुरखा भर देना।
Oh my god. It was literally meant to be. It was literally meant to be. She could get knifed.
GG guys. साली तू तेरा माइक कौन था यहाँ पे?
Absolutely incredible performance from Loud today.
बच्चे लोग भी है ना भाई इसके लिए अच्छा गया बच्चा गया
You can see what it means to them as well.
They're so happy.
Of that region pinned.
Thank Asa for the 50 gifted. Also, anybody else I missed, appreciate it.
And they deliver here.
And they've been living in the shadows of Optic, forced out in the group
भाई
stage,
रो रहे
just
देखो भाई
constantly
आसपास
beaten,
तेरे रह के
questioned
मुझे
their
अच्छा
capability.
सुकून आता है
And how many times do we say Optic then just kind of flourish through the tournament? But now is the
ये
time.
रंडी रोना क्या कर रहे हो इतना हागे हो
They fought so goddamn hard to stand on that stage.
अच्छा जीतने वाले रो रहे अच्छा रो रहे हो तुम लोग को तो खुशी की आस
Final and beat them here. Truly something to be proud of. And an incredible game from both sides, Mike.
Absolutely.
उसके बाद सेंटिनल फाइनल्स में तक क्या क्वार्टर फाइनल्स भी नहीं खेली वो
No, they didn't.
Loud put on an absolute masterclass, particularly here on Haven, just demonstrating such solid discipline. And a couple of these Loud players coming up huge individually. Optic take nothing away from their run.
अनदर प्राइस तो लेके जा रहे ना सालों
Even make it to here.
How many teams we've seen just shy away from the spotlight after picking up
10,000 तो ऐसे मिस्टर बीस्ट की वे कर देते
showed their diligence coming back around, but this moment is them on the screen, Loud. Again, they had so much hard time put their way by their opponents here.
अबे लंगड़ा है
So
इसका
many people questioning their capability, and they have proven everybody.
मैरी मी है
मैरी मी है मतलब खुद ही क्वेश्चन पूछे खुद ही जवाब दे दे
And what a moment. Fantastic
I have
stuff.
to.
And even, again, talk about
I
some
have
of
to
the
do L
key
now,
players
right?
here
I can't jinx it anymore.
online
I
in
can't
the
jinx it
final
anymore.
map
So.
as well. Pancada and Les individually, just outstanding performance from them. Even then, you have to mention the others. Sadak, Aspas, Sassy. That clutch from Sassy, ridiculous. And we get it now, the dream lined up for Sao Paulo. I know Josh was talking about it earlier.
Can you imagine
Brazil
that?
will carry the title into that event next year.
That's what I think everyone's looking forward to now. The region has a champion to follow, to cheer for, to set the bar once again, to carry that flag forward. But you're right, bring
अरे
that
वासिफ में
trophy
जाता हूँ
all the way home. That's it feels almost scripted. It almost feels scripted.
खुद बोल रहे लोग स्क्रिप्टेड है
All right, let's take a glimpse back. Let's have a look back at some of the moments that led to this. At least
Dude, that last
here, because
round,
again,
like after
watching
that
this game
second
through
shot,
and through, seeing and
it was
both
just
of
fate
us
at that
casting,
point.
This
It
rivalry
was literally
so
just fate at that
often.
point.
This is the best I've ever seen, Loud, flat out.
Absolutely, and just to think as well, there were so many times
he-
where
मेरे को लग रहा है एक दिन का गैप देना चाहिए था ऑप्टिक
turned
को
around
because this is a comfort
and
zone.
क्या बोलता है
Everyone's
वासिफ
so well versed. They know each other so well. That's even to think
I
about.
know.
And also Sassy is 1v2 there, holy fuck.
Really taking the fight to the back lines of Loud.
He's gonna be MVP.
Looking to disrupt them as much as possible. And actually Loud,
Statistically
doing
throughout the
exact
tournament
same
or for
thing,
the
you come
finals?
back onto Breeze then. It was just
Are,
such
are you
an
are you
amazing
asking about
series to watch.
finals or through the
El
tournament?
Clasico does certainly hold up to its
वो
price at this
असल में वो
again.
लोअर ब्रैकेट में रहने का नुकसान
Any
ही
other
वही
game
है ना
after
असल
held
में
that
अगर
would
तुमको
know it.
चाहिए
You know
ना
it.
कि तुम्हें
But
टाइम
these
मिले
moments,
One for
these
each?
pressure scenarios, these stages, bring the best out of it. And this,
honestly,
this, an ace at this point. Come on, Les. Come on.
if you're talking about the series, I would have to say either
just heroics on both sides of the coin.
Aspas or less, one of the two.
Every single player
यार
has
ट्रॉफी
been
उठाओगे
just formidable. From
That's
start
what
to
I would
finish, it's
say.
been an honor
Probably,
being
I've
part
seen
of that
so
journey,
many
part
big,
of that experience, because for
like
some reason
big
we always
plays
seem
from
to cast
less.
the matchups, and they've always been so good. And again, for you guys at home to get your thoughts through to us, down below, get the MVP vote going. I mean, where would you go with this? Where would you call this one?
Honestly, I've got to give this to either Aspas or Les. I think
Yep.
individually some of these rounds, just you come back to that word once again, heroics.
बस पेटीएम वाले से
That's
स्कैन
even
कर रहा
good.
होगा
You got
क्यूआर
Sassy
कोड
in that mix as well. That clutch, honestly, was outrageous on Haven.
Mike, it's been an absolute honor to once again be part of this, part of the experience with you guys at home, finally having you in the building with us for
भी
those who are
आसपास
able to make it out here. But
कुछ मिलेगा उससे
overall, all said and done, what a great conclusion at least to this year's biggest rivalry.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just so glad we got it, and it delivered again. I mean, last time it came out.
Yeah,
there's
like
questions about
Aspas
it.
had
Some of
some
these
some
results.
pretty
Rio, for
big
example,
fucking
stands
moments,
out a little
like
bit,
some
but
mind-blowing
allowed to
rounds.
flip this one in the nature we did. We had 2 overtimes here in this
Some
series.
completely
They absolutely delivered.
एक
for me.
गेम खेल के सो
One of the greats going down in the history books. This is one to be remembered. And honestly, thank you for having us with us. Now, for now, we're going to go back down to the stage, though, to hear from the players
Oh, yeah, the
themselves
interviews.
exactly where we want to be.
Teşekkürler Alican. Müthiş bir yılı İstanbul'da hep
Subtitles
birlikte geride
bile geliyor.
bırakıyoruz. Yüzlerce takım içerisinde binlerce oyuncunun mücadelesine hep birlikte milyonlar olarak tanıklık ettik. Artık tabii ki şampiyonun kupaya ulaşma zamanı geldi. 2022 Valorant Champions turnuvasının kazananı Loud.
कुछ छोटा है उनका कोच, उठा भी नहीं पा रहे लोग।
Oh, they put a stuffy in the trophy.
हाँ भाई, हाँ भाई, हाँ। गणपति का सोसाइटी का विजेता। ये लोग लेके जाने देते कि नहीं रे? कितना फाइबर का बना होगा ना फिर ये?
Oh yeah, no, cut it. When are we picking up the car? Like
अभी
what
हाथ
time
में
are we
नहीं
picking up
पकड़ा
the
ना
car?
भाई, इसके लिए बोलते हैं।
That's what I meant to say.
लगा रे
भाई भाई हिट हुआ भाई।
मास्टर्स की ट्रॉफी टेंस के पास ही काइडे स्ट्रीम करती है ना।
Probably heaviest. Dude.
फ्राइडे किचन स्ट्रीम करती है ना, तभी देखने का उधर रिफ्लेक्शन में।
You did the house around 350. Okay.
की तरह पकड़ के रखा है।
मेहनत किया है उन लोगों ने।
17 साल की उम्र में वो लैंड पे बैठा है।
No, when we won a trophy too, like I didn't want to hold the trophy just because I fucking thought I was gonna drop it.
अरे भाई उठा के देंगे बस।
I thought I was gonna pull a device and just fucking break the trophy.
चल भाई, डिस्कॉर्ड मत छोड़, मैं बस स्ट्रीम एंड कर रहा हूँ। ओके, तो 5 घंटे 8 मिनट की स्ट्रीम हुई है। असल में 5 घंटे 9 मिनट की हुई है, लाइक 10 सेकंड में 9 मिनट हो जाएंगे और एग्जैक्ट 9 मिनट में मैं स्ट्रीम बंद कर दूंगा। सो लाइक 5 4